shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
That is right. BetMGM Tonight. I am Gabe Ramirez alongside the one, the only Brad Evans, and we have a fantastic night. Hang out, Brad. What's up, man? I'm glad to be with you, brother.
Hola, amigo. Great to be with you as well. We're going to rock. We're going to roll. We're going to talk a little NBA, a little MLB. Heck, man, we're going to get down and dirty on the National Football League. And later on, you, my man, know all about the footy, given your Chicago Fire experience. So if you wanted some strong takes on the World Cup, listen to Gabe, not me, because I know jack nor squat about the soccer.
Well, we're going to get some fantasy updates as well a little later in the show, which I know Jack squat about, but I am here to learn and to listen to Brad. My cup runneth over from my World Cup betting already. I'll tell you this right now. I hit a dirty parlay yesterday. I had Ivory Coast and Switzerland, and I parlayed the anti-parlay. I'm all about my parlays. I love the pain and the torture that comes with it. But yesterday ended up putting some money. How do you? Because I know you say you know nothing about it, but do you gamble, or do you feel like you gotta have some action because that's the biggest event that's going on in the world?
No, I may wager on something when it comes to to Team USA, for example. But I did not have any action on España today, especially to get a draw against Cape Verde. Nobody saw that coming. That was downright ridiculous. I believe that line closed at 10-1. For that to occur on a draw, and sure enough, it did. But I did not have the huevos to lay the action on it. But you could twist my arm, and maybe I'll get the next match, whoever it is, win, lose, or potentially draw.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you're thinking about Spain and Cape in general, the guys are playing with their hearts out. The same way that the Knicks were during the NBA Finals, and of course, we're just coming out of that. What an incredible series that we're making the victory right there. We'd love to get your thoughts on that as we venture into that space right now. Of course, the talk and text line, you can call or just hit us up with your thoughts about anything we'll be talking about. 310-4910. When you're looking at this one, I got to be honest, Brad. When I'm thinking about this game, I quickly go to the Knicks. Let me get your thoughts first. I need your thoughts on the Knicks and overall as a team and their run to winning this NBA championship.
Yeah, man, it was a shocker special to say the least. So look, I felt the Knicks were probably the best team in the East. I did honestly feel that. You go back and listen to the tape if you did not recall that conversation that I had on air with the outstanding Pat Boyles on Vacacion. And certainly celebrating right now in España, not about the fact that the Spaniards had that draw day against Cape Verde, but he's a diehard Knicks fan. Probably slamming some vino, slamming some tapas as well. Enjoy the vacation, mi amigo. I thought the Knicks were built to win in the East. The East was wide open. It really was. There wasn't really a dominant team in the regular season. The Knicks, looking at all the numerical data that was out there, me being the numbers nerd that I am, Gabe, I was like, yeah, I think they're going to be the team to beat because they were number one defensive rating, and they were way up there in offensive rating as well. Over the last month of the NBA regular season. So they came in as a, really kind of a proper favorite, even though they were the 3 seed in the East. They rocked, they rolled, they dominated the competition, no matter who they ran into. So they were a buzzsaw, to say the least. Now, I honestly thought it didn't matter if it was a Knicks or somebody else representing the East. Whoever they, punched their ticket, got to the NBA Finals, they were going to get bounced and ousted by whichever representative made it to the NBA Finals out of the West. Whether it was Oklahoma City, whether it was San Antonio, whether it was the Nuggets, whether it was anybody, I was not giving the Eastern Conference reps the time of day. And boy, Gabe, as you will soon learn here on this broadcast, I was horrifically, terribly, and awfully wrong.
He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez here on BetMGM Tonight. I know you're right, and that's why I follow you closely, my friend. But this is one that I am totally in line with you. When I think about the New York Knicks
Yeah.
and what their run looked like, listen, I made this book. I got a bunch of group chats, and I've said it, and I'll stand on that hill. They're the worst NBA champion in the last years if you're looking at all the squads. Now, one of my Knicks fan friends was like, "Look at the Denver Nuggets," and I said, "Did you just throw out Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and the Denver Nuggets? No, please don't do that to me." They faced the championship when they beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. They faced the Philadelphia 76ers team that won their championship when they beat the Boston Celtics. They had a run against the no one's fearful of. No one cares about the Cleveland Cavaliers. And so I just look at the squad that they had. And you can't take anything away from Jalen Brunson. There's zero doubt about that. You're looking at this team, they're a one and done. Do you see them winning an NBA championship next year or the year after that? Or do you feel like this is the one that they had and that'll be it? They'll just live in infamy there.
Yeah, it's all about who they'll be able to retain under contract and, all the associated parts. But, I mean, they got a megastar right now, and Chicago's own Jalen Brunson, who was a real deal Holyfield from beginning to end during that storied playoff run. I mean, he dropped 45 in the title-clinching game, and that's what he can do. The guy's got ice in his veins. He is a stone-cold killer, especially late in contests. Hitting a lot of contested shots, hitting some wide open threes, beating people off the dribble. He's got everything in the bag, and he definitely displayed it in that Game 5 clincher. OG Anunoby was an absolute beast on both ends of the floor the entire series. Cat, a lot of people lampooned and lambasted in the regular season rosy occasion, especially in Game 1 and in Game 2, and played some meaningful minutes in some of the other games. And Shamet had some big minutes come off the bench. Wasn't really all that consistent throughout the series, but certainly was meaningful in some, meaningful situations in other, parts of the overall series. So the key takeaway for the Knicks is this. One, the defense is always going to be there, especially with Jalen Brunson on this roster. He's one of the better on-ball defenders, I believe, in the backcourt in the NBA. And B, offensively, they're electric. And when they are on, when they are connected, when they are playing congealed as a collective, they're unstoppable. So, every year it can vary. It's really hard to repeat in any league. It doesn't matter if it's the NBA, the NFL, Major League Baseball. We're talking soccer, back-to-back World Cups. It is such an Everest-sized mountain to climb to get back-to-back titles. But the Knicks are just so well built, and with many of their key components already coming back next year, they're definitely going to be a top contender. I still feel, though, San Antonio will learn, a very green collective, guys that are largely inexperienced, and they have the best player, arguably in the NBA, though Jokic, I think, is the best player in the known universe, but Wemby is certainly pressing him for that title. They're going to be in that conversation for years to come. So, Gabe, I think final takeaway from me, Knicks, Spurs, meet again next year. Why the hell not?
let's hope not. I hope not, because it might be the outcome that people aren't necessarily ready for. I think when you're talking about Cat, you bring up some great points, right?
Yeah.
Offensive juggernaut. I think they have a big role here, right? I mean, you're talking about a team that has been together for a while. Some of these guys obviously play with each other for years. And you know how valuable that is on an NBA court. And Karl Anthony Towns, who was a top player, someone that a championship can be built around, he understood his role as a secondary figure on this Knicks team. Jalen Brunson's a walking bucket. There's no doubt about that. And when the NBA play a court guy that can do just that. And so, again, you get the opportunity to see them. And who knows? It might be Wemby that we see next year. But we get an opportunity to talk about that. So, of course, we're looking to take your thoughts as well on what you think went down with the New York Knicks, or you can call and talk about Wemby and walking off the court without shaking hands with the New York Knicks. We'll discuss that on the other side as well. Again, you can call us up 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. And he's Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight, and we got more on the way on the other side.
Jalen Brunson is the greatest Knick ever, of my lifetime at least. And I'll say, I'm not alive in the 70s when Walt Clyde Frazier's leading the Knicks to 2 championships. So if you are of a certain age and you want to make the case it's Walt Clyde Frazier, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not alive during that time. What I can tell you, Jalen Brunson is indisputably the greatest Knick of my lifetime. And it's not a discredit to the great Patrick Ewing, whom I love. And your heart breaks when you see Ewing after the game celebrating that he couldn't. My heart breaks, at least. Watching Patrick Ewing celebrate the Knicks winning a championship, and he couldn't get it done as a player. It sucks. And it's not to take away from Pat, just that he didn't win and Brunson did. And that's all there is to it. NBA Finals closeout game. Do you understand this? Closeout game on the road, NBA Finals, against this is not like James Harden, living, breathing traffic cone guarding Jalen Brunson defensively. This is the San Antonio Spurs sending waves of young wings, and here's alien 8 foot tall, and you can't teach that. Victor Wembanyama waiting. And he shredded them, and he sliced them, and he diced them, and he eviscerated them, and he obliterated them, and he led the Knicks to a championship. 45 of 94 points. On Saturday night, Jalen Brunson was 7-1-8 Michael Jordan. 2-1-2 Michael Jordan. New York City's Michael Jordan. Gotham's Michael Jordan. Knicks fans, Michael Jordan. That was Jordan-esque. It felt like a 90s NBA Finals game. 94-90 final score. And Brunson scored 45 of the 90 in a closeout game on the road. It's unbelievable. Do you understand what we witnessed? The magnitude of it? And I've been right about a lot on this run. I'll tell you something I was dead wrong on. And it was while I was being right about something, which makes me sound like I'm crediting myself. I'm just telling the truth. I wanted the Knicks to fire Tom Thibodeau and hire Mike Brown. I was right. Mike Brown led them to a championship. Tom Thibodeau, I don't think, would have been able to. One of the reasons why is because I hated the way that the offense would stagnate under Thibodeau, and it turned into too much Brunson hero ball. And what I would continually say on and off air, on this show or to my friends or my family, Jalen Brunson's a great player, and no one's going to disagree with that. I'm not going to say otherwise. I know he's a great player, but he's not Kobe Bryant. He's not Michael Jordan, where I want him shooting every shot in the clutch and dribbling the basketball, and it's just iso ball one-on-one. I was wrong, because that's what this was. And the shot that will go down in history for Brunson, the shot that will go down in history is OG Anunoby's tip-in, obviously, in Game 4. There should be a statue. I'm sure there will be a statue outside the Garden of it. It's Jalen Brunson, 6.5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Spurs up 83-77. And in that moment, does anyone think the Knicks are not going to win the championship? I felt like they were going to. And Brunson has the ball by the three-point line. And Wembanyama's on him. And Mike Breen brilliantly sets the stage. And he goes, Wemby on Brunson, the 2 stars. Victor Wembanyama, not figuratively, literally, is 1.5 feet taller than Jalen Brunson. And Brunson, using his guile and his guts and his smarts and his instinct and a little bit of physicality, bumping his back into Wemby, getting Wemby off him just a smidge to lay it in. Just the ball just escaping the pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. 83-79. Chef's kiss. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Put him on Mount Rushmore. New York sports athlete. Brunson, Eli, Messier, Jeter. At least in my lifetime. Greatest Knick ever.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad, the Big Noise Evans with you. Gabe Ramirez will be rejoining us once he works the ghosts out of the machine. Having some tech issues. We're going to get Gabe hopefully back on track, and we're going to, power through the rest of the program. But, of course, we got Brandon Combs, our outstanding producer, in the house. I can lean on him if I need somebody to converse with. I'm Michael Montgomery, working the video board as well. Monty, reminder, we need your hit guy we're going streaking, because I got a feeling we're going to have a 4-for-4 kind of night and start off this week white stinking hot. By the way, if you have any opinions about the NBA Finals and what went down, the Knicks winning the first title since 1973, maybe you want to talk a little Major League Baseball, you want to talk anything in the NFL, be our guest. We would love to have you on. You can call or text. The magic digits are 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Hit us up. And also, too, our audience question tonight, a further reminder, if you miss it in Seg 1, what NFL franchise or MLB franchise or NBA franchise that has had a long and enduring title drought like the Knicks just had, who's the next to step up and hoist the hardware? We want to know. So, again, call and text 310-840-4910. Now, Gabe and I talked about the New York Knicks, how they got to the NBA Finals, how they took care of business, what the future may hold for that franchise as well, with the brilliance of Jalen Brunson, who dropped 45, earned NBA Finals MVP honors, and deservedly so, although ahead OG Anunoby at 40-1, but that fell by the wayside. But what about the San Antonio Spurs? What can we expect from them in the near future or down the road in general? I could tell you this. The Spurs are a very young green franchise. A number of players in their early 20s, including the outstanding and growing legend of Victor Wembanyama, who's only 22 years young. Wemby, he showed some leadership skills. We saw that during the broadcast, him, talking to some of his teammates like Keldon Johnson, tapping on the chest, trying to give him words of inspiration for them to go out and go ahead and conquer the competition. You love to see that from Wemby, but you also saw some of the immaturity that he possessed in this NBA Finals, some of the brutal fouls that he committed, whether or not he could have been ejected for some of those actions, whether or not he could have drawn fine for some of those actions, highly debatable, but he has got to improve in that capacity. He's got to be a guy that, can obviously go out and intimidate the competition, but he can't play dirty. And he certainly showed that at times, whether it was against Mitchell Robinson or some of the Bugs and Cat and many of the players of the New York Knicks. So, the future is extraordinarily bright for Victor Wembanyama, but he's a guy that, has got to grow up a little bit. He's got to, prove his mettle, not only as a leader, which, again, I think he took some positive steps in that regard. Obviously, he's a statistical giant by every stretch of the imagination, filling up the number sheet, whether in points, rebounds, the occasional assists, tons of block shots, and he had a number of them in the loss. But a guy that, has got to bring a lot of consistency to the board, across the board, if the Spurs really want to live up to the hype and the growing expectations. The other key, too, like Stephon Castle, I think showed his youth. Last couple of games of this NBA Finals run, a guy that has some puzzling decisions, getting downhill, not exactly, tearing it up in the box score. Vassell had some big moments. Champagny hit some big threes, so he was ice cold, largely in Game 5. But as a collective, what the Spurs have to learn is how to close out games, because they just did a miserable job of that against the New York Knicks without this entire NBA Finals. Of course, the historic collapse that they had in Game 4, up 29 points. Had every chance in the world, 99.99999, just keep going and adding 9% likelihood they're going to win that game at the half. Early in the third quarter, they squandered it. They swallowed a grenade and it absolutely imploded. And as a result, they had a historic meltdown that everybody's got to probably remember them most for in this NBA Finals run. Hell, even in Game 5, they were up 10 with under 8 minutes to go. They had a 95% chance of winning the game, and they squandered yet another opportunity. Rinse, repeat, fail and continuously fail. That's what the San Antonio Spurs are most going to be known for during this playoff run, and the lack of a killer instinct they possess in this NBA Finals. So, we're going to see, how things go with them, how they recalibrate this upcoming offseason. I think I got Gabe Ramirez back. Gabe, we're going to try to bring in, hopefully, again, all the wonkiness has been worked out of your connection. So what were your takeaways for San Antonio? Am I fair to call them weaklings in critical moments, especially after halftime, and there's lack of slamming the door shut? They just constantly left it ajar, and we saw the colossal collapses they underwent. Unbelievable.
It shows you how important that, obviously you saw a Knicks team that made a deep run in the playoffs last year, and you see a Spurs squad who I think the moment got a little too big for him. Even Wembanyama, right? Not shaking hands at the very end. A young man does something like that, right? As you mature and you get older, obviously you feel a little bit differently. To have a 10-point lead or double-digit lead of games, I think the bigger issue was the coaching, right? Mike Brown did an amazing job with the New York Knicks, adjusting, even when he was down 20-some points. When you're looking at the other side of that, you still got he's not Geppetto. He can't make Pinocchio do what he wants him to do in this situation, no matter how godlike he might come off as, right? But you're talking about a team. De'Aaron Fox was obviously, listen, he's good. There's no doubt about it, right? But if you want to win an NBA Finals and you want to be the number 2, you want to be the Scottie Pippen, you got to be as good as Karl Anthony Towns, as good as OG Anunoby, and De'Aaron Fox, unfortunately, was not that. So they were splitting it around. Now, next year, Harper might be the man, smooth he was around the bucket and how easy it was for him to get points. So he might evolve into that. But I think we saw De'Aaron Fox was not a true number 2, and you saw the coaching for this little bit of experience itself. But you're right, Brad. That's the only way to put it. There's no doubt about it. They fumbled the bag. It's unfortunate that it ended up happening that way. But Wemby would have won. I think, listen, you look at the NBA, a lot of people say it's scripted, right, Brad? Yeah. How many small market teams have won in the last 5 or 6 years, right? You're looking at, small market teams. So you finally get to give it to a big market team, get it out the way, have the Knicks win it, and then all of a sudden Wemby can have it for the next couple of
Yeah, look, I think that's an astute point, to say the least. I think the Knicks are still going to be in the conversation for years to come, as long as Jalen Brunson is running the show there. And they're going to sew him up, lock him up, and he is going to be the main man in the NYC, and a guy that can certainly guide them deep into the NBA postseason when they do punch their ticket. But, going back to the Spurs, you brought up 2 names. Number 1, De'Aaron Fox. If you're going to, pin the blame on anybody in this series of why the Spurs ultimately failed, sure, Wemby's not absolved for any wrongdoing by any stretch of imagination, or some of the other players on this team, but De'Aaron Fox was downright lousy for a majority of the series. I think it was game 2. He had a rock solid game. They ultimately could have won that contest if he doesn't give it up to Wemby and the play design that Mitch Johnson had with that elbow jumper from 17 feet. I think Fox could have easily taken a mid-range. He was downright almost automatic for mid-range in that game. That was a bit mystifying to me, but Fox's decision-making, especially trying to close out the Knicks, so they gave up that monstrous lead they had, 29 stinking points. And was getting down the final moments of the game. He got a steal, got a breakaway opportunity, and instead of taking the ball out, eating a couple of seconds additionally off the clock, it was well under a minute to go, he decides to drive to the cup. Cat catches up to him, blocks the shot, and the rest is history. As the Knicks came down and closed that sucker out as a result. So, that, again, is part of the major finger pointing at De'Aaron Fox and just the gross decision-making that he had. It was disgusting. It was wretched. It was ghastly. It was inexcusable at times. So a lot of blame resides on his shoulders, to say the least. And the second player I do want to talk about is Dylan Harper. You just brought him up, Gabe. That guy was awesome sauce, man. He really was. 25 points in the Game 5 loss, but you saw a burgeoning star build up his confidence throughout this entire playoff run. It was just a breakout sensation. He has to be in the starting line for San Antonio next year. Of course, he was coming off the pine for this year. He's a rookie out of Rutgers, and definitely just kind of grew up right before our eyes in this NBA Finals run. So Dylan Harper was just utterly outstanding, and his upside is all-star caliber, man. He could be sensational for years to come. His ability to attack the rim downhill, to splishy and splash from outside, the defensive chops, the rebounding skills, dropping the occasional dime, getting the occasional steal. He can do it all, man. That's a guy who just really impressed me more than anybody else. And a San Antonio black and white uniform, it's Dylan Harper, and he's a major reason why him and Wemby, of course, the Spurs have enormous upside for the better part of the next decade to come. And one last point I do want to make about San Antonio. This was mind-blowing to me. They led 72% of series minutes. 72%, folks, of series minutes, and they still didn't win. And hell, they only won one game. That is just astonishing. And it speaks to the Knicks and their never say die attitude, coming back and taking those moments in those situations. So, Brandon, I'm going to bring you in right now. Looking at the odds at BetMGM for the 2026-2027 NBA championship, the Thunder, shocker, are leading the way at plus 250. The Spurs are next up at plus 270, understandably so, followed by the Knicks at 7-1, the Celtics at 7-1, the Denver Nuggets, who I still argue has the best player in the known universe, and Nikola Jokic at 20-1. The Lakers sound like LeBron's going to be back well beyond the age of 40 at 25-1, and Luka likely back too. And then you got the Minnesota Timberwolves, a lot of key young components a part of that team, also 25-1. You got 100 smackaroos. You don't give a damn if you're not getting any interest on the money you're going to lay down for months on end, but you have to. Who are you taking to win the Larry O'Brien in the NBA next year?
My pocket, I'm not going to lie, but if I'm going to put $100 down on somebody to win the NBA title next year, look, if I'm going to place my bet, if I'm going to make my pick, it's going to be the San Antonio Spurs. I know the Knicks just won the title. I know the Spurs just gave up a bunch of points back. I know they blew some leads in this series. I still believe in this team. I still believe in Wemby. I still believe in Dylan Harper. There is a lot of things that this team is going to learn from, and they are going to grow from. I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. That being said, I'm not putting money down on plus 270 to let it sit there for 9 months. If I have to do anything, I'm going a little bit deeper into the pile, right? I'm going to find one of these teams like the Nuggets that I could still believe in at 20-1, like the T-Wolves that I could still believe in at 25-1, a team that has been there before, that has made deep runs into the playoffs and still has the pieces inside of their lineup to get back and make that deep run. So if I'm going to put money down on something that's going to take me a year before I get paid out, it's going to be something that's worth the juice.
Yeah, look, I'm in agreement with you. Look, if you're going to have that kind of long-term money tie-up, it's got to be something of significant odds. Look, I don't think anybody outside the 25-1 class is going to be in competition to win the whole shebang in the NBA next year, but you never know. We got the NBA draft coming up. We know this is a loaded draft class. Maybe one of the best draft classes top to bottom we've ever seen. I mean, you're going to have guys going around, 15, 20 that have all-star potential. Even a guy like Bennett Sturts, that's right, Monty, the pride of Iowa, projected to go at like number 19, number 20 overall. He's a guy, if he gets with the right franchise, could absolutely erupt at the next level, given his bucket-getting potential. And he can shoot from any spot on the floor. Yaxel Lindenborg, another guy that's probably going to go maybe inside the top 12, likely outside the top 10, somewhere within that 10 to 15 range. But he's got the skills to pay the bills. He's got them goods as well. He gets with the right franchise. Maybe it's the Bulls. Maybe it's somebody else, and gets meaningful minutes. He could really fill up the stat sheet. So that's how ridiculous this draft class is. So some of these franchises, and we'll see what they do in free agency, could right the ship overnight in the blink of an eye. But based on the heavy favorites right now, I agree. San Antonio is definitely going to be in the conversation because they have Wemby. Dylan Harper, as I mentioned, is a budding superstar in my mind. Stephon Castle, though he didn't play that great in the NBA Finals, certainly a guy that can get the job done when need be. I like that team, top to bottom. We got Keldon Johnson as well. But there's some other franchises. I agree with you on the Nuggets with Jamal Murray. I agree because they got Jokic. They got ballers on that squad. It's got to, surround them with the right complementary players, make the right draft picks, and the Nuggets could get back to Titletown 20-1. Yeah, I think that's worth, a few smackaroos, to say the least, right now in the BetMGM odds market for who wins the NBA title next year. We want to hear from you, the awesome listeners here at BetMGM tonight. Who do you think is going to win the NBA championship next year? Call or text us 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. And I think we actually have a caller right now waiting to jump on air. We don't always want to talk a little NBA or something else, but yeah, we're open-minded here on BetMGM tonight. We just love the interaction with all the listeners. I think there's only about 2.02 on average that tune this program every single night. Well, Rashawn in Baltimore is one of them. Rashawn, welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Hey, what's going on with y'all? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
So with this series, man, I'm highly disappointed in the Spurs, man. I can't believe they blew that. But I think, with all the factors, they got a rookie coach, young team. All their stars is 20 years old in Harper. I think is Castle 21, Wemby is 22. So very young team, and I think for the years to come, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in that Western Finals. But I think they got to make some changes. First of all, Harper is definitely going to be in the starting lineup next year. They got to get rid of Fox. For him to be the veteran on that team and him to screw up like that, other people can get a pass. But Fox, come on, you the veteran guy on that team. I know you only 26, 27, 28, whatever you is, man. But he just blew it out in a big moment like that. And I get it. He's never been in meaningful games or played for meaningful teams. He's with the Kings and whoever else. I can't recall the other teams he was with, though. So he never had that kind of pressure on him. But I think Spurs going to make some changes in the off seasons. But if they can get like another veteran there, just imagine. I know it would probably take too much for them to get Giannis, a big guy down there, because we see Wemby. He just want to, Wemby don't know if he want to be a point guard or a big man. You can't win going 2 from 12 from the 3-point line every night. You got to get down in the paint. But and also, I don't think you mentioned this guy that was a great contributor. What's the guy? Champagnie? Yeah. I'm pronouncing his name. Champagnie, man. Yeah. He don't sleep on him, man. He came through with some clutch shots and everything. But like I said, it'd be interesting to see what this front office of the Spurs do in the off season. But I think for sure I will put my money on definitely them winning it next year. I think that
Rashawn in Baltimore, man, we appreciate you 2 cents. Outstanding stuff. Look, I'm in agreement with you. Look, I think De'Aaron Fox is going to have to change zip codes and adorn a different uniform, because I think Spurs fans, they're not going to get out of their minds how atrocious he was in this NBA Finals, and a big reason why they fell well short of expectations. Remember, they were like minus 170 at BetMGM to win the NBA title coming in to this NBA Finals series against the Knicks. And again, they just fell flat on their face. And I agree too, and Miss Johnson, a young coach, he's learning alongside his own players. Wemby, you got to get a little bit more, back to the basket action with him. He was way too complacent. I agree. Stepping out and shooting the threes. He could be one of the most dominant big men in the game, but he's got to occasionally play, Brando, like a big man, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And here's the thing, when you look at what the Spurs are and where they're standing, right? And you look at De'Aaron Fox, I don't know how they get rid of that contract. He's got a max deal that kicks in at the end of this season for the next 4 years. They just gave him an extension on this contract, and now it's going to be a max deal, and now you're going to have to offload him. Maybe you can find somebody to take that contract. But when you look at upcoming free agents for the Spurs, I'm not really looking at it. I think that when you talk about Giannis, I think Giannis is a little bit out of the loop for the Spurs. But you talk about a guy like a lot of people are down on him. And I agree that if he's your number one, I would be down on him too. But a good role player and a guy who can really score and a guy who can really take care of the ball, and that's Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine on this team, you replace De'Aaron Fox with Zach LaVine this offseason, I think you got yourself a championship caliber team. And I think that's really where the Spurs need to lean, is a good, solid number 2 to play alongside Dylan Harper.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with you at all. There's got to be a couple of fundamental changes with this Spurs roster if they want to maximize their upside. And look, the goods are in place. The key components are in place. They just have to push the right buttons, and it can all come together and rather quickly. So, look, bottom line is this with San Antonio. They're going to be an additional NBA Finals during Wembanyama's career. If they're not, that's going to be one of the ultimate shortfalls and shortcomings, possibly in NBA history. You could definitely make that argument, but I think they will live up to the hype. I think they will be able to deliver. The West is going to be highly, highly competitive, to say the least. And we mentioned the Denver Nuggets. I think the Lakers are going to be much improved as well. You're going to get a healthy Luka back. LeBron, he's not nearly as dominant as he once was, but I think he's willing to take a back seat and be a guy that can do some of the little things, not be the 20 points per game scorer that he was even, a few years ago, but a guy that can be a key distributor, a guy that can play above average defense, a guy that can get the key rebound, the key steal in a game. They have some other outstanding players on Lakers roster. They're going to be back, and they're going to be in the mix. The West is going to be a rough and rugged road, to say the least. But, San Antonio, bar none in my mind, along with OKC, of course, those two teams are the ones to beat out West. And the Knicks are certainly going to be in the conversation to take the East yet again. All right, I tell you what, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're cracking them bats, baby. We're going streaking in Major League Baseball. Who's going to base knock tonight? Well, stick around and find out right here. BetMGM tonight. Don't go anywhere.
I cannot remember in all the years that I've been watching sports, a championship team, a team that has won it all, that has been hated on more than this New York Knicks team. And we collectively, all of us, and some of you, So, not all of you, but some of you out there. Some of you should be, you know what? I was going to say embarrassed, and you should be ashamed. You should feel shame in this moment, but I actually respect you because you have taken hating to the next level. You are wearing the scarlet letter H, and the H stands for hate. Because even in this moment now, days after Brunson wins Finals MVP, days after the New York Knicks complete one of the most dominant postseason runs in the history of the NBA and in the history of sports, you still can't credit them. You still think, who did this team beat? Not an all-time team. You still say it. It's unbelievable. This is like, I have been telling you, like the sun goes down at night, and I tell you the moment that nightfall hits, the moon's in the sky like a big pizza pie, and I tell you tomorrow morning the sun's coming out, and you say, no, it's not. No, it won't. And I keep telling you, as morning approaches, as dawn draws closer, I keep telling you, sun's going to come out tomorrow or today. And you keep saying, no, it won't. Sun's not going to come out. I don't believe it. And then light starts to break through. And slowly, that big yellow ball floating in the air. The weather gets warmer and everything gets lighter. And you see the sun, and I say to you, I told you the sun was going to come out. And you say, no, it's not. It's not there. You're a Knicks hater right now. That's you. The sun came out today, and the New York Knicks are an all-time team. 16-3 run in the postseason. The third team in NBA history to achieve a mark of 16-3 or better and route to a championship. Best point differential ever in an NBA playoffs, plus 283. But yeah, you're right. Didn't beat anybody. All good. Best point differential ever. Oh, but who did they play? Are you kidding? You still can't say it? Can't you admit it's a you problem? It's not a Knicks problem. It's not a Brunson problem. It's not a Hawks problem. It's not a Sixers problem. It's not a James Harden or a Kenny Atkinson or a Cleveland Cavaliers problem. It's not a Mitch Johnson or a Victor Wembanyama problem. It's a you problem. You're a hater. You hate New York. You hate the Knicks. You hate giving anyone else credit. You can't do it. And you still won't, some of you. Isn't that amazing? Isn't it amazing, Susan? Isn't it amazing? Best point differential ever. All 4 closeout wins on the road. 13-game win streak along the way. And you still won't give them credit. What the hell is wrong with you? That you can't just say it. Say it. Say this is one of the greatest runs ever. Say this is an all-time team. Say it. Not because I want to hear it. Say it because it's true. Tell the truth. Put your big boy or big girl pants on, look in the mirror, and admit what everyone knows is true deep down in their hearts and sports fan souls. That this is one of the great runs we've ever seen. Period.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back The BetMGM tonight, Brad, the big noise, Evans with you. We're going to be cracking the bats here in a moment. Another thrilling and rollicking edition of our MLB streaking game. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk anything with us, whether in regards to Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NFL, phone lines wide open. We would love to hear from you. If you're too shy, you don't want your voice heard on national radio, we air on over 300 stations terrestrially nationwide. I can also catch the show on X at BetMGM tonight, also on YouTube. By all means, you can text us as well. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. If you do text us, just leave your name and where you're texting from, because we'd like to keep track of your geographic location. All right. Before we get into streaking, looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season. Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip. Activate your Odds Boost token and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. So opt in right now with our friends there at BetMGM. All right, with business out of the way, let's step in the box. It's time to let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking!
All right, during the Major League Baseball season, this is a little game that we play every single night here on BetMGM tonight. The requirement is for our pick to just get a damn hit. We don't care what variety it is, single, double, triple, home run, it doesn't matter. We just need one slap in the outfield or over the fence to continue the streak. All right, so here are the records right now. Pat is off for the entire week. He's in España for a wedding. He ended his streak at 3. At least it's on pause right now. Your boy, me, the big noise, lead the way. I have 8. Now, the show record in streaking belongs to the outstanding Michael Montgomery, or a video producer. 14 in a row that he hit earlier this season. So I got a long way to go, but I'm at 8. I'm going to give you my pick here in a minute. Brando starting anew for this week. He's at 0, hopefully getting it off the schneid. Monty streaking right now with 2. So he is, again, heading in the right direction. Had a -2 streak, which was the first of the wrong direction earlier this season. That happened last week. And Grant's going to step and take a hack as well. He's 1 for 2 all time here in the streaking game. I'm going to bat leadoff, gentlemen. And it's only appropriate that I go with the guy who's atop the order of my Chicago Cubs, who've been a major letdown. PCA, baby. Pete Crow Armstrong taking on the visiting Colorado Pebbles there on the north side of Chi-Town. And the reason why I like PCA, he has gotten a hit in 17 of his last 18 games. One of the hottest hitters in all of Major League Baseball, batting a redonkulous 382 in the last 15 games. Ridiculous 392 here in the month of June. He's got a little bit of experience against Michael Lorenzen, who's going to be on the bump for the Pebbles. He's 1 for 3 lifetime against him. Lorenzen's been just a train wreck, to say the least. 7.54 ERA overall, and he has allowed a 45% hard hit rate. So give me Pete Crow Armstrong, also known as PCA, for me to go streaking to 9, baby. Feeling good about this one. All right, Brando, you're up next. Who are you taking a slap on the outfield?
I love that pick. It's too bad Mike Lorenzen last week went 6 strong, only giving up 1 damn run against the Cubs. It's crazy how they make terrible pitchers look like Cy Young. But anyway, I'm not going with a Cub. I'm going with Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez against the Detroit Tigers tonight, going up. It looks like they've got a Drew Anderson, who is I believe either he's making a spot start or he's going to be an opener. I'm not sure which way they're going, but either way, Jordan's just been hitting the cover off the ball. 389 average in his last 10 games, 14 hits, 3 home runs, 10 RBIs in that span. He is red hot. I think he continues it again tonight against the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's breathing fire right now. I can't go wrong with anything tied to Jordan Alvarez. Let's go to Michael Montgomery, outstanding producer on the video side here at BetMGM tonight. Also the purveyor and a guy that's a steward of his own site, batters-box.com, affectionately known also as The Hyphen. Terrific site for all of your research. So, Monty, what is the advanced data telling you? Who gets a hit in your eyes tonight?
I'm going back to the Cubs with you, Brad. Give me Michael Busch. He did not fare well against Lorenzen last time, so I do share that worry that Combs was mentioning, but I hope it'll be different at the friendly confines than it was in Colorado. Busch has been much better at home this year, hitting around 280, so hopefully that is in his favor tonight. He's my highest rated hitter for the Cubs. 2 trends I like. Not the biggest sample for either, both 40-game samples. For Busch, 40 games with an elite rating, getting hit 75% of the time, so love that trend. And then on the other side, Lorenzen has faced 40 hitters with an elite rating, with 72% of them getting a hit. So great trends. I think the pitch coverage will be good as well. It's not the best overall for Busch, but when you take out left-handed pitchers and just look at right-handed pitchers, it gets better. It goes up to about 55%. So it would be even higher, actually, if he had enough data against righties for just curveballs, but he hasn't seen that many, so that's not factoring into that. But overall, I think it's a great spot, and I hope he gets it done, and I get to 3.
Yeah, crack open, hopefully not quite an ice cold Busch, but hopefully it's going to be thirst quenching and satisfying, to say the least. All right, let's get another man behind the glass. Grant here in the mix. Grant, you're going with a guy that seems almost automatic to get a hit. Hopefully I'm not jinxing it. Who is it?
Yeah, I hope you're not jinxing it either. I'm going to go with Nick Kurtz in the A's. He's been on a tear lately. 10 hits of his last 7 games, including a 7-game hitting streak. He's running a couple RBIs as well. And I know that we picked a couple guys that have trouble with the Rockies. I don't think there's a team that had more trouble with the Rockies than the A's yesterday, losing 23-9. So they're looking for a bounce back game. I think Kurtz is one of their best players. So hopefully he gets the starting, he gets the fire going for the A's, and going against Jared Jones, who has a 4 in his ERA. He gives up runs. So looking to produce, I think Nick Kurtz could be that guy.
Yeah, when the Colorado Rockies are scoring a jackpot in Vegas, scoring 23 runs, anybody can do it. I think the Bad News Bears could probably hang at least 10 runs in that video, and probably more on that a little bit later. All right, so tonight's MLB streaking. I'm going PCA. Brandon's going to Jordan Alvarez. Monty also going with a Northsider, and Michael Busch. And Grant round things out. Hopefully got to maybe at least touch one base, if not them all, with Nick Kurtz against the Buccos. So 1, 2, 3, and cuatro, mi amigos. All 4 legs hit. You're looking at a cool plus 270 at BetMGM. As always, fade or follow. That is up to you. So there you go. MLB streaking tonight. I'm feeling good about the Cubs' chances. Brenda, real quick before we get out of here, Cubs, if they do not, at least win this series against Colorado, are you officially just going to move on and not watch a single inning the rest of the season because they're like done?
I will never move on. The Cubs could be 0-162, and I will watch game 162. Like, that's just, I'm a nutbag like that. Look, this team is something, and they're above 500, and they're still in the wild card race. I don't think that the division's possible, but everything else is still in play. So we'll see what they do, but no, I'm not out.
Yeah, I can't quit him either, to be honest. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're talking more Major League Baseball, including The Miz. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I can't help but feel terrible for Dante DiVincenzo, who's one of your former players, right, at Villanova, who was on this Knicks team. And look, like, as a Knicks, like, you can't criticize the trade because Karl Anthony Towns helps them win a championship. Knicks fans, including me, Coach, I know you know this, right? Loved Dante. Like, he was a great Knick. He blows out as a kid. It's brutal, and he watches his team win the championship. So I know this is way worse for you than it is for a Knicks fan. You coached him. You're way closer to him than we are. Just have you talked to Dante? How do you feel for Dante in this moment with the Knicks having won and him on Minnesota?
No, you're exactly right, and Dante was the beginning of Leon Rose's brilliance to not just bring in Villanova guys, but bring in guys that fit as a team and that played for each other and didn't care about individual accolades. OG is perfect that way. He is an amazing teammate, and it's why Leon Rose went out and got Karl Anthony Towns, but it's why Leon got Dante DiVincenzo before that. And Alex Rodriguez is a friend of mine. When Dante was leaving, when he was a free agent with Golden State, Alex Rodriguez tried to get him at that time with Minnesota. He wanted him that year. But Dante came to the Knicks to be a part of what Leon was building. And Leon knew Dante's the same kind of guy as Cat, as OG, as Mikhail. Like, he'll do anything to win. And Alex Rodriguez knew that. So when they made the deal for Karl Anthony Towns, they weren't going to make that deal unless they got Dante. And it was brutal, I know, on Leon Rose. It was brutal on Josh and Jalen. It killed them. And I know all of us, Jalen, Josh, Mikhail included, all of us feel for him. Now, the good thing is he does have a ring. He's got a ring from Milwaukee. So we do love him like a brother, and we all feel for him. And, I texted him immediately after the game that you set the foundation, as Tibbs did too, for what this team is today.
What do you say now to the haters? Brunson said, I haven't responded to them yet. I'm certainly not going to respond to them now. Coach, if I asked you to be honest and asked you to respond to all the Jalen Brunson haters, what would you say to them today? You know what? Honestly, it's one of the things we all talked about, and I know Jalen's parents raised him the same way. He never held any grudge against any of those people. And you can see it, some of those people are on air TV personalities, and he still is respectful of them and enjoys a friendship with them. But what he does, which is really a high level of emotional intelligence, is he uses that to his advantage, and he knows that inspires him, and he knows it actually helps him against his opponent. Like he understands that one of his advantages is that his opponents somehow in a small way underestimate him. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. He's going to have a new challenge to take on, but he really does not hold a grudge. Like they say he's too small, he's too slow, he's not athletic enough. It's not wrong, but what's wrong is that isn't going to prevent him from being a champion. It's actually going to be
Light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad, the Big Noise Evans with you. I got my cast hanging out with me. The great Brandon Combs, Michael Montgomery, working the video board. I mean, we've got quite the program upcoming. We're really knee deep, eyeball deep, as a matter of fact, in Major League Baseball talk. We're going to be breaking down some historic things that have gone down here in recent days, including a mesmerizing start from a guy that is a clear front runner to win the Cy Young in the National League here in a second. Another major arm and a superstar in his own right, making an extraordinary recovery and returning to the mound. We'll talk about that in the American League. And then come up here in the next segment, we're going to continue with a Major League Baseball conversation. The temperatures are rising. It only makes sense with us getting ever so close to the peak summer heat. We're talking things on the diamond. We'll talk about Jose Ramirez now being out with that handmade fracture. What does that mean for the Cleveland Guardians? And what does it mean in terms of the ripple effects in the AL Central? How about the very tight, the oh so tight NL wildcard race? Who is going to emerge from the fray in that showdown coming down the stretch of the season? And if we do get some time, man, did you see the amount of runs that were scored in Viva Las Vegas? Holy mother of the baseball gods. It was a launch pad with the Colorado Rockies of all teams. A squad doesn't exactly have one of the best offenses in the bigs, but they certainly showed it over the weekend. Is that a precursor of more incredible numbers to come in Las Vegas down the road when their park opens in 2028? All those conversations and whatever is on your mind in terms of the stitches in Major League Baseball. If you have any questions or comments you want to share with us here on BetMGM tonight, we would love to hear from you. Pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. You can also text at that number. Just drop us your name and where you're texting from, and we will gladly read it on air. All right. Before we get in to the MLB conversation, again, welcome back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, let's talk about The Miz, who was the shiz, to say the least. An absolute pitching whiz. Oh, so many rhymes your boy has. Jacob Mizorowski of the Milwaukee Brewers earning not only just a six-pack, not a 40-ounce, not even a case. That dude earned every last drop of a full-size kegger and arguably the greatest Maddox in Major League Baseball history. He faced a minimum of 27 batters. I had only 95 pitches and a one-hit complete game shutout. But how many strikeouts did he have? 15. 15 Ks over the weekend. And a guy that's just an unbelievable performance, to say the least, against the Philadelphia Phillies, if I'm remembering that correctly. And overnight, Miz went from plus money to minus money. He's now minus 140 to win the NL Cy Young on BetMGM. Again, a clear front runner there. And if you look at the awards race, we were talking about it, Pat Boyle and I, and Pat's on vacation this week in España. Again, enjoy the tapas, the vino, and the wedding, mi amigo, and celebrate your beloved New York Knicks. But we've been talking about the NL Cy Young race since the beginning of the baseball season. And we felt this was going to be one of the best and most memorable Cy Young races, possibly of our game-watching lifetimes. And, I honestly even felt that maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. But now we have to reset because the course of action has certainly changed with Mizorowski now at minus 140. To win that coveted honor, Christopher Sanchez is plus 225. Shohei Ohtani still in the mix at 9-1 odds, currently at BetMGM. Oh, skeins. Oh, skeins. I'll stop there. Not exactly crushing it. He's at 14-1. And Yamamoto of the LA Dodgers at 25-1. And so is Chris Sale of the Bravos, also at 25-1. But Mizorowski, pop of the mitt with that low 100s heat, topped out 104.5, striking out Kyle Schwarber. Just embarrassing dudes. That was up there, and I didn't see the actual game in real time. I was watching the box score and the live statistical feed on my computer over the weekend when this start was going down. And I turned to my youngest son, who's 17, and he knows who Kerry Wood is because, of course, being a Cubs fan, I've instilled that, beat into his brain. Oh, yeah, Kerry Wood, you're going to remember him, legendary Cub, and one of the greatest single game performances I've ever seen during my baseball watching lifetime. The Houston Astros back in the day, the 20K game that he had. Mizorowski was giving all similar vibes in his dominance in that most recent start. And I turned to my son. It was like 6 innings in, watching the box score, and I was like, man, Kerry Wood is in jeopardy right now. Like, Kerry Wood could get topped with most strikeouts in a single game, which, that still stands as a record in Major League Baseball history, because Miz was just, again, shutting everybody down. He was unhittable. He only gave up the 1 hit, but 95 pitches, peak efficient in that game with the 15 strikeouts, facing the minimum number of batters in the 27. So that really just launched him. He was like, I think around plus 170, plus 180 to win the NL Cy Young pre-start, and then post-start at minus 140. So the script immediately flipped, and he's a major reason why the Brewers are really the team to beat, possibly in the entire National League. They certainly are right now in the NL Central. They got off to a slow start. The Cubs are white hot. Everybody, we're talking about, oh, we love the Cubs. Oh, my God, it's giving off 2016 vibes. This is amazing. They're crushing everybody. There's so many games above 500. And the Cubs then smack right back down to earth. Meanwhile, Milwaukee, they just keep winning. And they have a sizable lead right now in the NL Central. So I'm bringing Brando. Brandon Combs, our outstanding producer here on BetMGM tonight. Brando, I mean, the injury imp is always lurking in any sport. But if you could guarantee, I don't know, 170, 175 innings out of Mizorowski this year, is it a foregone conclusion he's going to win the NL Cy Young, or is it Sanchez? Is it Shohei Ohtani? Is somebody else going to emerge from the fray and at least push him for that award? Because right now, man, I don't think anybody's going to catch him.
Yeah, look, I think you might be right if he stays healthy, but at the same time, if you're guaranteeing me health on all of those guys, my money's got to be on Shohei Ohtani. Right now, still an ERA just above 1. I know he just, he's going to miss a start here because of that knee problem that he had, but I still think that Shohei Ohtani, once he catches up with innings, because of the whole innings thing is crazy. So he's thrown 67 innings, but his team has played 72 games. So until you've at least pitched 1 inning per game played by your team, you don't qualify to be the league leader, even though Shohei Ohtani is the league leader in ERA. So my money would be on Shohei Ohtani to win that award, because I think provided all of these guys stay healthy, I think he's probably the most unhittable guy. And we've seen in times where Mizorowski will not be able to find the plate. We've seen in times where he can't locate his fastball, and we've seen that happen to Mizorowski. We saw it in the playoffs last year against the Dodgers. We saw it in the right before the playoffs against the Cubs in a regular season game. So you've seen spots where he can't find it for a little bit. It doesn't last long because the kid's a good pitcher, most punchable face in baseball, but he's a good pitcher. And so Mizorowski does that the thing that he does. But I just think, especially Shohei, man, with Shohei's name and with Shohei being the MVP and with the league always wanting to have that superstar and always wanting to push a face, I just think that if Shohei Ohtani's close to any of these guys and he has the qualifications to get there, I think they're going to push Shohei Ohtani for MVP and for Cy Young Award, just so that he continues to set records.
Yeah, again, he's 9-1. Extraordinary value of Shohei Ohtani. He's been, largely dominant in his own right when he has taken the hill, when he's been towing the rubber. He's been outstanding, to say the least. Mizorowski's just been unbelievable, whether it's with the fastball and the movement that you talked about, the high speed. I mean, the guy's burning, scorching, singeing eyebrows in the process, and then the off-the-table slider that he has. When you have that kind of pitch arsenal, and all the movement that he has on all those particular pitches, he's nearly untouchable. And he certainly showed that in that greatest Maddox of all time over the weekend. And, if you look, he's just one piece, and a very important piece, and really the anchor of that rotation for the Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers right now, overall in the NL Central, they got a 5-game lead on the St. Louis Cardinals, who've been surprising in their own right. Makes me want to hurl when I say the St. Louis Cardinals have been surprising. But you got to give credit where credit is due. I talked about how the St. Louis Cardinals were going to be lucky to maybe win 65 games before the season began. But, man, they have made me look like a horse's ass, which is really easy to do. You want to talk about a punchable face of Mizorowski? This one, you could easily clench a fist and just pummel me repeatedly because it is indeed highly punchable. I said some terrible things about the St. Louis Cardinals, and they made me look like a fool as they continue to really outkick their coverage, to say the least, at 38-31. But you get back to the Brewers, they're plus 112, Brando, in run differential. Now, how's that stack up to the rest of the National League? Well, the Dodgers are plus 141. They're number one in all of Major League Baseball in that category. The Bravos are plus 107. The Braves still have the best record in Major League Baseball, but run differential, they're not at the top of the list. And the best run differential team in the American League, the New York Yankees, by an enormous margin at plus 107. So that's how white hot, how extraordinarily scorching the Milwaukee Brewers have been for the better part of the last month and a half, man. They just continuously crush the competition, whether on Miz pitching days. Kyle Harrison's been a surprise sensation, but the bats are really starting to wrap right now. Milwaukee, man, if I were to place a little money on somebody to win the NL pennant, it's not the Braves. It's not going to be the heavily favored Dodgers. Brando, I can't believe I'm saying this. I think it's the Brewers. Am I crazy?
I mean, look, the Brewers, I don't know. It drives me nuts. And if there's any team that I dislike, I wouldn't even say more than Cardinals, but just as much as I dislike the St. Louis Cardinals, being a Cubs fan just like you, it's the Milwaukee Brewers. But, I mean, you're right. They keep finding ways to win. They keep finding ways to be one of the best teams in the National League. Every time that we think that they're going to be down, they find a way to just be good again. I thought, oh, okay, so you're going to get rid of Freddie Peralta. All right, well, the Brewers will come back down to earth. Nope, they've stayed the course. You talk about the St. Louis Cardinals, same thing. I thought the same things you did. I thought they were going to be the dregs of the keg. I thought they were going to be the worst team in the National League Central. Instead, they're a game and a half ahead of the Cubs right now. Roster construction and the way that the Milwaukee Brewers and the St. Louis Cardinals have developed their talent has been the biggest difference between them and a team like the Chicago Cubs, right? You look at what they've done, a lot of homegrown talent, a lot of guys that you didn't know how good they were going to be until they stepped on the baseball field. And they're showing out and they're playing good ball, and they continue to do those things. They don't have big name stars. They don't have the names that everybody knows in every household across the country. They don't have those guys. Jackson Chourio could develop into one of those guys. I like William Contreras quite a bit. And you talked about Jacob Mizorowski. We just named those three names, all homegrown talent for this team. So I like what the Brewers have done as an organization. I like what the Cardinals have done as an organization. Those two teams right there kind of set the standard. And I think the St. Louis Cardinals have kind of always set that standard as to what a really good baseball organization will do, because it's not just about how much money you spend. And I say this all the time. It's not about how much money you spend. It's about how you spend the money that you do spend. And it's about how you develop your talent. It's about how you develop your farm system, pieces you have to come up. It's been the biggest difference between them and teams like the Cubs, because you look at the Chicago Cubs, and right now they have all of this pitching, all of this, the whole rotation is hurt basically, and they've got nobody in the minor leagues to bring up to take the place. So that's been the biggest difference. And I think that when you look at teams like the Brewers and the Cardinals, you're looking at two model organizations in which you hope that your team can adapt to and take on kind of like what they do.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that sentiment at all. I mean, although I will give credit where credit is due, Ben Brown has been amazing for the Cubs. Getting insert of the rotation, and I mean, he's not been shut down, but he has definitely exceeded expectations to say the least. And Javier Assad has been that guy, kind of a jack of all trades, whether as a reliever, short relief, long relief, getting insert of the rotation. He has had some bright and shiny moments as well. The problem with the Cubs right now is they can't hit the damn baseball. It's just contagious. Outside of PCA, the entire team, for the most part, is slumping. And they were the hottest hitting team in Major League Baseball for the better part of middle of April all the way to middle of May. And now they're just, they packed up and relocated to Siberia. They've been that bad. So, look, the Brewers have no weaknesses. They got a strong bullpen. They're probably going to be maybe buyers at the deadline, though they may not need anybody as long as their bodies stay healthy. They are the team to beat in the NL Central and one of the teams to beat in the National League overall. Wouldn't remotely surprise me if this homegrown team represents in the World Series this year. Kind of crazy. By the way, chorizo, always the ultimate costume sausage. Just a matter of preference. All right, let's go.
You made me
to
vomit
Tariq
just a little
Skubal.
bit there with the Brewers in the World Series. Just the thought of the Brewers in the World Series makes my stomach turn.
I thought maybe it was my reference to chorizo, which you cannot deny. Chorizos are delicious, and the sombrero as a costume sausage is just, I'm undefeated. Ridiculous. Always bet on chorizo live when watching Brewers games. That it's not even called Miller Park anymore, but it's always Miller Park in my mind. All right, we gotta pivot. I want to talk to Tariq Skubal real quick because he returned the Tigers rotation and hit nearly 100 miles per hour in his return, 99.9, just weeks after having floating bodies removed from his throwing elbow, a procedure that usually takes like months long to recover from. So unique procedure, getting it done and getting back this quickly. The guy's got Wolverine blood, I think, pumping through the veins, given how short that recovery time frame really was. On 80 pitches against the Guardians, Skubal went 4 2/3 innings. And not a ton of work, but still, he's just getting his feet wet again, getting reacclimated. And only gave up 5 hits, 2 earned runs, and a walk. Struck out 4. He did get the loss in that game, but his return was nothing shy of extraordinary. Tigers right now are 9.5 games out of the NL Central. Are they going to be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline? We're going to find out. Are they able to catch the Guardians? We're going to have some news on them coming up in the next segment. Or the White Sox, who just continue to win, even with Murakami on the IL. Here's the good news for the Tigers. You look here in the month of June. Decent sample size at this point, as we're smack dab in the middle of the month. They are number 3 in WRC plus this month, and they're number 2 in team-wide ERA at 3.43. They are going to be in the conversation. They are going to make a run, in my estimation, still 9.5 games out, whether it's the Guardians or the White Sox that they are chasing. We were talking about maybe they're going to wheel and deal Tariq Skubal at the deadline. Probably not anymore. I know there's, the contract questions that are tied to him, or they, willing to back up the truck, yada, yada, yada. But they could be buyers now that they have their ace back and the bats are absolutely on fire. Brandon, am I crazy to think the Tigers get off the schneid and vie for maybe a divisional title and a playoff berth this year?
I think it's crazy, and here's why. I think Tariq Skubal's a Tiger after the trade deadline. I think that at some point, regardless of how well they're doing, I don't even care if they come back and they're in first place. I think they still trade Tariq Skubal because I think they showed this offseason with the signing of Framber Valdez while they forced Tariq Skubal to go through arbitration and win his arbitration case. And then they signed Framber Valdez to a multi-year big dollar deal. I think that showed you that they're not going to sign Tariq Skubal. They're not going to pay him the money that he's going to command on the open market. So they were okay with losing him. They're going to be okay with losing him, but they need to get something for him. And in order to do that, you're going to have to trade him by the deadline because he's a free agent at the end of the season. So I think that they trade Tariq Skubal. So I don't think that they're in it. And to be honest with you, I know this is hard to believe, and I'll tell you right now, in February, I would have never thought that we'd be talking about this in the middle of June. I don't think the White Sox are going away. I think this White Sox team is good. I think they can pitch. I think they can hit. I think their entire lineup is capable of continuing what they've done all year long, which is hit home runs in timely fashion and hit the ball in all areas of the ballpark. They spray the ball around well. This team can flat out hit. They can flat out pitch. Their bullpen, which I didn't think was going to be great, has been pretty damn good. And they've been able to hold down the fort. They've been able to hold the leads when they get them. They're not blowing a ton of leads. This team can play ball. They just took 4 out of 5 against the Braves and the Dodgers. This team is not going away anytime soon. This team is good. And if you would have told me in February or March that in the middle of June we'll be talking about what's wrong with the Cubs and the White Sox being in first place and the best baseball team in Chicago, I would have told you were nuts.
Yeah, I would have told you were drunk as well, but, we got to call it like it is. The White Sox are for real. They're the real deal Holyfield, to say the least. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight, but you know what we're not done doing? Talking baseball, and we're going to stick in the AL Central when we come back because a massive star suffered a devastating injury. What are going to be the impacts in Cleveland? Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Jalen Brunson is the greatest Nick ever, of my lifetime at least. And I'll say, I'm not alive in the 70s when Walt Clyde Frazier's leading the Knicks to 2 championships. So if you are of a certain age and you want to make the case it's Walt Clyde Frazier, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not alive during that time. What I can tell you, Jalen Brunson is indisputably the greatest Knick of my lifetime. And it's not a discredit to the great Patrick Ewing, whom I love. And your heart breaks when you see Ewing after the game celebrating that he could. My heart breaks, at least. Watching Patrick Ewing celebrate the Knicks winning a championship and he couldn't get it done as a player. It sucks. And it's not to take away from Pat, just that he didn't win and Brunson did. And that's all there is to it. NBA Finals closeout game. Do you understand this? Closeout game on the road, NBA Finals against this. This is not like James Harden, living, breathing traffic cone guarding Jalen Brunson defensively. This is the San Antonio Spurs sending waves of young wings, and here's alien 8 foot tall, and you can't teach that. Victor Wembanyama waiting. And he shredded them, and he sliced them, and he diced them, and he eviscerated them, and he obliterated them, and he led the Knicks to a championship. 45 of 94 points. On Saturday night, Jalen Brunson was 7-1-8 Michael Jordan. 2-1-2 Michael Jordan. New York City's Michael Jordan. Gotham's Michael Jordan. Knicks fans, Michael Jordan. That was Jordan-esque. It felt like a 90s NBA Finals game. 94-90 final score. And Brunson scored 45 of the 90 in a closeout game on the road. It's unbelievable. Do you understand what we witnessed? The magnitude of it? And I've been right about a lot on this run. I'll tell you something I was dead wrong on. And it was while I was being right about something, which makes me sound like I'm crediting myself. I'm just telling the truth. I wanted the Knicks to fire Tom Thibodeau and hire Mike Brown. I was right. Mike Brown led them to a championship. Tom Thibodeau, I don't think, would have been able to. One of the reasons why is because I hated the way that the offense would stagnate under Thibodeau. And it turned into too much Brunson hero ball. And what I would continually say on and off air, on this show or to my friends or my family, Jalen Brunson's a great player. And no one's going to disagree with that. I'm not going to say otherwise. I know he's a great player. But he's not Kobe Bryant. He's not Michael Jordan. where I want him shooting every shot in the clutch and dribbling the basketball, and it's just iso ball one-on-one. I was wrong, because that's what this was. And the shot that will go down in history for Brunson, the shot that will go down in history is OG Anunoby's tipping, obviously, in Game 4. There should be a statue. I'm sure there will be a statue outside the Garden of it. It's Jalen Brunson, 6.5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Spurs up 83-77. And in that moment, does anyone think the Knicks are not going to win the championship? I felt like they were going to. And Brunson has the ball by the three-point line. And Wembanyama's on him. And Mike Breen brilliantly sets the stage. And he goes, Wemby on Brunson, the two stars. Victor Wembanyama, not figuratively, literally, is 1.5 feet taller than Jalen Brunson. And Brunson, using his guile and his guts and his smarts and his instinct and a little bit of physicality, bumping his back into Wemby, getting Wemby off him just a smidge to lay it in. Just the ball just escaping the pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. 83-79. Chef's kiss. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Put him on Mount Rushmore. New York sports athlete. Brunson, Eli, Messier, Jeter. At least in my lifetime. Greatest Knick ever.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
That's right. And not only are the bets big, but the two guys talking about them, very handsome. Make sure you're checking us out on the screen. Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez hanging out with you guys. BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. Shout out to everybody that's been hitting us up on the text lines, man. From the 541, says, can we all agree that the best thing that happened in the series for the Knicks is that De'Aaron Fox got healthy before the finals? I think he edged out Alvarado for sixth man of the series. I mean, De'Aaron Fox, it was almost like he was trying to shoot himself out the series, but I guess that's one way to look at it, right, Brad?
Yeah, I think that's a definitely a way to twist the dagger way of looking at it with De'Aaron Fox. Man, he was bad. I think his days in San Antonio, my friend, very much numbered.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the case there. And you got to shout out Jose Alvarado, my Boricua brother. It's always good when you see a big Puerto Rican flag, Brad, hanging in the background, draped over someone's shoulders when they win a championship. It's not just the Super Bowl that you see Bad Bunny at. You get Jose Alvarado and the New York Knicks as well. Another text message coming in from the 240 said Spurs can't beat OKC fully healthy, so don't waste your money. Of course, talking about Jalen Williams right there. The Spurs played much on the perimeter. That's the same reason they lost and don't have a guy that can get a bucket to stop a run. And please stop saying the Spurs are young. That wasn't the case when they beat OKC. Y'all labeled them a dynasty in the making. Adrian from Maryland. I think there's no doubt about that. I think everyone can still agree, whether it's Max Kellerman, whether it's Brad Evans, whether it's myself. There's going to be, you're going to have to get through Wemby at some point, whether it's the Western Conference Finals, the finals, or somewhere in the playoffs. You're going to have to get through Wemby if you want a championship in the next several years.
Yeah, look, they have that dynastic quality to them because of Wemby, because of Dylan Harper that you and I talked about earlier, and his, rising star that he possesses. This team is going to be a force to reckon with for years to come, barring major injury, to say the least. So let's let it simmer, folks. There's no reason to write San Antonio off, and yeah, we might have been a little bit premature that dynasty, yada yada yada. Got to win that first one. But when they do, they raise that banner, they get that ring, they get the trophy that Larry O'Brien added to the case. People will be throwing that D word around in Dynasty. And I think, honestly, it'll probably eventually apply to one of the best organizations in the NBA.
Yeah, they'll find a way to put some talent around Victor Wembanyama, at least the proper talent. But we'll get a chance to talk more about the NBA and what happened in the finals over the weekend in just a bit. But I do want to get an opportunity to talk about some Major League Baseball. Of course, Brad teased it before we went to break. Jose Ramirez out with I called it a hamate fracture, but I've been told, Brad, that's not what it is, right? What's it called again?
It's a hamate. It's a hamate bone fracture. Sounds delicious.
Yeah. The neck bone's connected to the hamate bone in that one. All right, you're looking at the Guardians. Obviously, the White Sox, my White Sox, I'm a huge White Sox fan. You see the hats in the corner over here. Obviously, the White Sox don't need an injury to Jose Ramirez to kind of find some newfound confidence in them. But when you're thinking about the Guardians, right, to have had the White Sox kind of leapfrog you for a moment when you're supposed to be the team, of the year, and then Jose Ramirez goes down with the hamate fracture, what do you think it does psychologically to their team?
Well, he's the heart and soul of this organization, especially offensively. Jose Ramirez, in my estimation, is irreplaceable. And, maybe Cleveland, we're going to have to go out and see how long the duration of this injury is. Early reports are we're going to have an official timetable, or maybe as early as tomorrow from the organization, is that he could be gone through most, if not all, of July. So it doesn't sound like it's going to be season ending, but he is going to miss that key stretch of games. So do they have the personnel currently on roster so that they can bring up the minors and not really skip a beat? It's, again, ginormous shoes to fill there with Jose Ramirez. They're deadlocked right now with your beloved Chicago White Sox in the standings. I think they're a really good team. I think this pitching staff is underappreciated. Gavin Williams is a sleeper, a dark horse for the AL Cy Young. We're going to have more on that coming up in our multi-sport multiple choice here in the next segment. I don't think Cleveland is just going to lay down and die by any stretch of the imagination. But as I talked about the last segment, Gabe, with Detroit getting healthy and getting their ace back on the hill, unbelievably so, and Tariq Skubal and his rapid recovery from the loose bodies that were moved in his throwing elbow, and Detroit's bats really heating up right now, they're about to go on a run. So Cleveland is on notice, and they're a team that, could maybe fall by the wayside a little bit. I don't know if they're going to fall behind Minnesota, but if I am handicapping it right now, yes, I agree. And I'm not saying this because I'm 2 hours south of the Chicagoland area in Champaign, Illinois. I think the White Sox are the team to beat right now in this division with Ramirez out. And I think the Tigers are going to be, potentially right there in the end when it's all said and done. So we're going to have to wait and see what the official timetable is with Jose Ramirez. But this is an enormous, enormous injury. And they just have no easy fill at all for one of the best bats in baseball.
Yeah, you feel bad for the Cleveland fans, right? I mean, they've been trying to find themselves a winner for a bit now. And then you have a weak AL Central, and you feel like the moment is now. And regardless of how much I love my Chicago White Sox, you got to take advantage of opportunities like this. And with Terry Skubal out, Detroit not playing up to their potential after making all the moves that they did. Again, you have to jump on opportunities, not just to win the AL Central, right, Brad? It's like to get to the playoffs. If you're a baseball aficionado, you love baseball, you understand just get into just get into the dance. That's good enough because why? You never know what could happen. If you have two starters, that's all you need, right? That you can piggyback off of. And of course, if you can get that, that's what you need. But the Cleveland Guardians aren't going to be able to replace Jose Ramirez. You're talking about a guy, obviously, having a down year in comparison to Jose Ramirez numbers. But overall, it's what it does to your team, knowing that in a given moment, if you need the long ball, in a given moment, you need a base hit, whatever it is, when he's up to the bat, he can come through in those situations. So it is about plucking from your minor league system, right? Especially on a squad where it's hard to leapfrog guys. Now you get an opportunity to play one, if not two, of your young stars in minor leagues and see which one can come out on top and contribute. Because, Brad, any playoff run is going to need some young guys to step up, and they get opportunities like this during the season, and hopefully they can do that. I have a question for you when it comes to a deadline. Obviously, you're in Champaign, you're close to the Midwest, you know what kind of impact it'll make for a city like Cleveland. How close or far do you think they need to be to make a move or not make a move? Like, will they be that desperate? Or if Jose Ramirez is out for a stint, the hamate injury obviously sucks a little bit of your power out of you. So do you think they'll still make a deal if they're close enough, or do you think they'll just hold off and wait for Jose?
Well, I think they're going to hold off, at least right now, and wait for Jose Ramirez to get back and healthy. Again, it doesn't sound like it's going to be season ending. And again, he could be possibly back, early indication, sometime in late July. Again, we're going to find out what the official timetable is sometime this week. But let's say it's a worst case scenario. Let's say he's out the entire month of July. Are they going to make a move then at the deadline? If he is, making strides and the right inroads to get back in uniform in early August, I think you just stay the course and you weather the storm, and you hope you're only like 5, 6, 7 games out with a couple of months to play. Then you can go on a run. I think the biggest issue right now for Cleveland is collectively the pitching staff. I mentioned Gavin Williams has been awesome. Again, as I said, definitely in the conversation, dark horse runner for the AL Cy Young Award. But as a unit, 4.78 ERA here in the month of June. That's no bueno. They're number 22 in Major League Baseball in that category. So they got to improve with the staff. If the pitching can step up, the Stephen Kwans and DeLauders of the world can fill the void of Jose Ramirez, who, you're right, has been hitting light by comparison to previous seasons that he's put together. They could, at least stay within striking distance, whoever is at the top of the standings, or it's the White Sox, the Tigers, the Twins, or somebody else. So I think ultimately, push comes to shove, they don't make a major move to get a third baseman. Maybe they get somebody for depth, but I don't think they're going to try to trade for a superstar and give up some of their future prospects that could be centerpieces of this organization for years to come.
Hopefully there's one less hand in the bucket for the Chicago White Sox to get one of the arms that they need if Cleveland's not going to be in there. He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. Brad, when we're talking about the AL Central and what the odds look like currently, Guardians, according to BetMGM, Guardians sitting at minus 145, White Sox at plus 210, Tigers at plus 850. I like long odds. Yeah, I love long odds. I love making money that way. You mentioned the Tigers obviously playing a little bit better, getting some of their arms back. What is your unit distribution when you're looking at the AL Central and what those odds look like to you?
I like the plus money tie of the White Sox as well. I mean, that's downright attractive. I mean, that team has gotten surprisingly good starting pitching. The back of the rotation is a little bit sketchy. The bullpen can at times be a little bit sketchy, but I think they've exceeded expectations. And with all the big boppers in that offensive lineup, I mean, they got guys that just smack the ball out of the park. Their OPS is off the charts, and that's without Murakami on the field last 10 to 14 days. And when they get it back in the lineup, it's going to be all systems go. So the Tigers are really muy interesante, to say the least, at nearly 9-1 odds. I made a little sprinkle there, but the White Sox are greater than 2-1. That is the ticket that I want to grasp and have in my collection, to say the least.
It's so unreal when you're thinking about a team. You mentioned over the last 13 games, 8-5 without Murakami. And this is a guy obviously sitting at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to home runs in Major League Baseball. But it just goes to show you that the team, although built on power, is not just depending on a guy like Murakami. And you're right, 2-1. I should be jumping all over that. But you know what? As a fan, it's just like you don't want to jinx whatever it is they got going on. But I do feel in the moment, right? When I'm on Chicago Sports Network, talking about the Chicago White Sox. At the beginning of the season, it was more of a feel-good story, right? Here's a team that is playing above their heads a bit, started off bad with a series in Miami and Tampa. Then all of a sudden, they started to figure it out. Bats started to work. And now you're at a point, Brad, where it's almost like you're saying, at 2-1, I don't know. The White Sox really do have a chance to win the AL Central, and laying down 2-1 isn't a bad bet.
No, it's not. And it's utterly outlandish that we're having this conversation as deep as we are in the month of June. This is just how extraordinary the Southsiders have been this year. A lot of people are just like, boo, Jerry Reiser, boo, this organization, boo, they're never going to get back on track. But, man, they have flipped the script in a snap of a finger, 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. It is utterly amazing what they have been able to achieve. And we were going on about how the Cubs were just kicking ass and they were awesome. They were inevitably going to win the NL Central. They were the team of Chicago. They were the team that was on all the hot dogs, mustard only, fools. If you put that Commodus sauce on a tube meat, I will find you and hunt you down. But the White Sox have done it right, man. I mean, again, they're just blowing my mind how consistently good they are. It's because of the big boppers they have in that lineup. Every single time, Colson Montgomery steps into the dish, whether it's Murakami when he's healthy or somebody else. They're having guys split a gap, eclipse the fence. They just keep plating dudes. And when you score runs, you can overachieve and exceed all the expectations of the world, no matter how average your pitching staff is. And they have an ace on that hill. And I'm going to share why he is a dark horse in the AL Cy Young race coming up in the next segment. Oh, Gabe, that's what you call a tease in the business.
I love some Davis Martin talk. Can't get away from that. And, of course, anytime we can get some White Sox chatter in, I'm all in for it. All right, he's Brad Evans. I am Gabe Ramirez. Coming up on the other side, we will talk some potential Cy Young winners and a bunch of other sports bets you should be making with our multi-sport, multiple choice competition coming up next. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One.
I cannot remember in all the years that I've been watching sports, a championship team, a team that has won it all, that has been hated on more than this New York Knicks team. And we collectively, all of us, and some of you, so not all of you, but some of you out there, some of you should be, you know what? I was going to say embarrassed, and you should be ashamed. You should feel shame in this moment, but I actually respect you because you have taken hating to the next level. You are wearing the scarlet letter H, and the H stands for hate. Because even in this moment now, days after Brunson wins Finals MVP, days after the New York Knicks complete one of the most dominant postseason runs in the history of the NBA and in the history of sports, you still can't credit them. You still think, who did this team beat? Not an all-time team. You still say it. It's unbelievable. This is like I have been telling you, like the sun goes down at night, and I tell you the moment that nightfall hits, the moon's in the sky like a big pizza pie. And I tell you, tomorrow morning the sun's coming out, and you say, no, it's not. No, it won't. And I keep telling you, as morning approaches, as dawn draws closer, I keep telling you, sun's going to come out tomorrow or today. And you keep saying, no, it won't. Sun's not going to come out. I don't believe it. And then light starts to break through. And slowly, that big yellow ball floating in the air. The weather gets warmer and everything gets lighter. And you see the sun, and I say to you, I told you the sun was going to come out. And you say, no, it's not. It's not there. You're a Knicks hater right now. That's you. The sun came out today, and the New York Knicks are an all-time team. 16-3 run in the postseason. The third team in NBA history to achieve a mark of 16-3 or better en route to a championship. Best point differential ever in an NBA playoffs, plus 283. But yeah, you're right, didn't beat anybody. All good. Best point differential ever. Oh, but who did they play? Are you kidding? You still can't say it? Can't you admit it's a you problem? It's not a Knicks problem. It's not a Brunson problem. It's not a Hawks problem. It's not a Sixers problem. It's not a James Harden or a Kenny Atkinson or a Cleveland Cavaliers problem. It's not a Mitch Johnson or a Victor Wembanyama problem. It's a you problem. You're a hater. You hate New York. You hate the Knicks. You hate giving anyone else credit. You can't do it. And you still won't, some of you. Isn't that amazing? Isn't it amazing, Susan? Isn't it amazing? Best point differential ever. All 4 closeout wins on the road. 13-game win streak along the way. And you still won't give them credit. What the hell is wrong with you? That you can't just say it. Say it. Say this is one of the greatest runs ever. Say this is an all-time team. Say it. Not because I want to hear it. Say it because it's true. Tell the truth. Put your big boy or big girl pants on, look in the mirror, and admit what everyone knows is true deep down in their hearts and sports fan souls. That this is one of the great runs we've ever seen. Period.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
And an opportunity for you to fade or follow. But you should probably fade more often than not. It's Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM Tonight, brought to you by Westwood One. And, you know, we can't just talk sports all night long. We got to give out some bets and who we think are our favorites. So we get the opportunity to play multi-sport, multiple choice. Brad and I get a chance to pick who we think is a favorite for the question. Who's dishing out the question? None other than our producer, Brandon Combs.
All right, boys, it is time for some multiple choice. Let's start here. Let's start with a conversation we've had quite a bit on this show already. Let's start with the Cy Young Award, but let's go to the American League. We already talked National League. The American League Cy Young race is fairly wide open as we approach the midway point of the season. Who wins this award? Is it A, Dylan Cease of the Blue Jays at plus 275, B, Cam Schlittler of the New York Yankees, be careful saying that name 5 times fast, plus 180, C, Gavin Williams of the Cleveland Guardians at plus 1200, D, Jacob deGrom of the Texas Rangers at plus 700, E, Brian Wu of the Seattle Mariners at plus 1800, or F, someone else. Gabe?
You know, my White Sox fandom wants to throw Dylan Cease in there, but you know, for one reason or another, he's just a little tad bit inconsistent for me in the big moments, and I would like him to be a little bit more locked down. So I'm going to go with Cam Schlittler. And no, I will not say that 5 times fast. I think he has the profile of a Cy Young candidate, right? He has elite run prevention, and I think that's the most important when you're talking about Cy Young candidate who can shut down the opposing team and their best hitters. Obviously, he has strong underlying numbers as well. The ERA is at 2.78. They're projecting him out, his K rate to be right around 171 when, you know, looking at those numbers over the course of the last several decades, it usually stands out with guys that are sitting at the Cy Young mark. I think you're also playing on a team with a lot of eyes on it, and we know how effective that could be. You know, if the Yankees can continue to play well, Aaron Judge comes back. I mean, you're looking at a squad that you got to point to an ace. You got to point to a guy who's doing it, and at plus 180, he's still getting some good money. Obviously, health is always a factor. So I would say Cam Schlittler in this one.
I'm going to go off the board, and I tell you what, Gabe, try to keep your pants on when I say this. I'm going to go have someone else, and that someone else being Davis Martin of the Chicago White Sox. And again, I'm not a White Sox fan, but you just look at the numbers, and he is an extraordinary value right now at 22-1. Yes, Davis Martin of the Chicago White Sox to win the American League Cy Young. He's 9-2 on the season. Itsy bitsy 2.41 ERAs, number 4 in total WAR among starting pitchers. That's wins above replacement. An outstanding K per 9 north of 9, a walks per 9 south of 2. 1.36 ground ball to fly ball ratio, gets a lot of ground ball outs and weak contact. Let's say Davis Martin wins 20, 21, 22 games this season. The White Sox do take that division. They're the surprise sensations, the darlings of Major League Baseball.
I'm crying. Stop it, Brad. I'm
22-1.
crying.
Give me
I'm
Davis
crying.
Martin.
Stop it. I can't even take it anymore.
Davis Martin.
Look,
I love it.
I love that call. I told you in the last segment that I thought that the White Sox were not going away. I think they're going to win this division. I think that they are the best team in Chicago right now, and they are fun to watch. I like to pick a Davis Martin, but since Pat's not here, I'm actually going to agree with Gabe, and I'm going to go with Cam Schlittler. I will never say this while Pat is here. While Pat is listening,
hilarious.
I will never take a Yankee, but Cam Schlittler just looks like he's the real deal, and it looks like he's not going away anytime soon. And we all know the voters have that East Coast bias. So I think Cam Schlittler is probably the play there. All right, let's go to this next one. What is the most likely final NL Central standing for the Cubs come October? Oh, God. Is it A, first place, B, second place, C, third place, D, fourth, E, fifth place? Brad, what say you?
Definitely not going to be fifth. Otherwise, just bury me and kill me now. Like it's over. I think the Cubs. I think the Cubs are going to be able to, right the ship somewhat. Maybe they wheel and deal, get a couple of arms to bolster that pitching staff, especially that bullpen. They're starting to get healthier. When it comes to starting rotation, we'll see when certain assets are going to be back. Jameson Taillon, the latest. Now to suffer an injury. Hopefully Matthew Boyd can be back somewhat quickly. I'm going to say second. They're not going to catch Milwaukee, but my God, for the sake of my soul, for the love of my sanity, you have to best the St. Louis Cardinals. Otherwise, I'm going to hear from my friends for the rest of my life. Save me now.
Oh, somebody save Brad, but unfortunately, Brad, I don't know. I am going to agree with you, though. I am going to say second. It's tough, right? You said it a second ago. This is a Cubs team where over the last couple of seasons, they were supposed to win the NL Central. And some team seems to leapfrog them. And of course, obviously the Milwaukee Brewers, whether they lose Craig Counsell, whether they lose 2 of their starting rotation pitchers, they still find a way to come out on top. It reminds me of the Twins of the 2010s or the 2000s for the White Sox. But yeah, it is going to be second place. But the hope is this. I think the place doesn't matter. I think it's whether or not they sneak into the playoffs. Because if you end up second and you miss it for whatever reason, that one's going to hurt more than anything else. But yes, you want them to find the way to get in there. But it's just, you're talking about pitching. How sad is it that you're looking at a guy like Jameson Taillon to come and save you, right? It's unfortunate that who they have on the roster hasn't necessarily been there. Shota Managa pitching well in that situation, or Cabrera being a guy. Obviously, the first start back after the injury wasn't the best, but they just need to outscore teams, guys. Whether you're Brandon, whether you're Brad, the Cubs need to win 10-6 every single game, and then they might be in a better position to win something. And then they don't got to worry about their pitching over there. All right, that was
Gabe,
your.
I don't.
Yeah, tell me.
That's why I don't think that they need to. I don't think that they need to finish second or third. I think they need to finish out of the playoffs. You need to get Jed Hoyer out of Chicago. I think that's what you need to start the process with, because regardless if they get into the playoffs, they don't have a pitching rotation that could be successful in the playoffs. And he hasn't built a roster since he's been by himself. He hasn't built a roster on the north side that's been sustainable. He hasn't built a roster on the north side that's been successful. Gives out bad contract after bad contract. He's terrible here in Chicago. And even as a Cubs fan, I'd rather miss the playoffs than make it and just get swept out of them.
Oh, man. That just lets you know that the World Series is a little bit further away from Cubs fans' hands than they expected at the beginning of the season. All right, well, you know what? I'm going to take you out of your misery. No more Cubs talk. We're doing NFL. There's a team in the Cincinnati Bengals that should be riding the ship. We'll wonder if they get in their three-point stance and get things right. Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez, BetMGM tonight. We got more on the other side on Westwood One.
I can't help but feel terrible for Dante DiVincenzo, who's one of your former players, right, at Villanova, who was on this Knicks team. And look, like, as a Knicks, like, you can't criticize the trade because Karl Anthony Towns helps them win a championship. Knicks fans, including me, Coach, I know you know this, right? Loved Dante. Like, he was a great Knick. He blows out as a kid. It's brutal, and he watches his team win the championship. So I know this is way worse for you than it is for a Knicks fan. You coached him. You're way closer to him than we are. Just have you talked to Dante? How do you feel for Dante in this moment with the Knicks having won and him on Minnesota?
No, you're exactly right, and Dante was the beginning of Leon Rose's brilliance to not just bring in Villanova guys, but bring in guys that fit as a team and that played for each other and didn't care about individual accolades. OG is perfect that way. He is an amazing teammate, and it's why Leon Rose went out and got Karl Anthony Towns, but it's why Leon got Dante DiVincenzo before that. And Alex Rodriguez is a friend of mine. When Dante was leaving, when he was a free agent with Golden State, Alex Rodriguez tried to get him at that time with Minnesota. He wanted him that year. But Dante came to the Knicks to be a part of what Leon was building. And Leon knew Dante's the same kind of guy as Cat, as OG, as Mikhail. Like, he'll do anything to win. And Alex Rodriguez knew that. So when they made the deal for Karl Anthony Towns, they weren't going to make that deal unless they got Dante. And it was brutal, I know, on Leon Rose. It was brutal on Josh and Jalen. It killed them. And I know all of us, Jalen, Josh, Mikhail included, all of us feel for him. Now, the good thing is he does have a ring. He's got a ring from Milwaukee. So we do love him like a brother, and we all feel for him. And, I texted him immediately after the game that you set the foundation, as Tibbs did too, for what this team is today.
What do you say now to the haters? Brunson said, I haven't responded to them yet. I'm certainly not going to respond to them now. Coach, if I asked you to be honest and asked you to respond to all the Jalen Brunson haters, what would you say to them today? You know what? Honestly, it's one of the things we all talked about, and I know Jalen's parents raised him the same way. He never held any grudge against any of those people. And you can see it, some of those people are on air TV personalities, and he still is respectful of them and enjoys a friendship with them. But what he does, which is really a high level of emotional intelligence, is he uses that to his advantage, and he knows that inspires him, and he knows it actually helps him against his opponent. Like he understands that one of his advantages is that his opponents somehow in a small way underestimate him. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. He's going to have a new challenge to take on, but he really does not hold a grudge. Like they say he's too small, he's too slow, he's not athletic enough. It's not wrong, but what's wrong is that isn't going to prevent him from being the champion. It's actually going to be something he uses to his advantage against his opponents.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And we are lighting up the sky. Brad Evans and myself, Gabe Ramirez, here on BetMGM Tonight, giving you little tidbits here. Maybe it's a Cy Young sleeper that you could put some money on, or maybe in a little bit we'll let you know the win total for the Cincinnati Bengals as we switch over to the NFL. Of course, we're calling this the Bengals 3-point stance. The Bengals have made a ton of key additions as well as some subtractions. But I'm curious, Brad, just your take on the team as a whole and where you see this is a team that obviously has gone through some turmoil over the last couple of seasons. Last year, people were obviously concerned with Jamar Chase and what his productivity was going to be with obviously Joe Burrow going down. Chase Brown didn't necessarily live up to the hype at the early parts of the season in terms of fantasy value. But when you're looking at this squad, do you see them as someone that can bounce back and really find themselves with the upper echelon of the AFC? Or do you think it's going to be more or less of the same?
No, I think they have a ton of upside this season. I think they're actually going to deliver and tap into it if, and I think it's a giant if, the offensive line exceeds expectations. Right now, a lot of projections have this offensive line, which has been a major weakness of the organization for the better part. It seems like it lasts like 5-6 years. My friends at ESPN and Mike Clay has them projected to be the second worst offensive line in the NFL. If they live down to that expectation, Joe Burrow's probably going to get swarmed under again, and God forbid, hopefully he's not going to succumb to a major injury. Chase Brown is going to be difficult to find breathing room to run. This offense is just predicated on pocket time for Burrow. Yes, he's a mobile guy. Yes, he can shimmy and shake and shift around in that offensive backfield. He can, alleviate some of the pressure by dumping the ball off to Chase Brown, who is got some tacky fingers, to say the least. The pride of ILL. I'm always getting down a little Chase Brown here on BetMGM Tonight. Yeah, that's right. I. But I mean, this offense, when firing on all cylinders, man, they hum. You have arguably the best wide receiver in the NFL game in Jamar Chase. You have an extraordinary WR2 in T. Higgins. Andre Yoshivas, a guy operating at the slot, is a long drink of water, big body guy, a prime red zone target. You don't have the greatest tight end there in Mike Gesicki, who's more or less a glorified slot in his own right. But Chase Brown's a guy capable of catching 60, 70 balls in a season. And Burrow can get back to possibly being that 35, 40 touchdown passer of yesteryear. What's different for this Bengals team that we've seen in previous iterations, Gabe, as it looks like right now on paper, and we're assuming that everything comes together quite nicely and they click and they can stay healthy. This defense is competent. And that's the key phrase here, competent, because they were grossly incompetent for the better part of the last 4 or 5 years. Back end, front end, didn't matter. Now you get Dexter Lawrence coming in from the mix, coming over from the Giants, where he was not a happy camper. He is a pocket disruptor extraordinaire, a guy that can wrap up a lot of dudes in the ground game as well. They made other key investments in linebacker core, other key investments on the back end. And Gabe, too, they have one of the easiest strength of schedule of any NFL franchise. Second easiest strength of schedule overall. When push comes to shove and the dust settles on this upcoming season this fall, I think the Cincinnati Bengals going to be right there in the conversation with the Steelers, right there in the conversation with the Baltimore Ravens to take this division. Do not sleep on Cincinnati, provided the offensive line isn't a sieve.
It's so crazy, Brad, right? That has been their issue for how many seasons now? Offensive line, you would think after 4 or 5 that they'd be able to fix it at some point. But you're absolutely right. The reason why the Cincinnati Bengals have a ceiling to begin with is because of the offense, which is led by Joe Burrow. You bring up, obviously, Jamar Chase, but of course you got T. Higgins on the outside as well, who obviously they're in love with, but you mentioned the additions on the defensive side. Dexter Lawrence, to be able to obviously replace, Hendrickson, a guy that you felt extremely happy with and wanted him to stay on the team. Things just didn't necessarily work out, but to be able to replace it immediately, you tell your team, right? The guys that are there in the locker room. You tell your star quarterback and you tell the coaching staff that, hey, we care about what's happening with this team and we want them to compete at the highest level. We don't believe in whatever is happening with Mike McCarthy and the Pittsburgh Steelers. We don't believe what's happening with the Baltimore Ravens and their new offensive coordinator and coaching staff that they have. They feel like the window of opportunity is here in the present. And obviously, when you have a bad season, right, the hope is that you're able to bounce back with the luxury of a schedule that is in your favor. You mentioned some of the additions on the team, right? Like in the backfield, like Brian Cook, Kyle Duggar. You mentioned Dexter Lawrence already, Jonathan Allen, but there's also some subtractions, right? The guys that are not there anymore. I mentioned Trey Hendrickson a second ago. Who do you feel like they're going to miss the most of those that have left and that might impact the team, the Cincinnati Bengals?
Well, it's got to be Trey Hendrickson. Obviously, when he is a guy that's bringing the A game, he's one of the most prolific and effective pass rushers in the entirety of the NFL. So, Boye Mafe is going to be a key cog on that defensive line. And he's certainly a guy that can be no slouch. We've seen it previously in his career with the Seattle Seahawks. He can really dial up the heat, intensify the pressure on the opposition's pockets. Now, is he going to do it to the level of a Trey Hendrickson during his heyday? No, he won't. But he is going to be at least an above-average pass rusher, and that's what you need. I mean, Dexter Lawrence is going to be the solid man in the middle on that defensive line. Yeah, Mafe coming off the edge. Got Jonathan Allen there as well. Those guys are going to bring the heat. And it's going to crank at times against some weak offensive lines, and that's what they have to have success and sustainability in winning games and competing in this division. So, look, I think they're going to be a fantastic collective. I think this, at a minimum, is going to be a top half overall defensive unit. That includes the back end where there's still a couple of question marks. Like, I love the moves that Cincinnati has made. They've been aggressive because we know they have one of the truly elite offenses in the NFL due to the brilliance of Joe Cool, the modern day version, that being Burrow and Jamar Chase. And of course, you mentioned T. Higgins and Chase Brown as well. So it's just all about that D. And that D is not going to be flaccid anymore. It's going to be rather formidable, to say the least. Let your mind wander, folks. Cincinnati is for real. They're going to win at least 10 games this year.
All right, well, I don't know how to follow that up right there, but I'm looking at Joe Burrow, and I got to ask you this, right? Speaking of not being flaccid in the least bit, what does Joe Burrow have to do in order to find himself in that MVP conversation, right? Is it as simply as winning your division, or is it more of a metrics game where he has to hit certain numbers?
Well, there is always an element to the metrics game, right? I mean, you got to have the data to back up what you're seeing visually. And, for him to be in the MVP conversation, he's probably got to minimally have at least 35 touchdown passes. Now, he's a guy that's more than capable, because he's done it before, throwing 40 TD passes in a single season. I think he's easily going to eclipse probably 4,100 total yards through the air. The biggest key, honestly, for Burrow is just staying healthy, man. And again, it goes back to my original point, the offensive line. Do your damn job. Okay, be upright, be rigid. Don't allow the defense to overwhelm and swarm your quarterback. If Burrow can avoid hard contact, have a lot of clean pockets, he is going to pick the opposition apart. So we'll see what comes together in training camp later this summer. But I'm cautiously optimistic, and I'm not a Bengals fan by any stretch of the imagination, that the offensive line will rise to the occasion, will be at least middle of the pack in pass protection and pass blocking. And if they achieve that feat, Joe Burrow's going to have a banner season and will be in the MVP conversation.
Now, we'll be talking, some player props for the season and maybe guys you should look out for in just a second from the Cincinnati Bengals squad. But I'm curious, when you're looking at this team, Brad, I know a lot of guys, their fantasy strategy is to get a lot of guys from, teams that have a lot of offensive firepower. Do you subscribe to that? Are you someone that preaches that? Like, hey, if you see a team like the Bengals, go get Chase Brown, go get Joe Burrow, go get, Jamar Chase or T. Higgins for that matter, if you can.
Gabe, this is a true story. I play in a 14-team league. We draft here at Casa de Evans every single August. It's an auction format. And I went all in. And when I'm talking all in, folks, I had Jamar Chase already on my roster as a keeper. I went extraordinarily high on Chase Brown in terms of money spent to acquire his services. And I broke the damn bank for Joe Burrow because of Superflex League, which means you could basically start 2 quarterbacks. So I was like, oh, you know what? I've got Jamar Chase. I got Chase Brown. I am going to stack that ass with Joe Burrow. So I paid out the nose to get Burrow on my team. And then, of course, he was felled by the major injury early in the season, and I was cooked. I think I won 4 games all year. It was one of the worst fantasy seasons I've had in a long time. I was the worst team in the league. There was a lot of shame and embarrassment. I might have to get a tattoo with somebody on my inner thigh. I'll let you decide as punishment. But it was a brutal year for me because that's how much I believed in this Cincinnati offense. Do I feel like I'm going to double down? Am I permanently burnt by what happened last year? Hell no, I'm not. Yes, I'm going to double down. I will quadruple down because Joe Burrow is not only gloriously handsome, I would kill to have the hair atop his head and the lovely ladies that are constantly surrounding him, but he's damn good at football. And he's got Jamar Chase. I'll go the extra $1. I'll go an extra $15. I don't give a damn. I'm fully bought in on this Bengals offense. Of course, I will stupidly build a fantasy roster around him again. Good luck to me. I'll be dead last in back-to-back years.
Your fantasy cohorts are listening right now, and and because it's auction, they're just simply gonna drive up the price on you, Brad, because they know what it is.
They will.
And
they're Gabe, and they're gonna know I'm gonna be half a bottle of tequila in before the first players even throw out. So I will stupidly just follow along.
Look, that's why they invite you to the league. You're the fun guy, Brad. It's not about anything else. You're the fun guy that's there. But this team. Right, you might want to lay some money and win your fantasy, however much you pay to get in your fantasy leagues. You might want to win it back if Joe Burrow could actually get that MVP and lay some odds on him. They'd have to start out fast. I mean, Buccaneers, Texans, Steelers, Jaguars, Dolphins, and then the bye week is how they kick it off. When think about that right there, just those 5 games: Buccaneers, Texans, Steelers, Jaguars, Dolphins before the bye week. What do you? I know obviously there's a tale of 2 seasons always, but in order for them to really be feeling good about what their future could look like this upcoming season, what do you think that record needs to be for those first 5 games?
3-2 before the bye week. If they're above 500, they got to feel pretty damn good because you got a road game at Houston. That's going to be a tough road to hoe. That's an elite defense and not the best defense in the AFC. The Steelers, always tough venue to play at. I don't know what they're calling it, agriculture. It's Heinz Field. It doesn't matter to me. Aaron Rodgers, I know Aaron Rodgers long in the tooth. He may be influenced by ayahuasca any given weekend, but the Steelers are still going to be highly competitive, to say the least, within that division. They got Jacksonville at home. Got to win that game. Jaguars are going to be contenders. In Miami, they're going to be the dregs of the cake. They're going to be bottom barrel in the basement in the AFC. So realistically, 3-2. You just got to start off with the right foot. Beat Tampa at home. Even if you drop the next couple of games, come back, get back on right track against the Jags, and then win in SoFly. Yeah, you got to feel pretty damn good going with the bye week, being above 500.
Yeah, being above 500, getting an opportunity to right the ship, especially obviously with guys getting back healthy, trying to get the defense to play at a high level. And if you really are to make a big run, not just at the division, but deep in the playoffs, it's a perfect time to have yourself a nice little bye week. All right, what I would like to do here is, give the people listening right now, of course, he's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez here on BetMGM tonight. Just want to give us some fantasy value. You know what's out there. So why don't we take a look at some of the guys because we know who you're going to draft. And although this might be their average draft position that you're going to tell us about, it's not going to coincide with where you're going to draft them because we know it's going to be much earlier. But let me know who you think on this team has some extreme fantasy value. I'll give you mine after yours, Brad.
Yeah, I'm going to get down with my guy, Chase Brown, trying to bury the bias because objectively as I can. He's RB9, 16.19 in terms of overall ADP. We're going to get him right now in a 12-team draft in the middle of round 2 on average. And I still think he could turn a tidy profit. I think he's a dark horse to be in competition for the RB1 of ones folks. Again, if that offensive line can over deliver, what I love about Brown is really proven his chops at a points per reception kind of format. And a guy projected, according to Mike Clay, ESPN, to catch 64 balls, also projected to have 10 combined touchdowns and over 1,500 total yards. He was a player last year that finished, inside the top 15 over the final 6-7 weeks of the season. He was, top 30 in yak per attempt. He was top 15 in total missed tackles force. Yes, he has the 6th hardest strength of schedule for a fantasy running back. But again, he is script agnostic. When they're playing ahead, he's going to get the ball in the belly and eat the clock. If they're playing from behind, he's got to catch a lot of balls in the process. I like guys who have that Swiss Army knife appeal, and Chase Brown certainly does. So ILL, Chase Brown, take my money. I will overspend for you in my auction league.
Yeah, and when you're looking at guys like Chase Brown, it's difficult to put 8 guys in the box when you have to go up against Joe Burrow and the weapons that he has on the outside. So Chase Brown, always a beneficiary there. And as you mentioned, if the offensive line isn't going to live up to their own hype, Chase Brown's going to be the beneficiary of that catches and passes out of the backfield. I'm going to go with T. Higgins for fantasy value. Here's why.
Nice.
Jamar Chase at some point throughout the season is going to find himself on the injury reserve. He's going to miss a couple of games, right? And then T. Higgins being wide receiver 2 to Jamar Chase is like the easiest job in the NFL, right? You're never going to get double teamed. If you want to go in the slot, you can. You want to get 80 catches for 900 yards and have it look like a piece of cake. That's what T. Higgins does throughout the course of the NFL season. The issue is always the touchdowns. Right? Can he get to the end zone? Can he give you some 6s, some big numbers in the middle of the season to get you those victories that you so desperately need? You know, the one where Chase Brown only got you a 5. You need T. Higgins to come up with a 25 in that position, right, Brad? You would have loved that last year if you had them all on the same team. Yeah. So I'm going to say T. Higgins, don't be afraid to grab him. I know it's not going to be the sexy one that you want, but when you're in that mid-3rd round and he's still looking at you, staring you in the eye, don't hesitate to go ahead and get a guy like T. Higgins. All right. What about player props? We did fantasy value. Brad, let's talk about player props and maybe some season bets that you can make with somebody from the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, Jamar Chase number is way too low. I'm going to take the over on 1,300.5 receiving yards. All PCA with a leadoff home run game. The Cubs up 1-0, baby. Yeah, Colorado sucks. I don't know if you guys realize this, especially then Michael Lorenzen. Anyway, I digress on Jamar Chase. A guy, should be easily able to eclipse this. He had over 1,400 yards in 2024 when he played nearly a full season. He's projected by Mike Clay to have over 1,500 yards this upcoming year. He is a targets hog. A guy got 11.6 targets per game last year. He's number 5 in total yards, number 2 in total yak. I know he only averaged 11.3 yards per catch, but it's all about the volume. Pump up the volume and dance. Jamar Chase, at a minimum, I can guarantee me, let's say even 15 games, I think he's got to nearly match what he did in 2024, and that was over 1,400 yards. All I need is 1301 a cash. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, no problems there, especially when he's going to get the targets that he commands, right? It's Jamar Chase. He's not one of these guys that's on a Caleb Williams-led team that might only get 6 or 7 targets because the ball's getting spread around to whoever's open. No, Jamar Chase is always open when Joe Burrow has the ball. And so 1,300, I love the over right there, especially, you're looking at a couple guys that do get over the 1,300 marker, Jamar Chase certainly being one of them. Kind of in the same, space. I like Joe Burrow's over on his touchdowns. I think I got it over at 33.5 right now. I think, like you said, this is going to be a year where he looks at it and says, I'm going to try my best to be healthy. I'm going to get rid of the ball. I'm not going to take these extra steps, take these extra hits. I'm going to press my offensive coordinator to make sure I got a guy back there chipping, whoever the tight end is, tight end to chip as well. Whatever it is, he's going to try to put max protection in certain moments. I like the 33.5. I think he has a big chip on the shoulder. And as you mentioned, with the nice hair and the gold chain with the turtleneck, yes, I wish I could wear something like that too in my years, but my beer belly doesn't allow for that, Brad. Doesn't allow for that. All right, last one. Over under 9.5 wins for the Cincinnati Bengals. What you got?
I'm taking the over, man. I know it's heavily juiced to minus 150, but count me in. They have the second easiest schedule projected, according to my Clay at ESPN. And again, with the improvements on defense, that dynamite offense, I'm cautiously optimistic. The offensive line is going to be play a lot better than people suspect. Bengals going to win 10 games. Bengals going to be in the conversation to take this division. Bank on it, baby. Give me the over. Again, they're winning double figures.
I love the Cincinnati Bengals, but I hate the 9.5 marker. And I know we expect them to have a bounce back season, but in the NFL, to go +4 in the win column, regardless if your team was injured or not, is extremely difficult, especially because we're not sure about the defense. So I think they might hover at that 9 win. You mentioned the Texans at the beginning of the season. They still have to go through the gauntlet that is the AFC North. I think it's just going to be extremely difficult. So I think 9 wins they should be proud of, right? Going from 6 to 9, and then hopefully they can sneak into the playoffs, find their way into a wild card, or maybe win the division with 9 wins. Who knows? But I think 9 is the way to go in that one. But hey, Joe Burrow, even if you get 9, who cares, right? Especially when you got the hair. Life's good if you're Joey B. All right, on the other side, we get an opportunity to do a little NFL stock report mini camp edition. Let you know which players are standing out on the gridiron. We'll do that on the other side. I'm Gabe Ramirez along with Brad Evans, and this is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One.
Jalen Brunson is the greatest Nick ever, of my lifetime at least. And I'll say, I'm not alive in the 70s when Walt Clyde Frazier's leading the Knicks to 2 championships. So if you are of a certain age and you want to make the case it's Walt Clyde Frazier, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not alive during that time. What I can tell you, Jalen Brunson is indisputably the greatest Knick of my lifetime. And it's not a discredit to the great Patrick Ewing, whom I love. And your heart breaks when you see Ewing after the game celebrating that he couldn't. My heart breaks, at least. Watching Patrick Ewing celebrate the Knicks winning a championship and he couldn't get it done as a player. It sucks. And it's not to take away from Pat, just that he didn't win and Brunson did. And that's all there is to it. NBA Finals closeout game. Do you understand this? Closeout game on the road, NBA Finals against this. This is not like James Harden, living, breathing traffic cone guarding Jalen Brunson defensively. This is the San Antonio Spurs sending waves of young wings, and here's alien 8 foot tall, and you can't teach that. Victor Wembanyama waiting. And he shredded them, and he sliced them, and he diced them, and he eviscerated them, and he obliterated them, and he led the Knicks to a championship. 45 of 94 points. On Saturday night, Jalen Brunson was 7-1-8 Michael Jordan. 2-1-2 Michael Jordan. New York City's Michael Jordan. Gotham's Michael Jordan. Knicks fans, Michael Jordan. That was Jordan-esque. It felt like a 90s NBA Finals game. 94-90 final score. And Brunson scored 45 of the 90 in a closeout game on the road. It's unbelievable. Do you understand what we witnessed? The magnitude of it? And I've been right about a lot on this run. I'll tell you something I was dead wrong on. And it was while I was being right about something, which makes me sound like I'm crediting myself. I'm just telling the truth. I wanted the Knicks to fire Tom Thibodeau and hire Mike Brown. I was right. Right? Mike Brown led them to a championship. Tom Thibodeau, I don't think, would have been able to. One of the reasons why is because I hated the way that the offense would stagnate under Thibodeau. And it turned into too much Brunson hero ball. And what I would continually say on and off air, on this show or to my friends or my family, Jalen Brunson's a great player. And no one's going to disagree with that. I'm not going to say otherwise. I know he's a great player. But he's not Kobe Bryant. He's not Michael Jordan, where I want him shooting every shot in the clutch and dribbling the basketball, and it's just iso ball one-on-one. I was wrong, because that's what this was. And the shot that will go down in history for Brunson, the shot that will go down in history is OG Anunoby's tip-in, obviously, in Game 4. There should be a statue. I'm sure there will be a statue outside the Garden of it. It's Jalen Brunson, 6.5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Spurs up 83-77. And in that moment, does anyone think the Knicks are not going to win the championship? I felt like they were going to. And Brunson has the ball by the three-point line. And Wembanyama's on him. And Mike Breen brilliantly sets the stage. And he goes, Wemby on Brunson, the two stars. Victor Wembanyama, not figuratively, literally, is 1.5 feet taller than Jalen Brunson. And Brunson, using his guile and his guts and his smarts and his instinct and a little bit of physicality, bumping his back into Wemby, getting Wemby off him just a smidge to lay it in. Just the ball just escaping the pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. 83-79. Chef's kiss. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Put him on Mount Rushmore. New York sports athlete. Brunson, Eli, Messier, Jeter. At least in my lifetime. Greatest Knick ever.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
No need to contemplate the winners when you're listening to Brad Evans and Gabe Ramirez on BetMGM Tonight. Welcome back. And listen, the NFL is just a couple months away. You know when the NBA finishes, that right around the corner, you're going to be deep diving into that fantasy draft. And we want to make sure you guys are up to speed as we talk about some players that are trending up in our NFL Stock Report minicamp edition. Brad, I feel like this is the time of year where, you can either get in trouble with your fantasy football teams because you fall in love with guys a little too early because you read an article that said they caught a couple passes when they were just wearing helmets and no pads. But there are some guys that you can still kind of get an idea of who's going to be, who's going to be commanding some value for certain teams. So who are some of those guys for you?
Yeah, Gabe, one of my former colleagues at Yahoo Sports, Matt Harmon, used to equate it as the drum beat. And I don't know if you're familiar with the legendary classic Phil Collins, In the Air Tonight, right? And that drum beat just kind of builds and builds and builds and just boom, 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 just breaks in toward the end of the song. And, that's kind of what we're getting right now. We're getting that slow drum beat until it reaches the crescendo. So there's some clues that are out there, some breadcrumbs that are left that if you're willing to nibble on them, maybe go the extra mile into your fantasy football drafts come August, could have a really handsome payoff in the end. Let's start with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Parker Washington, wide receiver, made a little bit of noise at times last year. Brian Thomas kind of took a back seat, a guy that dealt with just wild, erratic play a season ago. Travis Hunter was not healthy. And when he was on the field, is he going to be more defender? Is he going to be more of a wide receiver? Only made a couple of big plays, and that was really about it. Jacksonville, as a collective, one of the surprise sensations of last year, but, largely because Parker Washington was awesome over the second half of the season. Well, according to Sports Illustrated's John Shipley, Parker Washington, quote, is set to be a core piece of what the Jaguars do in the passing game, end quote. And he's only one source that has really talked up Washington so far in minicamp. And they're already anointing him in some circles that he's going to be the WR1 in that Jaguars offense. And Trevor Lawrence knows Liam Cohen. Obviously, a phenomenal offensive architect. His second year as head coach there in Northeast Florida. So I think Parker Washington, who's right now wide receiver 38, 86.75 an average draft position in fantasy. He's a WR4 in a 12-team league. That's what the price tag is. He could absolutely erupt this season. And one of the main reasons why is the strength of schedule was one of the easiest for a fantasy wide receiver, 8th easiest. As a matter of fact, this guy last year who was top 30 in air yards, top 30 yards per catch, top 30 yards per route run, top 30 in yak yards after the catch, and top 30 yards per target. I think there's a chance he's going to flirt with 1,000 yards. I think he's going to finish with 5 to 7 touchdowns. He can operate at the slot. He can work outside. He is a versatile wideout in a proven offensive system. Give me all the shares of Parker Washington this year. And I'll tell you this, Gabe, it's America's 250th birthday. It's only appropriate I have a Washington on my team.
True. I think that sounds right. I wonder, I struggle sometimes with teams that don't have a clear-cut number one. You know, when you're looking at Brian Thomas Jr., obviously, you know, you have to account for Travis Hunter at some points, Jacoby Myers, a guy that's going to get some looks. And you just wonder, like, what does a clear number one look like? So I guess my question to you is, you know, as my fantasy expert that I'm leaning on right now, when, like, if somebody's listening to this and they're hearing Parker Washington, are you telling them, obviously you don't want them to go get him too early, right? You're just saying this is a guy to look out for. So what is that? Is it, like, in your mind, right? As a fantasy expert, is it after the first wave of, you know, A guys have gone, that's when you got a Parker Washington? Or is it if he's available in around 5, you go ahead and you snag a guy like that?
Look, here is my advice to anybody who's doing a fantasy draft. Get your guys. Don't be married to ADP data that's out there, but use it as a resource. So let's say if you're buying what I'm selling, and Parker Washington is going to be the bee's knees, and he's got to tear it up. Maybe he gets to 1,000 yards. Maybe he catches 70, 75 balls. Maybe he has like 7 touchdowns. You firmly believe that in every fiber of your being, then go out and reach for him around early. Get him in around 5 or around 6, despite having around 7, around 8 ADP. It's fine. Nobody's going to remember where you drafted him in the end. All that matters is you collecting W's. All that matters is for you to punch your ticket the second season. And ultimately, all that matters is for you to have bragging rights in your league. So get your guys.
Because the last thing you want is a tattoo on your inner thigh that Gabe Ramirez is picking for you.
Yeah.
All right, what's another name?
Exactly.
What's another name you got for me that's trending up?
Isaiah Likely, who is quote-unquote a tight end for the New York Giants, coming over for the Baltimore Ravens. According to the Athletics' Dan Duggan, Isaiah Likely has been Jackson Dart's, quote, favorite target, end quote, in open practices this spring. So the arrow is clearly pointing north right now on Likely, who's really just a glorified slot guy. And remember, Wan'Dale Robinson is no longer in this offense. Had oodles of targets last season with Jackson Dart. Robinson now going to be catching passes, maybe, from Cam Ward, who's having some inaccuracy issues and minicamp and OTAs for the Tennessee Titans. But I love Likely's overall skill set. With the Ravens last season, only saw 11.2% of the team's target share. That was 2.6 targets per game. He was an afterthought, though he was number 9 in average depth of target. Handsome, piece of data there. So he was top 10 in that category among tight ends. He was number 6, Gabe, and average yards of separation per target. So what does that tell you? He has some of those breakaway moves and wheels. Given his size, he's going to stick out like a sore thumb. I think he's going to greatly exceed expectations with Jackson Dart having that first year under the belt. He could thrive, especially in red zone packages and situations. He does have the second easiest strength of schedule for a fantasy tight end. His price tag right now, tight end 14, 133.22. So Don't take another shot at Kayla. Don't be blackout drunk at that point in your draft. Star, highlight, underline. So you commit it to long-term memory. Get Isaiah Likely on your rosters, fools. You're not going to regret it. He's going to be a tight end 1 this season in 12-team leagues.
I love that because obviously Harbaugh is very familiar with Likely to the point where, he knows he can bring him in to be a fail-safe for Jackson Dart. Wandale being gone, he was a guy who obviously had a ton of targets last year. He was a surprise for a lot of fantasy players who were fortunate enough to grab him, whether or not at the beginning of the season or middle of the season. Malik Neighbors is your alpha, but that's if he's healthy. And obviously, we know that the New York Giants, with Harbaugh, they're going to have a run-first offense. They're going to try to keep Jackson Dart as safe as possible in those situations. And what player can you find in a gem? Like, if you're not going to get the top 2 or 3 tight ends in your fantasy draft, then certainly you can find a guy like Isaiah Likely. Like you said, wake up, throw the water on your face, go eat the funny brownies after you draft Isaiah Likely, not before, or else you're going to go ahead and forget to go ahead and pick him up. All right, give me a running back. Give me somebody you think that's trending up that's a running back that I might be interested in taking.
Kenneth Walker the third, Gabe, formerly the Seattle Seahawks, a champion, a Super Bowl MVP, now with the Kansas City Chiefs, and a guy that, according to ESPN's Nate Taylor, is starting to experiment. The coaches are starting to experiment with what works best for Walker III's overall skill set. And a running back coach, Eric Bieniemy, plans to install a quote, the clever shifts, motions, and counterattacking runs, end quote, he learned from coach Ben Johnson. Of course, Bieniemy was on the Bears staff last year, picked up some tidbits, and was going to apply those to Kenneth Walker III and what he could bring to the table. Walker III is not going to have any competition. Amari DiMercado, they have another rookie on the roster that could be the RB2, and only supplying him on occasion, but he only saw 51% of the opportunity share last season for the Hawks. I think he's going to have greater than probably 75% of the opportunity share this season for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's got to have a top 10 offensive line. He's going to see a lot of light runs because of some dude named Patrick Mahomes. Even if Rashee Rice is not even completely healthy, Walker III doesn't have to be the centerpiece of the offensive game plan week in and week out. The guy is an extraordinary advanced analytics darling. He was top 5 in total missed tackles force. He was top 20 in yards after contact per attempt. It's going to be a career year for Walker III. I'm going to say minimum, if he plays at least 16 games, 1,100 rushing yards. I think he's going to catch probably another 250, 300 receiving yards. And then he's got to have double figures in touchdowns. The fact that you're getting him right now in the latter portion of round 2, early fantasy drafts, steal the deal. Banner year for Walker III.
Getting a guy like Kenneth Walker on a team that's had a carousel of running backs over the last several seasons is going to do so much for a guy like Patrick Mahomes, who obviously Travis Kelce probably playing his last year, as he said. You got to find someone else to take the workload. And I think, Eric Bieniemy, yes, he's learned some tricks from Ben Johnson, but he's going to take over a lot of the play calling duties. Obviously, you're not going to have a Matt Nagy there. So you got a guy who understands how important the run game is. And when you got a guy like Kenneth Walker III, you mentioned his workload last year, keeps his legs fresh. And what Kansas City does well is find guys off the street to play running back, right? So in the event that Kenneth Walker needs a spell here and there, they'll find the guy to give some carries to. But again, they need to improve, right? 20th in yards per rush last year, 25th in rushing yards per game, 30th in design runs. So if obviously Andy Reid can lean into the Ben Johnson deception play calling, then I'm sure they'll get a lot more of those. But Kenneth Walker's proven that he's extremely capable of being a top tier running back in this league. And if you're able to scoop him up at the tail end of the second round, you might find yourself in your championship and not at the bottom of your standings. All right, give me one more before we get out of here. One more guy that's trending up, Brad.
I'm going to go ahead and buy a golden ticket. Matthew Golden of the Green Bay Packers. Yes, I'm saying something positive about a Packers player as a diehard Chicago Bears fan. But we got to look at those breadcrumbs yet again and stack on them when they are quite tasty. And according to early reports, he's already taken drills and stabs as a WR2 ahead of Jaden Reed in mandatory minicamp, according to Boots on the Ground. That cover the Green Bay Packers. It's going to be a breakout year for Golden. He was a massive disappointment despite being all the talk of training camp last year, only averaged 3.1 targets per game. But the key advanced analytic that projects success in the NFL. He was number 9 among all wide receivers and average yard separation per target. You're getting right now for nothing. Wide receiver 54, 133.7 his ADP in fantasy drafts. I know he has the 11th hardest overall strength discovery for a fantasy wide receiver, but Matthew Golden has a real shot to be the WR1 this season with Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers. I will have a lot of his shares on my fantasy rosters this year.
I just threw up a little bit in my mouth, Brad. Got to be honest with that one.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying. I didn't like it at all. I think the bigger issue is, and again, this is my Chicago Bear hate coming out, or hatefulness coming out on my Green Bay Packers. He struggles. Jordan Love struggles to have a wide receiver one, and he has not had one since he's come into the NFL. A guy that he just says, "You are my target." He tried to make it Romeo Doubs for years. Romeo Doubs couldn't keep his hands on the ball, so he had to find somebody else. Can Matthew Golden go get it over the top? Can he be a guy that can catch it short? Okay, can Jordan Love get him 15 targets a game, or find a game where he has 15 targets? That would be crazy. He'd be a guy I would pass on just because I could never obviously get any Green Bay Packer. But I love the idea. I love the idea that someone has to rise to the top of that wide receiver room, and it certainly can be a guy like Matthew Golden. All right, guys. On the other side, we get an opportunity to check out the scoreboard, get you up to date on what's happening, and maybe we can find you someone that can come from behind and win you some money. All right, we'll do that on the other side. Don't go anywhere. He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One.
I cannot remember in all the years that I've been watching sports, a championship team, a team that has won it all, that has been hated on more than this New York Knicks team. And we collectively, all of us, and some of you, not all of you, but some of you out there, some of you should be, you know what? I was going to say embarrassed, and you should be ashamed. You should feel shame in this moment, but I actually respect you because you have taken hating to the next level. You are wearing the scarlet letter H, and the H stands for hate. Because even in this moment now, days after Brunson wins Finals MVP, days after the New York Knicks complete one of the most dominant postseason runs in the history of the NBA and in the history of sports, you still can't credit them. You still think, who did this team beat? Not an all-time team. You still say it. It's unbelievable. This is like, I have been telling you, like the sun goes down at night, and I tell you the moment that nightfall hits, the moon's in the sky like a big pizza pie, and I tell you tomorrow morning the sun's coming out, and you say, no, it's not. No, it won't. And I keep telling you, as morning approaches, as dawn draws closer, I keep telling you, sun's going to come out tomorrow or today. And you keep saying, no, it won't. Sun's not going to come out. I don't believe it. And then light starts to break through. And slowly, that big yellow ball floating in the air. The weather gets warmer and everything gets lighter. And you see the sun, and I say to you, I told you the sun was going to come out. And you say, no, it's not. It's not there. You're a Knicks hater right now. That's you. The sun came out today, and the New York Knicks are an all-time team. 16-3 run in the postseason. The third team in NBA history to achieve a mark of 16-3 or better en route to a championship. Best point differential ever in an NBA playoffs, plus 283. But yeah, you're right, didn't beat anybody. All good. Best point differential ever. Oh, but who did they play? Are you kidding? You still can't say it? Can't you admit it's a you problem? It's not a Knicks problem. It's not a Brunson problem. It's not a Hawks problem. It's not a Sixers problem. It's not a James Harden or a Kenny Atkinson or a Cleveland Cavaliers problem. It's not a Mitch Johnson or a Victor Wembanyama problem. It's a you problem. You're a hater. You hate New York. You hate the Knicks. You hate giving anyone else credit. You can't do it. And you still won't, some of you. Isn't that amazing? Isn't it amazing, Susan? Isn't it amazing? Best point differential ever. All 4 closeout wins on the road. 13-game win streak along the way. And you still won't give them credit. What the hell is wrong with you? That you can't just say it. Say it. Say this is one of the greatest runs ever. Say this is an all-time team. Say it. Not because I want to hear it. Say it because it's true. Tell the truth. Put your big boy or big girl pants on, look in the mirror, and admit what everyone knows is true deep down in their hearts and sports fan souls. That this is one of the great runs we've ever seen. Period.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
That's right. Gabe Ramirez along with Brad Evans filling in for Pat Boyle today. We got you right here on BetMGM Tonight. And, we want to talk a little bit about the latest news coming out with Brendan Sorsby. Of course, Pete Thamel reporting that Brendan Sorsby plans to enter the NFL supplemental draft. And Sorsby might be the most, complicated story in college football right now. Obviously would have been a huge addition for Texas Tech, impacting the Big 12 title race. But, this isn't just a quarterback transfer story, right? We understand what has gone into it with the gambling, the eligibility, the NCAA. Brad, obviously, your profession is based off of gambling, and it's one thing for the casual fan to do it, and that's what it's meant for us to come together and enjoy sports on a different level. But when those that are participating in it, obviously put money on teams that they're playing, it adds a different element to what we're calling, sports wagertainment.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The guy was betting on his own team as a member of said team, and he did it with the Indiana Hoosiers when he was a backup previously. Reportedly did it with Cincinnati Bearcats when he was their starting quarterback. Whether he did or not with Texas Tech, it doesn't matter at all. He did it. It's proven. He admits it. And yes, he had a problem. And yes, we want him to seek all the help that he needs. And I'm glad Texas Tech was able to offer those resources to get him back on track. But was the only sensible avenue, the only reasonable path was for him to never play another snap in college football again to protect the integrity of the game and to prevent a black cloud from hanging over that sport over the entire season. Because that would have been a blot on the college football record in a perpetuity. It's called a spade. Let's be honest. And Texas Tech just continuously shot themselves in the foot, overly embarrassed, trying to make up every single excuse imaginable. It was comical. It was a bleep show, to say the least about it. So thankfully, common sense prevails as Sorsby's like, all right, I'm not really going to win this thing in the public eye. This is maybe looking bad for the school. Or maybe it was the pressure the Big 12 applied earlier today, because there was a report that came out from Ross Dellinger, Yahoo Sports, that the Big 12 filed a complaint seeking authority to sanction Texas Tech if Sorsby takes the field this season. Potential penalties discussed in the filing included monetary sanction and a ban for the Big 12 title game. So, I mean, the only way that Texas Tech was able to save any kind of reputation whatsoever was to say, Sorsby, thanks, but no thanks. Son, you got to leave because you're now putting us in a really difficult position. We're going to give you the resources. We're going to, help you out in trying to conquer your gambling addiction. I think every sensible person in the United States would support that. But what a lot of people are divided, and it's not really division. It's probably like 90-10. That 10% being full support. Yeah, let him play. Who cares? I don't give a damn about rules. What are rules? That 10% is very much the minority, but the 90% of us are like, okay, he's got to go. He can't play. If he does stick around and be a part of the program, he can stand there on the sidelines, but he can't put the helmet back on. He can't strap on those cleats. He can't walk in and take snaps as a player ever again at any college institution. So this is the right move. I'm glad this is now about to be behind us, and we're going to see what happens. Will an NFL franchise give up a draft pick and take a chance on the kid? That's the next question here. And I know people have said, oh, he should face penalties at the NFL level. No, I don't believe in any of that. It's turning the page. It's a blank slate. It's a brand new start for Brendan Sorsby. We wish him the best of luck, but thank God he is now out of college football.
Yeah, phone lines are open. Text lines open. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Would love to get your thoughts on this because it's so interesting, right? Where the juxtaposition of, having something like gambling, but trying to incorporate integrity into it. And when you're talking about the players themselves, in order for this to exist, integrity has to be at the forefront. And I think those that are in charge understand that. When you're looking at NBA basketball with lifetime bans, obviously you look at, Shohei's handler, dealing with it as well. I mean, there's situations like that where you have to do that in order for the integrity to be there and in order for it to still exist in our sport. And I think for those that do gamble like myself and use it as entertainment, it does get you closer to the game, and you wouldn't want it necessarily taken away from you because of obviously guys at the highest level not necessarily following the rules that are there. What do you feel like are some of the motivating factors? Because listen, let's be frank. It can be real easy for you to say, oh, it's a gambling addiction and this is what, and it sure can be. But what do you feel like is the motivating factor behind instances like this? Because these are the ones we're just hearing about, Brad, right? Like these are the ones that get caught.
Right.
There's other guys that are out there that are doing it in real time.
Yeah, look, man, nefarious things have happened in the history of college sports, going back to the beginning of college sports, right? I mean, look at like Boston College and the scandals they had. There's a number of college basketball point shaving scandals that have occurred. There's other scandals in college football that have occurred, many of those tied to illegal gambling. The great thing about legal gambling is it creates a paper trail. So it casts a spotlight on incidents like this. You could say, well, yeah, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, well, that is crossing the line. I mean, Sorsby bet 90 grand, 90,000 of his own dollars on various events, again, including his own games. So, that's wrong. Can't do that. And, it's against the rules. Now, obviously, it's against the rules in the NFL. Look at what happened to Calvin Ridley. When he was betting on parlays, he wasn't even an active member of the roster when he was with the Atlanta Falcons, but still he crossed the line. You can't do that. It's a big no-no. And he, suffered a harsh punishment as a result. So, these guys have got to be reasonable. They got to understand the rules that are out there. They got to be taught. They got to be given educational materials, got to be coached on this. Yes, sports betting is largely legal over 30 states across the US of A. But if you're playing a sport, you can't gamble on the sport that you're playing, especially for the team that adorns the front of your jersey. And again, Sorsby did that. That is more. That is crossing the Rubicon. And that is why he's making the right choice in leaving college football.
Yeah, it doesn't get worse than that. Now, when you're obviously making those types of decisions, leave the gambling to the regular people. like us, and we'll continue
Right.
to do that
Us losers.
on the other side. Hey, Brad, I appreciate you today. Look forward to talking again tomorrow. I know you're out, but we got some World Cup action on the other side. Iran, New Zealand. Who should you be taking? I'll tell you next. It's Gabe Ramirez, Brad Evans right here on BetMGM Tonight.
I can't help but feel terrible for Dante DiVincenzo, who's one of your former players, right, at Villanova, who was on this Knicks team. And look, like, as a Knicks, like, you can't criticize the trade because Karl Anthony Towns helps them win a championship. Knicks fans, including me, Coach, I know, you know this, right, loved Dante. Like, he was a great Knick. He blows out as a kid. It's brutal, and he watches his team win the championship. So I know this is way worse for you than it is for a Knicks fan. You coached him. You're way closer to him than we are. Just have you talked to Dante? How do you feel for Dante in this moment with the Knicks having won and him on Minnesota?
No, you're exactly right, and Dante was the beginning of Leon Rose's brilliance to not just bring in Villanova guys, but bring in guys that fit as a team and that played for each other and didn't care about individual accolades. OG is perfect that way. He is an amazing teammate, and it's why Leon Rose went out and got Karl Anthony Towns, but it's why Leon got Dante DiVincenzo before that. And Alex Rodriguez is a friend of mine. When Dante was leaving, when he was a free agent with Golden State, Alex Rodriguez tried to get him at that time with Minnesota. He wanted him that year. But Dante came to the Knicks to be a part of what Leon was building. And Leon knew Dante's the same kind of guy as Cat, as OG, as Mikhail. Like, he'll do anything to win. And Alex Rodriguez knew that. So when they made the deal for Karl Anthony Towns, they weren't going to make that deal unless they got Dante. And it was brutal, I know, on Leon Rose. It was brutal on Josh and Jalen. It killed them. And I know all of us, Jalen, Josh, Mikhail included, all of us feel for him. Now, the good thing is he does have a ring. He's got a ring from Milwaukee. So we do love him like a brother, and we all feel for him. And I texted him immediately after the game that you set the foundation, as Tibbs did too, for what this team is today.
What do you say now to the haters? Brunson said, I haven't responded to them yet. I'm certainly not going to respond to them now. Coach, if I asked you to be honest and asked you to respond to all the Jalen Brunson haters, what would you say to them today? You know what? Honestly, it's one of the things we all talked about, and I know Jalen's parents raised him the same way. He never held any grudge against any of those people. And you can see it, I mean, some of those people are on air TV personalities, and he still is respectful of them and enjoys a friendship with them. But what he does, which is really a high level of emotional intelligence, is he uses that to his advantage, and he knows that inspires him, and he knows it actually helps him against his opponent. Like he understands that one of his advantages is that his opponents somehow in a small way underestimate him,
Now, I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. He's going to have a new challenge to take on, but he really does not hold a grudge. Like they say he's too small, he's too slow, he's not athletic enough. It's not wrong, but what's wrong is that isn't going to prevent him from being a champion. It's actually going to be something he uses to his advantage against his opponents.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Pat Boyle, Brad Evans usually have you taken care of. Today, it's simply Gabe Ramirez. That's right. Hanging out with you on BetMGM Tonight, brought to you by Westwood One. And it is World Cup time, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've been trying to figure out where to lay this money, and I am the guy to give you the answers on just that. Why? Because I've been having an incredibly hot run for the World Cup. I've been buying my family groceries. My wife's trying to tell me to take out the mortgage for my accounts, and now I get to share some of that love with you. It's been a phenomenal tournament so far. Kicking things off on Thursday, Mexico winning 2-0 against South Africa. It was a great game for Team Mexico, obviously one of the host countries. You saw each one get their respective day. Canada, obviously coming out hot. Team USA getting their victory 4-1 against Paraguay. But the reason why I like World Cup more than anything else, back in 2002, young whippersnapper, I was watching my very first World Cup. And the fact that, here at the United States, we tend to think, right, because we're born into this way of thinking that we're supposed to win everything, right? At the Olympics, you don't even look at the medal count because you're supposed to be at the top. NBA, we got the best athletes. The World Baseball Classic, the assumption it's going to be Team USA. Just there's so many sports that you feel like you're supposed to be great at. And when it comes to soccer, obviously not one of them. Why? Because the rest of the world had a damn near 100-year head start in creating talent from the very beginning. So we as a country don't necessarily get behind the team the same way that other countries get behind their respective squads. So the reason why I like the World Cup is because, you could be one of the better players in the world, right? Look at Mo Salah today, Belgium versus Egypt. Egypt, obviously the inferior team when you're thinking about Belgium. They have tons of strikers. You saw Lukaku get into the game in the last quarter of it and obviously make an impact with the own goal to tie things up. But Mo Salah, obviously played his last matches with Liverpool. Then, so he loves Liverpool, right? Won Champions League with them, won Premier League trophies. But when he plays for Egypt, he is playing for his aunts. He's playing for his little cousins. He's playing for the guy that works at the grocery store that he used to go to when he was a teenager. He's playing for, literally everyone that is surrounding him in his home country. And he understands that if they win, or like today, getting a point against Belgium, it has such a huge impact on their countries. Why? Because on a global scale, we as Americans should understand this better than anyone else. On a global scale, maybe some of these countries can't necessarily compete with a country like the United States, whether that's in a war, in their military, or in their economic power with GDP. But where they can compete, not just with a team like USA, right? But where they can compete is on a global stage in a World Cup, where a team like Egypt, right? A country like Egypt, a country like Cape Verde, right? Making their World Cup debut, can come in and face a juggernaut like Spain. The goalie for Cape Verde is going to be a living legend for the rest of his life in Cape Verde. No, when people say it all the time, if you're a legend in your city in football or basketball, you never have to pay for a meal again. Yeah, try scoring a goal or try keeping a clean sheet. That's what they call it when you don't score any goals. Or try keeping a clean sheet against a juggernaut in Spain that has attacking forwards that play in some of the best leagues around the world. And your squad, with not one Premier League player, not one guy in La Liga, not one guy in League One in France, not one of them, you were able to muster up a 0-0 draw with Spain. So that's why I love the World Cup more than anything else, because you can find moments like that where these guys play with a level of passion. We talk about it all the time. People that compare college basketball, like Brad Evans, with NBA basketball. The passion on the college level is so much higher during a regular game. Why? Because these college kids understand that this might be the last game of their career, or here's their opportunity to play their little butts off so they can get to the NBA. Think about that passion times 20 when you're thinking about the World Cup and what these guys have been playing with. So again, there's been some great stuff, some great games. Ireland, New Zealand kicking off right now, or excuse me, Iran and New Zealand kicking off right now. And if you're looking to lay some money, Iran was right around minus 120 before things kicked off. Once the game starts, odds are changing in either respective team's favor, right? Because of ball control, possession, and the likelihood of a draw not necessarily being the case because time being spent on the pitch. So you might find a moment, a window where you can get Iran at plus money or closer to even money so you can lay some down. Now, here's why I'll tell you why I feel like Iran should be, the team that can walk away with this one. One, they're in a pretty tough group, and leading up to this, they're playing a lot of friendlies. You want to see what form you're in. But simply put, you got to have better attackers, right? We all know. I was talking to Brandon, our producer, who's going to jump on in a second. He's like, why is it so difficult to get the ball in the back of the net? Well, you know what? It just is. Things have to go right. But if you have a true number 9, right, that's like your bucket getter in basketball, or, your hands receiver in basketball, the guy that you can throw it to, in football, the guy that you can throw it to and he's going to come down with it. In soccer, your number 9 is the guy that when you do hit a cross to the middle of the pitch, right there in front of the 16-yard box or the 8-yard box, the guy's going to put it in the back of the net. And Iran has 2 guys that are more than capable of doing that. So again, it's about finishing. You could be the better team in soccer. You could be the better team. But if you don't have the quality to actually make everything fall in order and score goals, then you're not going to win. And I think about New Zealand, and although they're going to have good pressure, they're going to stack the box and try to work on counter possessions, I still think Iran's going to be the team that's going to pull away with this one. Brandon, I see you shaking your head over there. I don't want you to be confused, man. So ask away when it comes to Iran versus New Zealand, or just the World Cup in general.
I'm just learning. I'm listening to you and I'm learning. Look, when I asked you about the goal thing, I was talking with Grant, who's running the board earlier today, and we're in a group chat, and he's a big soccer guy, and I just I've never really taken to the sport. So I said, look, you got an 8-foot by 24-foot goal. Like you've basically got yourself a 1-bedroom apartment to shoot the ball in, and you can't get it in there. I said it's kind of crazy.
Kind of like saying, that's kind of like saying that's kind of like saying when you're like but in the NFL, you just need 10 yards for a first down. You can't get 10 little yards on 4 plays. You have 4 opportunities to get 10 yards, and you can't do it. You got to punt so many times. Like there's nuances in these games, but
I understand the defense, and I understand a goalie blocking it and all that stuff. My thing is more like when these guys have the open net and they don't hit it. I'm like, man, how hard is it to kick that ball when you're free and you're in the open space and the goalie doesn't block it to still miss the net? That's where and I understand. Look, I understand that all sports are tough in their own respect, right? Like you talk about baseball hitting a tiny ball, you talk about hockey scoring on a goal where the goaltender is basically the same size as the goal. Like, so I understand like everything has its own nuances, and controlling a ball with your foot is a lot harder than controlling a ball with your hands. When I look at the size of it, and I'm like, and I put it in that perspective, I'm like, man, that really is like It's a small one-bedroom apartment in Chicago, 8 by 24.
Yeah, and you're still paying $1,500 for that one. But I would say this when you're thinking about it, right? It's like it's no different than missing a wide open three or Dylan Harper blowing a left-handed layup at the rim that's uncontested.
Yeah.
It's like it just kind of happens, right? If you get a meatball over the plate and you pop it up, it's no different than that, right? I think it's very similar. But you know what? It's one thing for me to say it. I heard you have a little difficulty listening to Grant Leader running the board over there. So Grant, why don't you jump in and give your piece on this whole soccer discussion that we're having here?
All right, so Brandon was asking that question about how hard is it to score, with the whole thing. He's like, it's studio apartment, stuff like that. I try to break it down to him. It's like when you're trying to shoot the ball with your feet, you can't just look straight ahead all the time and expect it to just go 100% accurate. Like with football, you can look down the field and throw the ball and be able to see where your target is. Like Caleb Williams throwing the ball down to Rome Odunze, for his example. He can see Rome Odunze the whole time going down the field. There'll be linemen there, whatnot. But, like, at the same time, like, you have to look at the ball and make sure you're hitting it right on where you need to go. Because if you hit it marginally to the left, marginally to the right, maybe even hit it down on the ball and you're clipping the grass, that just throws it off completely as well. Another thing, touching the ball is extremely hard as well. I don't know, like, if people understand, like, that takes kind of a long time to perfect. Because if you touch it wrong, it can bounce one way, and then defenders or something like that, somebody else like a midfielder, they can take it and run with it on the opposite side. And soccer is defined by defense integrity. Like, there are 4-4-2 lineups, which what I played in high school, they're marked so that you can be soundly defended. And there's only like one or two guys in the attacking play that can potentially get there. You got midfielders who are running back and forth for 90, 100 minutes sometimes too. Like, they're gassed. I know these hydration breaks are whatever and stuff, but man, like, the midfielders are going up and down as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I think it's kind of what the point Grant's making with formation specifically, right? Because that's how you can, like, if you're going up against a team that has a lot of firepower, right? You're going to change your formation so that way you sit back and have a tighter bunch and can play better defense to stop them from scoring and then focus on a counterattack. But then you might play a different team that you feel like you're equal against, and you might change your formation to kind of open it up a little bit. But it's similar to baseball in a sense where, you got your 8 defenders behind the pitcher, including the catcher, and, they're positioned where the majority of the balls are hit, right? And so you have to find a gap. You have to make a great defensive play in order to stop it. And I think it's no different in soccer. Things just have to go beautifully. That's why it's called the beautiful game.
Yeah.
And to score a goal is definitely not easy. That's why guys get paid the big bucks. Just like in baseball, if you can hit the long ball, even if you're going to strike out and bat 200, if you can hit the long ball at a high clip, you're going to get paid. And in soccer, if you can put the ball in the back of the net, you're going to make a lot of money. And speaking of putting the ball in the back of the net, when the U.S. scores, you score 2. You can win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World Game match in which the U.S. is playing and apply your goal rush token. You win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. The bonus bets will be split among all eligible winners after the match. And the U.S. put up 4 in their first match against Paraguay. And what an exciting run that was. I was on Fox 32 in Chicago talking about the World Cup, and they talked about, who I felt was going to be an X factor for Team USA. And of course, Christian Pulisic went down with the calf injury. Hopefully he can get back on Friday and get back there. Sergino Dest is on the right side, right? So the way that the Team USA's formation is set up, they have 3 attackers in the front. The guy that's at the very point in the middle, that's Balogun, who is an absolute stud. He had himself a brace. That's 2 goals in a match. And he almost could have had a third if he wasn't called for offside. But Pulisic is on your left. You got Sergino Dest on the right. And the guy that I said that can come off the bench when I was talking on Fox is Gio Reyna. Gio Reyna is a guy who's had a dark cloud over him for some years now. There was a lot of controversy on why he was a part of the team after not necessarily having the quality that most expected from him. But this is a guy who was supposed to be a stud for Team USA. All right, started his career with Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga. That's the German league. And, everyone thought he was going to be the wonderkin. But you know what it is, guys. When you're 19, 20 years old, you start feeling yourself a little too much. And I think that's what happened with a guy like Gio Reyna, where obviously the product of soccer is a bit inferior in the United States. So for him to be playing in the Bundesliga with teams like Bayern Munich, playing in Champions League matches, when he comes back to the United States, he kind of feels like he's taking a step backwards and that people should be kind of adoring him. But again, that's a young man's mentality. Now here he is, a little bit older. You can see how mature he looks. I said he'd be the spark plug off the bench. And what did he did? What did he do? He came in, 98th minute, put the ball in the back of the net. Again, something that's extremely difficult to do. But a guy like Gio Reyna is going to have to step up, especially if Christian Pulisic is going to be out. Australia on the docket for Team USA on Friday. I tell you, I've been hot, Brandon. Grant, Monty, I've been hot. I bet Australia to win. They were going up against Turkey. And I did a live bet. I know, Brandon, you mentioned that you do live bets at halftime in basketball games. But I'm watching this match, and soccer is kind of this way, right? And this is the cool thing about betting. When you go to the BetMGM app, when the numbers are changing in real time, it can't account for human passion, right? For human nature that's there. Like when you're watching the game. So I'm watching Australia and Turkey, and I'm like, man, this back line of defenders, these guys are giants. I'm talking about like kangaroo giants from Australia. These dudes were huge. And then their forwards are super fast and attacking. And I'm thinking to myself, Turkey looks extremely little, right? Like these guys on the Turkish squad look small. And the Turkish league, like their league is the Turkish Super League. They're known for scoring goals. Like you watch those games, and those guys are just super talented. Strikers are amazing. So the assumption was that they were taking a bunch of guys from the Turkish Super League onto Team Turkey, and you thought they were going to win. Everybody thought they were going to be the second fiddle to the United States in Group D. Australia comes out, handles business. I'm watching the game for the first 10 minutes. I laid a bet down. They were plus 450 when I got Australia at that moment. They scored the first goal. I had a little bit more on the back end just to kind of be safe on the other side. They ended up scoring another goal in the second half. So Team USA is going to have their hands full on Friday, because if there's one thing that I saw about Team USA, guys, two things stood out. One, the speed of Team USA. Faster than I had ever seen them. More confident on the ball. Grant was talking about how being on the ball is so important. Tim Howard, famed goalie for Team USA over the decades, he was talking about why USA is known for creating great goalies. Why? Because determination and athleticism are the two key components to being a goalie. And U.S. athletes have that in spades, right? You can take what he was saying was you could take an 8th grader that's the tallest kid in his class, and he's probably athletic, and you could teach him to be a good goalie. Playing on the ball, doing the tricks that you see the Brazilian team doing, Messi, guys that are top tier talents, they're good on the ball. And Turkey should have been that. Australia was that. USA against Paraguay showed that they are one of the better teams in the tournament because of how good they were. The cheeky passes, the speed, like I mentioned, but the quality, right? When you're talking about soccer, and I mentioned this earlier, it was like you can have teams that are good. You can have teams that make great passes down the pitch. But once you get into the box, and as we mentioned, Brandon, guys are cramped up in there. There's a little space. There's small margin for error. Your quality has to be at a high level in order for you to score goals. And Team USA had it. Not just because they had great strikers and their number 9s, but great passing, great rhythm within the team. They had 12, I think it was 13 guys back from their last World Cup squad. It's the first time Team USA has ever done that. And continuity. We've seen it. Look at the Knicks, right? When you have guys like that can come back, you can make a big difference in situations like that.
Let me ask you this then regarding that, because you're talking about like the goals. So one, I bet a Christian Pulisic goal in that match, right? And he scores, but it goes off the defender's leg and goes into the net, and it gets called an own goal, and I don't get credit for the goal. So in what world do you shoot a ball at the net it goes off a defender and deflects in, and you don't get credit for the goal. And then the second thing, part of this is Team USA going to be better than we thought they were going to be heading into this World Cup? Do they have a chance to get to the quarterfinal, semifinal?
So first, Pulisic, I believe, passed the ball to Weston McKennie on that one. And Weston McKennie was the one that kicked it in, but they called it an own goal. So Pulisic is more like he wants to be like Alonzo Ball, right? He wants to make everyone around him better. Can he score the rock? Can he put the ball in the bucket? Can he be the number one pick? Sure, but he's better suited to make guys around him better. And you saw that with passes to Weston McKennie and to Balogun. In terms of whether Team USA, listen, Team USA was even money to win the first match against Paraguay, because Paraguay was a squad that supposedly had really good defense and was going to give Team USA fits. I think no one saw them being a team that could put up 4 goals. Think about it. They only scored 3 in their entire World Cup appearance the last time they were out. They put 4 up in the first game, right? First match. So I think they're going to be better because they have better firepower. I think their speed is going to be a problem, and their defensive pressure is going to cause fits. But I don't know. When you go up against the best teams in the world and they control the ball, they control possession, it's going to be interesting. And then it's going to come down to penalty kicks like we've seen before in the past. So it'll be interesting. Knockout rounds for sure. Maybe one victory. Listen, anything outside of that, anything deeper than that, Brandon, it will be a humongous victory for United States of America and what it'll do for soccer. All right, speaking of huge victories, the Chicago Bulls got one because they've named their newest head coach. What is Thiago Splitter going to do for the new look Bulls? We'll discuss that on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One.
Jalen Brunson is the greatest Knick ever, of my lifetime at least. And I'll say, I'm not alive in the 70s when Walt Clyde Frazier's leading the Knicks to 2 championships. So if you are of a certain age and you want to make the case it's Walt Clyde Frazier, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not alive during that time. What I can tell you, Jalen Brunson is indisputably the greatest Knick of my lifetime. And it's not a discredit to the great Patrick Ewing, whom I love. And your heart breaks when you see Ewing after the game celebrating that he could. My heart breaks, at least. Watching Patrick Ewing celebrate the Knicks winning a championship and he couldn't get it done as a player. It sucks. And it's not to take away from Pat, just that he didn't win and Brunson did. And that's all there is to it. NBA Finals closeout game. Do you understand this? Closeout game on the road, NBA Finals against this. This is not like James Harden, living, breathing traffic cone guarding Jalen Brunson defensively. This is the San Antonio Spurs sending waves of young wings, and here's alien 8 foot tall, and you can't teach that, Victor Wembanyama waiting. And he shredded them, and he sliced them, and he diced them, and he eviscerated them, and he obliterated them, and he led the Knicks to a championship. 45 of 94 points. On Saturday night, Jalen Brunson was 7-1-8 Michael Jordan. 2-1-2 Michael Jordan. New York City's Michael Jordan. Gotham's Michael Jordan. Knicks fans, Michael Jordan. That was Jordan-esque. It felt like a 90s NBA Finals game. 94-90 final score. And Brunson scored 45 of the 90 in a closeout game on the road. It's unbelievable. Do you understand what we witnessed? The magnitude of it? And I've been right about a lot on this run. I'll tell you something I was dead wrong on. And it was while I was being right about something, which makes me sound like I'm crediting myself. I'm just telling the truth. I wanted the Knicks to fire Tom Thibodeau and hire Mike Brown. I was right. Mike Brown led them to a championship. Tom Thibodeau, I don't think, would have been able to. One of the reasons why is because I hated the way that the offense would stagnate under Thibodeau, and it turned into too much Brunson hero ball. And what I would continually say on and off air, on this show or to my friends or my family, Jalen Brunson's a great player, and no one's going to disagree with that. I'm not going to say otherwise. I know he's a great player, but he's not Kobe Bryant. He's not Michael Jordan, where I want him shooting every shot in the clutch and dribbling the basketball, and it's just iso ball one-on-one. I was wrong, because that's what this was. And the shot that will go down in history for Brunson, the shot that will go down in history is OG Anunoby's tipping, obviously, in Game 4. There should be a statue. I'm sure there will be a statue outside the Garden of it. It's Jalen Brunson, 6.5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Spurs up 83-77. And in that moment, does anyone think the Knicks are not going to win the championship? I felt like they were going to. And Brunson has the ball by the three-point line. And Wembanyama's on him. And Mike Breen brilliantly sets the stage. And he goes, Wemby on Brunson, the two stars. Victor Wembanyama, not figuratively, literally, is 1.5 feet taller than Jalen Brunson. And Brunson, using his guile and his guts and his smarts and his instinct and a little bit of physicality, bumping his back into Wemby, getting Wemby off him just a smidge to lay it in. Just the ball just escaping the pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. 83-79. Chef's kiss. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Put him on Mount Rushmore. New York sports athlete. Brunson, Eli, Messier, Jeter. At least in my lifetime. Greatest Knick ever.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
And we continue with the conversation surrounding a team that is hiring their latest coach. Of course, we're talking about the Chicago Bulls hiring Tiago Splitter. It is Gabe Ramirez here on BetMGM Tonight. Brad Evans, Pat Boyle filling in for the duo. And I'll be in all week, except for Thursday. Thursday is the one day I won't be in. Looking forward to Friday as well, being with Kate Constable. That'll be fun. But we got a little Chicago angle here. Tiago Splitter, new head coach of the Chicago Bulls, replacing Billy Donovan. Splitter's only 41 years old. Former Spurs big man. That's how I remember him more than anything else. Won an NBA championship in 2014 and now becomes the next head coach for the Chicago Bulls team. Coming off a season that most would say was disappointing, and that'd be a kind understatement to say the least. So who are you getting in Tiago Splitter, right? In terms of NBA pedigree, we know he's had stints with the Spurs, the Hawks, 76ers. But I think most people are more interested in what the coaching resume looks like for Tiago. So he worked in player development and scouting with the Brooklyn Nets, which is good, right? You want a guy, that's like the best place to start. And I think that when you're looking at Bryson Graham, the new head honcho for the Chicago Bulls, he's someone that did the same. And I think he respects guys that come up in that sort of a system where, you know, you grinded it out and then find your way to the top. Tiago also became a Rockets assistant under Ime Udoka, obviously one of the brighter minds in the NBA. Couldn't quite pull or get things done in Houston this year, but we know what he was capable of in Boston. So to be able to work under him says a lot. And then he coached Paris basketball in Europe before joining Portland as an assistant. And then, of course, if you followed Portland this year, as most Bulls fans did, took over as interim coach and led them to the playoffs for the first time in a while, which then turned their draft pick into a pick for the Chicago Bulls. So how funny is that? Tiago Splitter coaches so well that He gets the Portland Trailblazers to the playoffs, and somehow, someway, he still ends up with the pick and gets it for the Chicago Bulls. Now, when you're thinking about what it means, obviously, for Chicago, it's not a name hire, right? Someone that, like a Billy Donovan, that you're bringing in to right the ship. It's someone who is good with player development, young players, and is interested in having a style that is similar to what is happening in Europe and internationally. And that matters because obviously the Bulls aren't one coach away from contention. Bryson Graham said it in his press conference. This is not a team that's going to be competing for an NBA championship in the present, right? But you have to build the culture, as some people speak of, but more importantly, the roster. It needs structure, it needs accountability, and player growth more than anything else. And Thiago Splitter is a guy that can do that. When he took over for the Trailblazers, because of course we are on BetMGM tonight, and so we know very well that Chauncey Billups got caught up in that gambling scandal as he was the coach of the Portland Trailblazers, and they ended up finishing 42-40. Right, again, making the playoffs for the first time since 2020, and they even won that playing game situation before losing in the first round. And that's why the Bulls should be excited about Thiago Splitter, because it's someone who has a track record of winning. And let's be very clear, when you're looking at the squad, it has quite a bit of international talents on it, right? You got Josh Giddey from Australia. You got Modest Buzelis, who is playing on a European team, or trying to play for his European team out there. You have Noah Essengay from France. And then you don't know who the Bulls are going to be taking with, obviously their 2 first-round picks that land within the top 15. So, Bulls have a young roster. Development certainly on the mind. This is a reset for the Chicago Bulls team, but they're not trying to be chasing the 9 seed. I know that. They really want to put themselves in a position to get out of that. So Thiago Splitter, not the sexy hire, but he's the adult hire. And the first one, for that matter, for Bryson Graham, right? When you're thinking about, if you're a Chicago fan and you go back to Ryan Poles having to select his first coach, who was Matt Eberflus. It's not an easy thing to do, right? To go ahead and lay your hat on an individual that is going to be responsible for managing the product that you yourself are trying to put on the court. So again, I think he certainly wants someone that's in line with what he's thinking. Of course, I'm talking about Bryson Graham when discussing Thiago Splitter, but he still doesn't have a GM either, Bryson Graham, right? So the GM doesn't get a chance to come in and choose his coach. But now everyone needs to be in lockstep in this situation. So, that's what we know about Thiago Splitter. Obviously, the news coming in today. As a Bulls fan, right, as someone that covers the team, does pre and post occasionally, and of course covers them on Chicago Sports Network. I mean, you just want an adult hire, right? If it would have been somebody I never heard of, or like, I know a lot of people were bummed that the Bulls didn't get the assistant from the San Antonio Spurs. I didn't necessarily like that, right? I'm all for giving people a chance and an opportunity. I just don't think the Bulls organization was in a position to do that, right? Because there's going to be too much newness going around. And you're talking about an organization, and this is why I get down on the Bulls on occasion, is because you heard Michael Reinsdorf say it in his press conference when he was talking about Billy Donovan, and saying, he's looking at guys like Sam Presti, looking around the league for what others are doing. And it's kind of like, you're not the Orlando Magic. This is not the Charlotte Hornets. You're the Chicago Bulls. You should be the standard as well. And so when trying to identify what something like that looks like, you got to start with the coach. And Thiago Splitter obviously is on the upswing in terms of what he's capable of. No one thought that Denny Avija was going to be an all-star and, be a guy that was going to lead the team in the playoffs, but here we are. And so if Modest Buzelis can have that level of productivity, right, kind of have the confidence that a guy like Denny Avija had, and, they had, he made a bold decision, Thiago Splitter did, of putting Jeremy Grant on the bench. Jeremy Grant was a guy that got sent to Portland so he could be the man. And then, of course, when they get guys like Scoop Jackson, you bring in Denny and you build a team around it, you realize, all right, Jeremy, I need Denny to be my primary scorer in the first few minutes of the game. You could be my sixth man that comes off and shoots as many times as you want. Again, those are the kind of decisions that that top coaches make. And it lets you know about player relationships. That's not an easy thing to do, to go walk into the locker room and talk to Jeremy Grant and say, hey, I know you're a star, or you think you are in this league and you're making top dollars, but now I need you to come off the bench because that's what's going to be the best for this squad. And then do it. And do it at a level that gets you to the playoffs, right? So again, it lets you know he's a good communicator. He's a good developer of talent. And right now in the present, that's exactly what the Bulls need. It's Gabe Ramirez hanging out with you here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood 1. Filling in for Pat Boyle, who's usually in around this time. Brad Evans said his goodbyes earlier, but I got to be honest, guys. Grant, Brandon, Monty, talking about the Bulls, this is like, all you guys have to do, if you wanted me to show up to the show today, was tell me I get to talk about World Cup and I get to talk about the Bulls.
Yeah, look, and you were like, you've done a great job, especially with the World Cup, because you educated me a little bit, which I didn't think anybody would ever be able to do about soccer. But then I was with you on the Bulls stuff until you said that this is like Ryan Poles hiring Matt Eberflus. That's when I was like, no, you're not doing a good job of selling me on this hire. Look, I look at this Bulls team, Gabe, and I look at Matas Buzelis, who I love. Like I worked at the Windy City Bulls, working the scorers table. I was there for his one game that he played with the Windy City Bulls, and he was phenomenal, and he reacted to the crowd that night. I was sitting there, and I was sitting next to Will Perdue. And afterwards, I said, Will, I said, this guy's going to be a star, right? He's like, yeah, I think so. Just by the way where he's dunking the ball and then running down and high-fiving fans, for of the Windy City Bulls, where he's just doing this. And it was like, yeah, this kid's going to be good. I think that they've got a good base to build around. Like, I do like Josh Giddey. I do like Matas Buzelis. There are some things that they're going to need to do, but I need to know that the front office and that the head coach are going to be able to do a better job. And I won't even put that on Billy Donovan, because I think Billy Donovan did what he could with what he was given. I think the front office needs to do a better job of just building around him and doing those things. And they've got 4 and 15 in this draft. So I've heard a lot of people talk, Gabe, and you tell me what you think about it. A lot of people talk about them trading 4 and 15. And trying to move up in the draft to get a better player. Or a lot of people are talking about, they want, this guy, or the kid from North Carolina, the power forward whose name I'm going to forget right now. Mm-hmm. Caleb Wilson. I'll tell you right now, the one guy I don't want and the one guy I want them to stay away from is Darren Peterson. If they draft Darren Peterson, the Bulls are going to have another 5 or 6 years where they're just going to be up against the wall and not very good again. So where are you going at 4 and 15? And do you trust that the new GM, the new front office, is going to be able to get this thing turned around here within the next 3 or 4 years?
I think Michael Reinsdorf did a great job in his press conferences, just really listening to the fan base and their frustrations, and really coming to the realization and accepting responsibility for putting a mediocre product on the court for the last couple of seasons. And I wholeheartedly believe that he's learned from that and wants to be better and wants to make the right decisions. And so I think the Bryson Graham hire, I think he's going to give him free reign to do just that, to really bring Chicago back to the greatness that it once exemplified, throughout the world, not just the NBA. When you're talking about 4 and 15 and trading it, no, I don't think Bryson Graham's going to do that. He understands how valuable draft capital is, especially at this stage in your team's ascension towards relevancy. You have to know that you got to get more draft picks and hope to hit on something. And when you're talking about this draft in particular, there are talented guys 1 through 6 that can contribute to a championship caliber team. You look at the San Antonio Spurs, Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, right? Vaso, Champagnie. These are guys that were high draft picks, not superstars, but they certainly contribute to your winning ways. When you're looking at the Knicks, obviously they did it via the trades, but even OKC for that matter, you need guys in the top 10 that play above expectation so that you compare them with superstars, right? And so I think that's what the Bulls are void of at this moment. So when you're thinking of 4, I liken Darren Peterson to like a Gilbert Arenas. Right. And so like you're also thinking about James Harden, right? A guy that could score, but is not necessarily going to contribute to winning at the highest level. When you're looking at Caleb Wilson, I like him, but I also like Darius Acuff. I know they mentioned the Bulls said they're going to take best player available, but Darius Acuff, some were considering he was going to be the best player, or he was the best player in the tournament, right? When you're talking about a guy that's explosive, quick, and in Chicago, we obviously know very well about short, powerful guards that are explosive. And I think the Bulls would love to have something like that. I think we saw it in the NBA Finals this season, right? If you can have a guard that can score, regardless of the defender, you're going to put yourself in a good position when you're playing half-court basketball in the NBA playoffs. So Caleb Wilson, Darius Acuff, give me either one of those two guys, and I'm pretty sure that both Tiago Splitter and Bryson Graham will be happy with any of those. All right, we got more stuff on the other side. I want to give you guys some updates, get you up to speed on what's happening on the World Cup. Also take a look around Major League Baseball. We might have some hot or cold topics that we could be discussing as well on the other side of 9 o'clock. All right, don't go anywhere. We got more bets on the way. It's Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One.
I cannot remember in all the years that I've been watching sports, a championship team, a team that has won it all, that has been hated on more than this New York Knicks team. And we collectively, all of us, and some of you, not all of you, but some of you out there, some of you should be, you know what? I was going to say embarrassed, and you should be ashamed. You should feel shame in this moment, but I actually respect you because you have taken hating to the next level. You are wearing the scarlet letter H, and the H stands for hate. Because even in this moment now, days after Brunson wins Finals MVP, days after the New York Knicks complete one of the most dominant postseason runs in the history of the NBA and in the history of sports, you still can't credit them. You still think, who did this team beat? Not an all-time team. You still say it. It's unbelievable. This is like, I have been telling you, like the sun goes down at night, and I tell you the moment that nightfall hits, the moon's in the sky like a big pizza pie, and I tell you tomorrow morning the sun's coming out, and you say, no, it's not. No, it won't. And I keep telling you, as morning approaches, as dawn draws closer, I keep telling you, sun's going to come out tomorrow or today. And you keep saying, no, it won't. Sun's not going to come out. I don't believe it. And then light starts to break through. And slowly, that big yellow ball floating in the air. The weather gets warmer and everything gets lighter. And you see the sun, and I say to you, I told you the sun was going to come out. And you say, no, it's not. It's not there. You're a Knicks hater right now. That's you. The sun came out today, and the New York Knicks are an all-time team. 16-3 run in the postseason. The third team in NBA history to achieve a mark of 16-3 or better en route to a championship. Best point differential ever in an NBA playoffs, plus 283. But yeah, you're right, didn't beat anybody. All good. Best point differential ever. Oh, but who did they play? Are you kidding? You still can't say it? Can't you admit it's a you problem? It's not a Knicks problem. It's not a Brunson problem. It's not a Hawks problem. It's not a Sixers problem. It's not a James Harden or a Kenny Atkinson or a Cleveland Cavaliers problem. It's not a Mitch Johnson or a Victor Wembanyama problem. It's a you problem. You're a hater. You hate New York. You hate the Knicks. You hate giving anyone else credit. You can't do it. And you still won't, some of you. Isn't that amazing? Isn't it amazing, Susan? Isn't it amazing? Best point differential ever. All 4 closeout wins on the road. 13-game win streak along the way. And you still won't give them credit. What the hell is wrong with you? That you can't just say it. Say it. Say this is one of the greatest runs ever. Say this is an all-time team. Say it. Not because I want to hear it. Say it because it's true. Tell the truth. Put your big boy or big girl pants on, look in the mirror, and admit what everyone knows is true deep down in their hearts and sports fan souls. That this is one of the great runs we've ever seen. Period.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
That's right. And we're going to try to win you some money before you go to bed tonight. It's Gabe Ramirez hanging out with you here on BetMGM Tonight. Going to take a look around the scoreboard in just a little bit. But if you're following World Cup action, 1-1 tied up New Zealand and Iran. Iran was minus 120 to start the match. They're currently 20 on BetMGM. So if you're one of those people that, you say to yourself, well, they were the favorite to win, and now I'm getting plus money on them. Maybe I should lay some of that down. I definitely laid some more money down on Iran. But again, like Brad said at the beginning of the show, that's what I learned from BetMGM Tonight crew. Fade or follow. That's on you. But at least you have a bet to think about if you want to put some money down somewhere. That's going to be your last bet for today when it comes to World Cup tomorrow. A lot of good matches that are going to be going on. France and Senegal. France just minus 200, which is interesting, right? You're looking at guys like Mbappe. Those are some of the bigger names you hear about in soccer. So for them to be just minus 200, and usually what I like to do, I just talking about this during the break. I like to talk about theory often and why and what we do. A match like that where France is minus 200, if you feel good enough about the team, that's when you go minus 1.5 goals, right? So you can get better odds. If you're saying, yeah, France, they're just a juggernaut. You saw what Germany did to Curaçao, 7-1. You saw what Switzerland did to Tunisia, 5-1. So if you feel confident in some of these teams that have longer odds, just take them at a goal and a half. And France certainly one of those ones that you can do that too. And then tomorrow night, the big one, Messi, Algeria, 8 o'clock. We'll be here on BetMGM tonight watching that one live. Hopefully you guys will be watching along with us too. But that's another one. Algeria, Argentina. Argentina, if there's one thing they could do is score goals. That could be like a 4-2 game where you take the minus 1.5 on that one and win yourself some money. So we'll keep a close eye on that, along with that Iran game that looks like it's about to be heading into half, tied up at 1. Again, Iran plus money, so you can win some of that. We'll take a quick look around the scoreboard in Major League Baseball as well. Cubs and Rockies tied up at 1 in the bottom of the 6th. Of course, the Cubs looking to get some, it sounds weird to say this, looking to get some revenge against the Rockies. Do you chuckle when you hear it? Yeah, I know. Brandon is shaking his head. I know Grant is too. But big news coming out of that one. PCA just a single away from the cycle. Got busy a little bit early. Have a couple more opportunities. So if you're watching the Cubs or you get an opportunity to, make sure you check that out. You might catch yourself some history there. Mets, Reds. Oh my gosh, this thing has gotten away from them quickly. They're in the bottom of the eighth, 2 outs there. Reds up 9-0 on the Mets in this one. Reds put up 3 in the first, 6 in the second, and of course, just doing it with not just the long ball, Eugenio Suarez going deep, but also some timely hitting. But the second inning, certainly the one that got things going for the Reds there. Another team that, really wants to get things rolling.
Is there a bigger disappointment than the New York Mets?
I mean, it depends on the fan base you're talking to, right? I think far too often.
The Mets with all that money, that they spent. I mean, the number one payroll in baseball. I mean, they're ahead of the Dodgers, but only because the Dodgers deferred 95% of their contracts.
Right.
But still, number one payroll in all of baseball. I mean, and they're this bad.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's relative, right? I mean, talk to the Toronto fan base. They might tell you that they're equally as disappointed in a team that spent a ton of money on their squad, right? And they're sitting 4 games below 500. I think the Detroit Tigers would say that they're a bit underperforming, to their liking. I think Houston might have something to say about that as well. But I think when you're talking about the Mets, there's no doubt about it, right? This is a squad who tried to have billionaire owners, try to throw money at the situation. And it just goes to show that, you still got to have a team. Look at the White Sox, right? They don't have a bunch of, $100 million contracts, but you got guys that love the game, right? Gamers, guys that want to play their heart out, guys like Chidroff, guys like Brady Montgomery, you got Sam Antonacci. So you got to play well. So yeah, it's extremely disappointing. 7 games below 500. It's just, you're playing in a division where you got the Atlanta Braves that are playing out of their mind, right? Sitting 21 games above 500. So I think it just gets magnified in those situations where, you're like, damn, we suck in a year where even if we were playing well, we probably still wouldn't win our division because the Braves are playing so crazily.
Yeah, I think that goes to speak too. You got a lot of people who always say, "Oh, the Dodgers are ruining baseball. The Dodgers are ruining baseball." I don't know how you feel, Gabe, but I always say no. It's the small market, the Reds, the Pirates are ruining baseball. The Dodgers are trying to win, and they have a top 5 farm system. Like they build everything the right way, and it's not always about the money that you spend as much as it is about how you spend the money that you do, right? Because if you build a roster the proper way, if you build a farm system the proper way, if you develop the proper way, you're going to win. I mean, we see it time and time again with the Tampa Bay Rays. We see it time and time again with the St. Louis Cardinals, with the Milwaukee Brewers, right? These teams that don't spend a ton of money on their roster, but they build the proper way. And that's one of the things, like, as a Cubs fan, that drives me nuts when Cubs fans are like, "Oh, this is all Tom Ricketts' fault. He doesn't spend money." Well, no, he does spend money. They've got the 8th highest payroll in baseball. He spends money. He's gone out giving you the okay for Alex Bregman. He's gone out and giving you the okay for PCA and Nico Horner extension. He's gone out and giving you all of these things. You got to spend that money in the right spots. And that for me, that's why the problem with the Cubs has been roster construction as opposed to anything else. So that's why I think that teams and fan bases that look at this like, oh, it's about how much money you spend. It's not. It's about how you construct your organization and how you develop players within that organization.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Dodgers, they still have, one of the top minor league systems in baseball. And some teams just do it better than others. It doesn't hurt when you have, unlimited funds, though, right? I mean, I know most teams wish they had that kind. Look at the White Sox, right? They're out there kicking the tires on Diddy Warbucks in Phoenix, trying to get some money out of him to get some players. So, it is about those dollars. But, I think for me, I think to answer your question, though, Brandon, you got to figure it out, right? You're not the Dodgers. You don't have unlimited payroll, but you do have to figure it out. And that's the GM's responsibility to put together a competitive team that can compete. And as we've seen, the Dodgers and the Yankees don't win it every year. They're competing every year, but they don't win it every year. There's always a team or two that finds themselves to be red hot going into the playoffs with an ace or two. And if the stars align, you could find yourself, getting that victory and hopefully walking away with something. So we'll see how that plays out this year. And on the other side, we'll see how hot or cold plays out. Brandon is going to give me some hot takes, and I'm going to let him know if they're freezing cold, including talk about the Knicks and the Spurs. Make sure you're here for it. It's BetMGM tonight with Gabe Ramirez right here on Westwood One.
I can't help but feel terrible for Dante DiVincenzo, who's one of your former players, right, at Villanova, who was on this Knicks team. And look, as a Knicks, you can't criticize the trade because Karl Anthony Towns helps them win a championship. Knicks fans, including me, Coach, I know you know this, right? Loved Dante. He was a great Knick. He blows out as a kid. It's brutal, and he watches his team win the championship. So I know this is way worse for you than it is for a Knicks fan. You coached him. You're way closer to him than we are. Just have you talked to Dante? How do you feel for Dante in this moment with the Knicks having won and him on Minnesota?
No, you're exactly right, and Dante was the beginning of Leon Rose's brilliance to not just bring in Villanova guys, but bring in guys that fit as a team and that played for each other and didn't care about individual accolades. OG is perfect that way. He is an amazing teammate, and it's why Leon Rose went out and got Karl Anthony Towns, but it's why Leon got Dante DiVincenzo before that. And Alex Rodriguez is a friend of mine. When Dante was leaving, when he was a free agent with Golden State, Alex Rodriguez tried to get him at that time with Minnesota. He wanted him that year. But Dante came to the Knicks to be a part of what Leon was building. And Leon knew Dante's the same kind of guy as Cat, as OG, as Mikhail. He'll do anything to win. And Alex Rodriguez knew that. So when they made the deal for Karl Anthony Towns, they weren't going to make that deal unless they got Dante. And it was brutal, I know, on Leon Rose. It was brutal on Josh and Jalen. It killed them. And I know all of us, Jalen, Josh, Mikhail included, all of us feel for him. Now, the good thing is he does have a ring. He's got a ring from Milwaukee. So we do love him like a brother, and we all feel for him. And I texted him immediately after the game that you set the foundation, as Tibbs did too, for what this team is today.
What do you say now to the haters? Brunson said, I haven't responded to them yet. I'm certainly not going to respond to them now. Coach, if I asked you to be honest and asked you to respond to all the Jalen Brunson haters, what would you say to them today?
You know what? Honestly, it's one of the things we all talked about, and I know Jalen's parents raised him the same way. He never held any grudge against any of those people, and you can see it. I mean, some of those people are on air TV personalities, and he still is respectful of them and enjoys a friendship with them. But what he does, which is really a high level of emotional intelligence, is he uses that to his advantage, and he knows that inspires him, and he knows it actually helps him against his opponent. Like he understands that one of his advantages is that his opponents somehow in a small way underestimate him. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. He's going to have a new challenge to take on, but he really does not hold a grudge. Like they say he's too small, he's too slow, he's not athletic enough. It's not wrong, but what's wrong is that isn't going to prevent him.
This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
That's right. And you got Gabe Ramirez with you for another hour. I want to encourage you, if you want hot takes and freezing cold lines that I give out, follow me on X at Gabe Ramirez. I will follow you back. Make sure you follow me right now. We got another hour to go. But speaking of hot and cold, we got our next segment. Hot and cold. This is where Brandon tosses me up with some takes, and I'm going to go ahead and either run it through the cold shower or put it in the steam room. So we'll see. What you got for me, Brandon?
This is how we kick off the top of every second hour of every show on BetMGM Tonight is hot or cold. And look, I don't know how hot you're going to get, how cold you're going to get. I know me and Pat, we tend to pull no punches. There's a lot of going back and forth with me and Pat. So we'll see where you're at on some of these takes. Some of them are mine. Some of them are takes that I've heard, but I throw them out there and we have a nice little debate about them. So let's go with the first one here. And let's go with the Spurs will be better after losing the NBA Finals this season. Hot or cold?
Okay. Now, when we say, okay, this is, I need some context here. Are we saying, like, can they be better and still not make it to the NBA Finals next year? Is that something
absolutely. A better team.
Right.
Yep.
So I think the Spurs will be better next year. I don't think it's necessarily because they lose the NBA Finals. I think it's just growth when you're looking at a young team. Victor Wembanyama, 22 years old, losing in the finals this early. The issue is going to be when you're this young and you have this level of success this early, you can fall into that rut. And we've heard NBA talent talk about this, where the assumption is that you can just get back there the following year. And let me tell you what team's going to have a bigger chip on their shoulder than the San Antonio Spurs when they went up against them. And it is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Shea doesn't want to be embarrassed. Chet wants to get back bigger. Jalen wants to be healthy. And this squad wants to prove that they weren't just a one-and-done team. So I think the Spurs will be better. Dylan Harper will be better. I think the roster construction will be more conducive to one that can make a deeper playoff run, even though they obviously made one of the deepest that you could possibly make. But I think they'll be better, but I still think they'll lose in the Western Conference. Let's not forget, next year too, guys, Fred VanVleet's going to be back with the Houston Rockets, right? The key component that they're missing, someone to control the game and be a bucket a la Jalen Brunson, will be back as well. So the West is going to be a nightmare for anyone.
Yeah, look, the West is probably the better of the two conferences when you look at it top to bottom heading into next season, especially if you're considering full health. But I do think that this team's going to be better. The Spurs team, I think they're going to be better for the loss. I think you're going to have a lot of growth there. You're not going to have, you're never going to have a 22-year-old Wemby again, right? Because, that's just how our bodies work, right? We get older. So you're going to have an older, more experienced Wemby who's been through this. You're going to have an older, more experienced Dylan Harper who's been through this. It's good that this team went through this young and able to learn how to figure out how to get through this, because look, It's not easy, and I fully expected them when they blew that game in Game 4. I immediately, as soon as it dropped, because the New York Knicks were inexplicably plus 175 for Game 5, I put that money down as quick as I could before that number dropped
smart.
and people came to their senses.
Smart.
They couldn't hold on to a lead, and I don't think you're going to run through that again. I don't think you're going to run through where you can't figure out how to hang on to a lead, and it's just their inexperience showed. There was a lot of inexperience there between Harper, between Wemby, between the guys that were there that had never been there before, and the one guy they thought they could lead on was De'Aaron Fox, and he couldn't really lean on De'Aaron Fox. I don't blame De'Aaron Fox for the whole thing, don't get me wrong. I mean, a couple boneheaded plays for sure, and you're supposed to be the leader, but that is what it is. I mean, I think they move on from De'Aaron Fox. I think they find a true number 2 to Dylan Harper, and then obviously with Wemby there as well. So I do think that the Spurs team is going to be better for it. I said in November that this team was the best team in the Western Conference, and I said in November this team was going to the NBA Finals. I thought they had a chance to win the NBA Finals, but I still think that this Spurs team is still the best team in the West. And I think that they'll show it again next year. I do think that they'll have a couple of more trips to the NBA Finals within the next 5 years or so. So I'm definitely hot on the Spurs will be better. All right, let's go to the next one. Flip side of the coin. The New York Knicks core, this New York Knicks core, will not reach another NBA Finals. Hot or cold?
Facts. Easily. Facts. There's no doubt about this. This is 100% hot, freezing hot take. They will never reach another NBA Finals. This is a team that beat a Spurs squad that got pushed to the brink against OKC. Their NBA championship was beating the Oklahoma City Thunder. Then they faced a Philadelphia 76ers team whose NBA championship was beating the Boston Celtics. They were gassed. Joel Embiid left it all on the floor against the Celtics, and they assumed that they'd be able to walk through New York in that fashion. Then they faced the Cleveland Cavaliers team. So let's be honest, anybody that knows ball was not worried about a James Harden-led Cleveland Cavaliers team. If anything, he disrupted the true chemistry that squad had, where everyone knew their role, and they tried to inject some life in the form of James Harden, and that didn't work out. So I think they had a good run. I think this is what's gonna happen. I got too many friends that are New York Knicks fans, but for the rest of time until I leave this earth, crazy New York Knicks fans will be talking about how Jalen Brunson. I've already heard it. They're like, Jalen Brunson is better than Steve Nash. Jalen Brunson is better than John Stockton. Jalen Brunson. Listen, Jalen Brunson had a phenomenal year. Jalen Brunson is good. Nobody's knocking Jalen Brunson. But when you're trying to compare him to like some of the best guards that have won the NBA championship, or like Steve Nash that has won multiple MVPs, I mean, let's be serious. And then when you're looking at the makeup of the other team, nobody's like, when you're having the conversation 10 years from now, right? And you're saying, I had this talk with my friend the other day when he was telling me he actually made the argument that the Knicks were better than some of the Golden State Warriors teams that have won championships. And what I told him, Brandon, was this. I said, those heat maps that they show on TV, and they're like, who agrees with that statement? And it's like, only people in New York think that statement is true. And the rest of the heat map of the rest of the country disagrees with it. So again, when I look at, nobody's going to be thinking of the Knicks as one of the best teams that has won an NBA championship ever. And I just think it's going to be, no doubt about it, they're a one and done. It's not even close.
Only people in New York believe that statement, and one person in Philadelphia who is actually right now in Spain, which is why you're here, and that's Pat Boyle, right? Like, Pat Boyle believed that this was the most dominant run in NBA Finals history. This is the most dominant run in NBA playoff history. And I'm like, guy, maybe in the last 2 years, maybe in the last 5 years, but not ever. I mean, what are we talking about? Like, those people forget about how good those 90s Bulls teams were. People forget how good that 72-10 team was. People forget about the dominant run that they had. People forget about the fact that Jordan went through an NBA Finals where he averaged 41 points. Like you forget about stuff like that, and it's not even close. Like Jalen Brunson was very good in this series. Don't get me wrong, but to me, Cat was the most important piece on that team. The way Cat played against Wemby was the most important piece on that team. The way they defended Wemby was the most important thing that they did on that team. Jalen Brunson had a great series, and he took advantage of a lot of things. He took advantage of De'Aaron Fox not playing very well defensively. He took advantage of a lot of things in the series, and he had a great series. He deserved to be the MVP. I get all of that, but to say it was the most dominant run is crazy. And this team, look, I believe that this team's not going back to another NBA Finals. It's good for them that they ended the 53-year stretch. It's good for them, good for the Knicks fans. Probably not good for the city of New York because it's on fire right now. But it's good for the Knicks fans, the real true Knicks fans, that this team is that damn good as I gotta break in because my guy PCA MVP just hit for the cycle with a single.
Whoa,
in the
I don't know about
seventh inning.
I don't know about MVP, but PCA.
No, we call
what
him
an incredible
MVP.
feat. I see. I mean, I think most kids, right, when they're playing little league or just playing backyard baseball, you dream about hitting a cycle, right? Especially after hitting a homer. And so for PCA to do it, and then he gets picked off at first base in true PCA fashion. True PCA fashion. But who cares? You get the cycle. I mean, we'll be talking about that for quite some time. So congratulations, PCA. I'm looking at the Bulls records in the playoffs. Every year they won a championship. I'll go backwards in this one. So 15-6, the last of their three-peats. Losing game, they went to Game 7 against the Pacers, and that's where they got the three losses from. The majority of them. Every other one, sweep 1, and then Jazz 4-2. 15-4 the year before that, swept the Bullets 4-1 against the Hawks, 4-1 against the Heat, and then Jazz 4-2. And then 15-3 against in '96, their first championship in the second three-peat, sweeping the Heat. The Bulls never lost a game in the first round. Think about that. In their 6 championships, the Bulls never lost one game in the first round. And then the best one that they had was, which is one of the most iconic years, the first year they win a championship in 1991, the Bulls go 15-2, sweep the Knicks, 4-1 against the Sixers, sweep the Pistons, a team that had been a thorn in their side for years, and then go 4-1 against the Lakers, and obviously the Magic Johnson led team right there. So, I mean, listen, it doesn't even come close. It doesn't even come close. You didn't even beat anybody of consequence, and you beat a 22-year-old Victor Wembanyama. Stop it. You beat a Joel Embiid-less 76ers team. You know what I mean? Like, come on. I'm not.
A lot of things.
I'm not.
A lot of things went right for them on this run. A lot of things. Like it was a perfect storm of a lot of good things going for the Knicks, and congrats to them for taking advantage of it. Congrats to them for, like, I'm not taking anything away from the Knicks. They won the NBA title. That's a hard thing to do, no matter who's in front of you. So congrats to that. But the notion that this is one of the greatest runs of all time, or one of the greatest teams of all time, or one of the greatest, Jalen Brunson's the greatest Knick, or had the greatest finals of all time, like, just stop, because it's not even close. You're showing your youth if you think that that's an accurate statement, for sure. All right.
Now, if he comes back and does it next year, right? Like, if they get back to the finals and prove us all wrong, then I'll have zero problem talking about Jalen Brunson and the Knicks in a different kind of a way. But until that happens, that's gonna be a nice hot take for me.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Let's go to the World Cup. The United States will reach the semifinals in the World Cup. Pat Boyle is on record on this show saying he believes they're going to the quarterfinals. So, hot or cold, they will reach the semifinals of this World Cup.
That is a middle of February in Chicago freezing cold take right there. That's just, and it's not because USA isn't talented. It's just, and I was on this show last week trying to explain it. It's like when you're talking about Major League Baseball, we'll pick a sport, right? Randomly. Major League Baseball. Like, you can be let's just say, like, you can be the Cubs and be pretty good, have good offense, be able to compete. But there are still the Yankees and the Dodgers that exist. And so I think when you're talking about the World Cup, is no different. The Team USA is good. But like I mentioned, you got, like, if you're going up against England in the round of 16, like, it's just so hard. Like, you're talking about a country that has 100-year head start against you, right? Spain, these countries have 100-year head start on creating talent, on their kids kicking a rock instead of a ball. Like, they've been doing this forever. And so it's just going to be much more difficult when you're going up against the Yankees and the Dodgers of soccer, right? Because think about it. Like, if you go up against Spain, like, every single player on their team plays in one of the top leagues in the world. Think about that, in the world. And we had Grant in our producer, one of our producers, Grant Leader, board out, putting that he wanted Matt Freese in the net for the Team USA. All three of Team USA's goalkeepers are from MLS, right? Like, think about that. Like, you're facing MLS competition, and now you got to go up against the best guys in the world. And so that's why I say it's like a little bit different. So it's just going to get a little bit trickier when you get into the later rounds. So listen, but let's be very clear. Team USA is on full display right now, right? The world is watching North America host the World Cup, and Team USA being a host country, if they can last longer than both Mexico and Canada, that's the World Cup for Team USA, outlasting your continent mates and getting a little bit longer, because that's going to do more for the game itself. Grow the game that way. You cannot get knocked out in the group stages. Christian Pulisic has to play well and create his legacy moment, because that's what's happening right now. And those things need to happen. Those are the victories for Team USA. Getting far in the tournament shouldn't be the measuring stick on how well this team does or how much this team can impact American culture.
Yeah, look, I'm going to answer this question, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I can tell you the X's and O's. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I can name you one team member other than Christian Pulisic who plays for Team USA. But what I am going to tell you is that just by watching this tournament, the few games that I have been able to watch, I've got Iran in New Zealand, Iran in New Zealand on right now, and you can just tell the difference in play. You could tell the difference in ball movement. You could tell all of that stuff with Team USA. It's almost like this is how other countries felt when we started the dream team in basketball in the 90s, right? And now we're at the point where other countries are starting to sort of catch up. And so every once in a while, one of the other countries can make a run or maybe even pull off an upset and beat you. But it's going to be few and far between for a very, very, very long time. So I'm with you. I don't know that they can reach the semifinals. I think there's just too many good teams.
And think about that. That was in what, 98, the dream team, wasn't it? Like 98 or something like that?
90,
you're talking about
91.
Or 92. 90. Thanks, Grant. 92. So think about that. You're talking about 30-some years that it's taken the world to catch up on the international stage. And so I think the same thing holds true, because when Team USA, when North America was the host of the World Cup in 94, right? So you're talking about 30 years from then. Obviously, American soccer is at a much higher level, and we're seeing it on full display in match one. But imagine 30 more years or 20 more years from now, what USA is going to look like. Certainly a country that can compete with the best countries in the world.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm with you there. All right, let's get one more in here before we go to a break. Tarek Skubal will win another AL Cy Young this year if he remains a Detroit Tiger. Hot or cold?
Yeah, freezing. This one is not as cold as a February winter, but it's like eating on the sidewalk on a cold March day where it's just uncomfortable. You shouldn't be outside in Chicago on the sidewalk in March. That's what's happening with Skubal in this one. I think, listen, we know, the one thing that's working in his favor is that there is definitely a recency bias when it comes to Cy Young candidates, right? And if you can finish the second half of the year on a hot streak and, again, pitch at a super high level, you can be in the conversation. But we had a great discussion earlier in the show where we named several guys that can make a great run for winning that AL Cy Young. Not just guys that are playing well right now, like Dylan Cease or Gavin Williams, but Cam Schlittler as well. And so to leapfrog those guys, you have to have two things happen, right? You have to pitch exceptionally well in the latter half of the season, but you also have to have Cease and Schlittler kind of have a hiccup of sorts along the way as well.
Yeah. Look, I'm cold on this, and mostly because, and I keep saying it, I don't even think it matters where the Detroit Tigers are in the standings. They're not re-signing Tarek Skubal at the end of the year, and they're not going to let Tarek Skubal go without getting something back in return for him. They showed that they're not re-signing him when they grabbed Framber Valdez on a multi-year, high-dollar contract at the same time they made Tarek Skubal go through arbitration. So Tarek Skubal is not coming back to the Detroit Tigers. They're going to trade him at the deadline, so this is cold for that simple fact. I don't think he's going to be a Tiger. If he were to remain a Tiger, though, I do think that there is a chance that he wins the Cy Young because he's that damn good. And if he pitches like that in the second half on a losing team, and Schlittler, I don't know, maybe he's got to take a month off the way that you just saw Tarek Skubal do. It could be a different story, but he is that damn good. So if he stays a Tiger, he's got a chance. I just don't think he does.
Grant Leader said, just put him in a Dodger uniform already. Yeah, that's what most people are trying to avoid on that one. All right, I like this. This is my first time doing hot and cold. Do you got any more for me? Can we do it? Can we do some more on the other side? You got any more over there?
Yeah, let's
all
do
right,
it.
Let's hear some more takes. We'll also keep you updated on what's going on around the scoreboard so that way you can win some money before you close those eyes. It's Gabe Ramirez. We got more hot and cold takes on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Jalen Brunson is the greatest Knick ever, of my lifetime at least. And I'll say, I'm not alive in the 70s when Walt Clyde Frazier's leading the Knicks to 2 championships. So if you are of a certain age and you want to make the case it's Walt Clyde Frazier, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not alive during that time. What I can tell you, Jalen Brunson is indisputably the greatest Knick of my lifetime. And it's not a discredit to the great Patrick Ewing, whom I love. And your heart breaks when you see Ewing after the game celebrating that he couldn't. My heart breaks, at least. Watching Patrick Ewing celebrate the Knicks winning a championship and he couldn't get it done as a player. It sucks. And it's not to take away from Pat, just that he didn't win and Brunson did. And that's all there is to it. NBA Finals closeout game. Do you understand this? Closeout game on the road, NBA Finals against this. This is not like James Harden, living, breathing traffic cone guarding Jalen Brunson defensively. This is the San Antonio Spurs sending waves of young wings, and here's alien 8 foot tall, and you can't teach that, Victor Wembanyama waiting. And he shredded them, and he sliced them, and he diced them, and he eviscerated them, and he obliterated them, and he led the Knicks to a championship. 45 of 94 points. On Saturday night, Jalen Brunson was 7-1-8 Michael Jordan. 2-1-2 Michael Jordan. New York City's Michael Jordan. Gotham's Michael Jordan. Knicks fans, Michael Jordan. That was Jordan-esque. It felt like a 90s NBA Finals game. 94-90 final score. And Brunson scored 45 of the 90 in a closeout game on the road. It's unbelievable. Do you understand what we witnessed? The magnitude of it? And I've been right about a lot on this run. I'll tell you something I was dead wrong on. And it was while I was being right about something, which makes me sound like I'm crediting myself. I'm just telling the truth. I wanted the Knicks to fire Tom Thibodeau and hire Mike Brown. I was right. Right? Mike Brown led them to a championship. Tom Thibodeau, I don't think, would have been able to. One of the reasons why is because I hated the way that the offense would stagnate under Thibodeau, and it turned into too much Brunson hero ball. And what I would continually say on and off air, on this show or to my friends or my family, Jalen Brunson's a great player, and no one's going to disagree with that. I'm not going to say otherwise. I know he's a great player, but he's not Kobe Bryant. He's not Michael Jordan, where I want him shooting every shot in the clutch and dribbling the basketball, and it's just iso ball one-on-one. I was wrong, because that's what this was. And the shot that will go down in history for Brunson, the shot that will go down in history is OG Anunoby's tip-in, obviously, in Game 4. There should be a statue. I'm sure there will be a statue outside the Garden of it. It's Jalen Brunson, 6.5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Spurs up 83-77. And in that moment, does anyone think the Knicks are not going to win the championship? I felt like they were going to. And Brunson has the ball by the three-point line. And Wembanyama's on him. And Mike Breen brilliantly sets the stage. And he goes, Wemby on Brunson, the two stars. Victor Wembanyama, not figuratively, literally, is 1.5 feet taller than Jalen Brunson. And Brunson, using his guile and his guts and his smarts and his instinct and a little bit of physicality, bumping his back into Wemby, getting Wemby off him just a smidge to lay it in. Just the ball just escaping. The pterodactyl wingspan of Victor Wembanyama. 83-79. Chef's kiss. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Put him on Mount Rushmore. New York sports athlete. Brunson, Eli, Messier, Jeter. At least in my lifetime. Greatest Knick ever.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
And I am turned all the way to the max, all the way up, because New Zealand just scored. And now I have crocodile tears running down my face. It's Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM Tonight. I think the warning is you get to decide to fade or follow. We just put our bad opinions out there. And I, in my Iran bet, man, sometimes that's what it is. Sometimes you got to fade yourself. That is without a doubt, right? And because if you didn't fade yourself, you'd be, I mean, if you faded yourself, you'd probably be a lot more richer than you are right now. But the good thing is we still got 30 more minutes to go, a couple more segments, and I want to continue with some hot or cold. We have some really good takes that were being thrown out there, some good discussions. We got some NFL up for grabs and also some Major League Baseball. So let's continue it with our producer, Brandon Combs.
Yeah, nothing's more depressing than when you get that email about how much you've deposited into your sports betting account, and then you start thinking about how much you've withdrawn, and it's
True.
nowhere close to the same.
Like the math ain't mathing right now. The math is definitely not mathing.
The math is not mathing. All right, let's go. Let's go to baseball. Chicago White Sox are going to win the American League Central. Hot or cold?
I think this is a hot take. I think that a month ago, 2 months ago, if you had asked me this, I wouldn't have wanted to jinx the Chicago White Sox for where they're at in the present. I would have been hesitant to do just that. When I saw things like, listen, I called Davis Martin months ago. I told anybody who was paying attention. I was like, outside of that first start against the Miami Marlins, he has been on an absolute tear. He's working on that cutter. The changeup has been great. And the breaking ball to right-handed hitters has just been a mirage to them from the right-hand side. So it's been great. Then when you're talking about the makeup of the team itself, the best thing that Chris Getz did when really changing over the roster was finding guys that truly love the game of baseball. And I think that was the biggest issue for the White Sox from like 2020 to 2023 is that there were guys that loved baseball but didn't live and die with it. And you could tell no one was willing to put the team on their back, really take, the reins from a guy like Jose Abreu. And what you have now is guys, listen, Davis Martin, I had an opportunity to be around him in spring training, and he talked about how he brought all the pitchers to his ranch. Okay. My man got a ranch and he brought everyone there. And that's what leaders do, right? They bring people together. They make you better. You see Munetaka Murakami come to this team. This is a guy who's won back-to-back MVPs, putting up 50 homers. He could have been a diva when he got to Chicago and been pissed off that nobody gave him the money that he thought he was going to receive. But he comes to Chicago, comes to the South Side, a team that's an afterthought, and he falls in love with the culture. Everybody talks about him, from the recently departed Derek Hill to, position players like Miguel Vargas and Chase Marjoff. They talk about Munetaka Murakami's work ethic and how even though he's a big bat that everyone looks to, everyone watches how he prepares for games. And when your best player is preparing that way, everyone else is going to fall in line. And guys like Coastal Montgomery, Miguel Vargas really filling out that middle of the order, while you got gamers like Mydroff, Antonacci. Even Andrew Benintendi looks like he has a rejuvenated career right now in the present, because you're playing with guys like that. So I think, again, a couple months ago, I might have been hesitant to say something like that. But now when you look at the White Sox and the state of the AL Central, you can envision a path for them to win, especially when they're taking down series against the Dodgers, winning series against the Atlanta Braves. They won their last 8 straight series at home. And so this is a team that's playing exceptionally well with a underwhelming starting rotation, right? You probably put them in the back half of Major League Baseball. And so the fact that they're winning games despite it says a lot about their team, but says even more about a guy like Will Venable who's managing them.
Yeah, look, I think you said the key word there is culture, right? And that's what the White Sox have done. They've changed the culture in and around that clubhouse, in the front office. They've changed the culture there as well. You look at Chris Getz, when it was first announced that he was hired as the general manager, I was like, here we go again, another joke hire. But Chris Getz has done a great job of putting smart baseball guys around him to help him succeed in what he's doing. And then they've built a great farm system, and now they're starting to build a great core of young talent in their major league level. And when you look at what the White Sox are doing, they're just building the right way. And you started to see it a lot last year. They were a fun team to watch last year. They didn't win a ton of games, but they were fun to watch. They were always in games. They weren't getting blown out a lot like they were 2 years ago when they won 40 games 2 years ago. So you look at that White Sox team and what they were doing last year and what they are
to
now.
Iran. Let's go, Iran, with the goal to tie it up, baby. Let's get this money. All right,
there we go. So you look at this team and you look at what they are and what they have been and what they're becoming. And this is a fun team. This is a fun team to watch. It's a fun team to get behind. Look, I'm a Cubs fan, but I'm not one of those typical Chicago Cubs fans who just hates the White Sox. I'm not Grant Leader, right? Like, I don't hate on the White Sox. I can't stand the Cardinals. I can't stand the Milwaukee Brewers. I actually like the White Sox. Like, I like when they win. I don't like when they beat the Cubs, but I like the White Sox. So, like, I will pull for the White Sox when they are winning and when they are not playing the Cubs. So I like to see good baseball because I love this game. I've been on record. I say it all the time, and my wife's upstairs right now. She's listening to the show. I love baseball more than I love my wife and kids. I love this game that much. Like, I love the game of baseball. So I just like watching good baseball at any point with any team, any of that stuff. So yes, I'm a Cubs fan, but I enjoy good baseball, and that's what the White Sox are now. The White Sox are good baseball. They are fun to watch. They are a team that is going to Cubs just gave up a 3-run home run, and they are now down 4-2 to the Rockies in the 8th inning. Yeah. Anyway,
hey, PCA cycle. PCA got a cycle. Come on, let's focus on the positives.
It's not good. Monty says in the chat, I said don't look. I wasn't looking at the chat when you said don't look. But anyway, like, I love good baseball, and that's what the White Sox are. They've done a great job of turning this around. Had I you told me in April that we would be talking about the Cubs blowing another lead to the Colorado Rockies and being in third place in the AL Central, and while at the same time we're talking about the White Sox winning the AL Central, I would have said you're out of your mind. Like, there's no chance, right? But that's what this team has become, and I don't think, especially with the state of the American League, there's only 5 teams in the American League that have a record over 500. So even if the White Sox do go through a spell where they lose like 8 or 9 or 10 games in a row, the rest of the league isn't going to run away from them. So that's the thing that the White Sox have going for them. I think they're going to win this division. At the very least, I think they're going to be a wild card team and a playoff team. I think you're going to see playoff baseball in Chicago. I just happen to think it's going to be on the south side, not the north side.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier that, White Sox right now plus 210 on BetMGM to win the AL Central. So if you are a firm believer, and it's a great point, Brandon, about the ineffectiveness of American League teams to get above 500. And so if you're thinking and saying to yourself, damn, I can jump on this train, obviously the number is plus 210 because people don't believe in it, right? But if you're the one that's sitting on the other side of it, you can find yourself with some big money. All right, what else you got for me for hot and cold takes?
All right, let's go to another baseball one. Let's go the St. Louis Cardinals. This might not be a good one now. St. Louis Cardinals will finish behind the Cubs and the Reds in the NL Central.
Okay. I think that's a hot take too. I think listen, the St. Louis Cardinals aren't supposed to be there, right? There come moments when, you got to take a year off from being competitive. And I think that's where the St. Louis Cardinals are at right there. Grant Leader thinks Cubs are finishing 4th. Wasted year. It is a wasted year. There's no doubt about that. But you get an opportunity right now if you're the Cardinals to just right the ship. And you're talking about teams that want to compete. That is the Brewers, that is the Cubs, and that is the Cincinnati Reds. And so when you're looking at the Cardinals, although you were talking about it earlier, right? Small market teams that somehow just find a way to get it done and find a way to find themselves competitive. And I think that was the biggest issue with the White Sox, to circle back there, is that, they spent too many years getting embarrassed. And then last year, as you mentioned in the second half of the season, they finally found themselves where they were at least being competitive in games. And the St. Louis Cardinals, they're an organization that they'll always be competitive, right? But you find that one outlier year that allows you to reset the organization. And I think that's where they're at right now. So I think when the dog days of summer come, you're going to see a lot more younger players, maybe shut down a guy or two, pull off some trades, be sellers, come trade deadline. So I can see the Cubs finishing behind I said the Cubs, the Freudian slip again. I can see the Cardinals finishing behind the Cubs and the Reds in the NL Central.
Yeah, look, I think I agree with you. I think that there is a fallback coming for the Cardinals. I do at some point. I mean, there are times where the Cubs look like they're going to come out of it, and then there's times where the Cubs look like they're going to fall back with them. It's one of those things. I think that the Cubs and the Cardinals are going to end up battling for 4th place in this division, and I think it's going to come down to which one of these teams does not, end up losing enough games to be in 4th place. Like, it's almost a battle of who the game, how you get those games where it's like nobody wants to win. This is going to be the 3rd place that nobody wants to take. So yeah, I do think that there's a fall coming back for the Cardinals. They're about to get in a really tough part of their schedule too here in June and July. So I do think that there's going to be some regression for the Cardinals. Let's get a football one in here. Let's go. The Dallas Cowboys will be a playoff team this season. Hot or cold?
Ooh, I'm gonna say that's a hot take. I think, this is a Cowboys team that had so many draft picks, bolstered their defense. Right. It's funny, right? When they get rid of Matt Eberflus, then they find themselves, with an injection of defensive talent via the draft. And then I think, when you're looking at their roster makeup, right? I think you're looking at their depth and who they have. It's the running back situation that you're worried about initially. But the Cowboys, their problem was never scoring points, right? It was stopping teams from scoring last year. And I think, obviously they addressed that. And so I think when you're looking at them, moving off of their, I think they're settled into their coach. I think when you're looking at that division too, the Eagles are always going to be your issue, but I think everyone else. I think they're gonna regress just a little bit. CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens are going to give you what they always do. So, like I said, the offense is going to be there. It's just a matter of whether the defense can step up. And, as I mentioned, with Rashawn Gary, Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams. I mean, they got a formidable front. It's the back end of it, right? Can their linebackers step up? Can they stop teams from putting up a ton of points on them? And that's going to be the biggest issue. But I think they're going to win their division. I think they'll win it over the Eagles. I think the Eagles are just on regression mode. You see them moving off from AJ. I just think you saw what happened. You saw what happened with Saquon. There was that regression last year after winning the Super Bowl. So I think that's my hot take. Dallas comes in and handles business there. I know
we're clipping that one. Monty, clip that take right there so we can save this for December and show it back to Gabe. I think this can be a playoff team. I do, because I think they can be a wild card team. I think this is a 9-8 or 10-7 type team. You look at some of the defenses that they're playing, you're going to know in the first 7 weeks whether or not this is going your prediction is going to be right or your prediction is going to be wrong. Because they play the Giants, a revamped Giants team week 1. We all know things in week 1 in the NFL, crazy things happen in the NFL. So they should beat the Giants, but they might not, because that Giants team is revamped, better coached, better team. And that the quarterback there is, I love Jackson Dart. I think he's going to be a stud in this league. Then the Commanders, that's another one that could go either way. If you play well defensively, you should be fine. But then you play defenses like the Ravens, the Texans, the Buccaneers, the Packers, and the Eagles in consecutive weeks in your first 7 weeks. I mean, that is a gauntlet of a schedule. And then beyond that, like the rest of your schedule, I mean, you still got to face the 49ers defense. You're still going to have to face the Eagles defense again, the Seahawks defense, the Rams defense. Like, there are a lot of really tough defenses on the schedule. And when I look at it, I like 10-7 is the most I could get this team to, because there's always going to be that 1 or 2 games that you should probably lose, but you find a way to win. The same way there's going to be those 1 or 2 games that you should probably win that you're going to find a way to lose. And we know the Cowboys love to find a way to lose, right? So I think that this is going to be a playoff team. I just happen to think that it's going to be a wild card team. Let me take you to one that's not even on the script, though, real quick. One that I've thrown out there before, so I'll just get your take on it, because everybody knows my take on it. The Kansas City Chiefs will not be a playoff team this year. Hot or cold?
Oh, that's a freezing cold take right there. That's a freezing cold take. They will 100% be in the playoffs next year. No doubt about that. I just told you, Kenneth Walker III going to be there in the backfield, best running back that they've had in years. And let's not forget. Come on. Are we doing this? Are we doing the disrespecting Patrick Mahomes thing? Are we doing the disrespecting the Patrick Mahomes thing? You're talking about the greatest quarterback of our generation. Me and you could be playing offensive line. Grant Leader and Monty could be playing dual tight ends in the 13 package, and they would still win 8 games on accident, right? Patrick Mahomes is the truth. And a veteran Patrick Mahomes at that, with a better running back and a better offensive coordinator than he had last year in Matt Nagy. No, that's a freezing cold. That's almost as bad, not as bad, but almost as bad as you saying Jackson's Dart is going to be a stud in the NFL. All right, we got one more break on the other side. We're going to go ahead and catch you up on what's happening in the World Cup. We'll give you some final scores on the MLB plate, and then say our goodbyes as we hit you with some adioses. We'll do that on the other side. It's Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I cannot remember in all the years that I've been watching sports a championship team A team that has won it all, that has been hated on more than this New York Knicks team. And we collectively, all of us, and some of you, not all of you, but some of you out there, some of you should be, you know what? I was going to say embarrassed, and you should be ashamed. You should feel shame in this moment, but I actually respect you because you have taken hating to the next level. You are wearing the scarlet letter H, and the H stands for hate. Because even in this moment now, days after Brunson wins Finals MVP, days after the New York Knicks complete one of the most dominant postseason runs in the history of the NBA and in the history of sports, you still can't credit them. You still think, who did this team beat? Not an all-time team. You still say it. It's unbelievable. This is like I have been telling you, like the sun goes down at night, and I tell you the moment that nightfall hits, the moon's in the sky like a big pizza pie, and I tell you tomorrow morning the sun's coming out, and you say, no, it's not. No, it won't. And I keep telling you, as morning approaches, as dawn draws closer, I keep telling you, sun's going to come out tomorrow or today. And you keep saying, no, it won't. Sun's not going to come out. I don't believe it. And then light starts to break through. And slowly, that big yellow ball floating in the air. The weather gets warmer and everything gets lighter. And you see the sun, and I say to you, I told you the sun was going to come out. And you say, no, it's not. It's not there. You're a Knicks hater right now. That's you. The sun came out today, and the New York Knicks are an all-time team. 16-3 run in the postseason. The third team in NBA history to achieve a mark of 16-3 or better en route to a championship. Best point differential ever in an NBA playoffs, plus 283. But yeah, you're right. Didn't beat anybody. All good. Best point differential ever. Oh, but who did they play? Are you kidding? You still can't say it? Can't you admit it's a you problem? It's not a Knicks problem. It's not a Brunson problem. It's not a Hawks problem. It's not a Sixers problem. It's not a James Harden or a Kenny Atkinson or a Cleveland Cavaliers problem. It's not a Mitch Johnson or a Victor Wembanyama problem. It's a you problem. You're a hater. You hate New York. You hate the Knicks. You hate giving anyone else credit. You can't do it. And you still won't, some of you. Isn't that amazing? Isn't it amazing, Susan? Isn't it amazing? Best point differential ever. All 4 closeout wins on the road. 13-game win streak along the way. And you still won't give them credit. What the hell is wrong with you? That you can't just say it. Say it. Say this is one of the greatest runs ever. Say this is an all-time team. Say it. Not because I want to hear it. Say it because it's true. Tell the truth. Put your big boy or big girl pants on, look in the mirror, and admit what everyone knows is true deep down in their hearts and sports fan souls. That this is one of the great runs we've ever seen. Period.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Gotta let the 50 play when it's on. Hey. I one time won a karaoke contest to this song. On B96 in Chicago. Shout out Eddie and Jobo. I was coming home drunk from the club and decided to call in, and I ended up winning the competition. I was doing it, but hey, 50 will get the party started. That's for
awesome.
sure. All right, updates around the league real quick. Iran, New Zealand knotted up at 2 right now in this World Cup, and that's the beauty of these matches, right? I told you guys, people score goals in this like last little window. They're in the 80th minute right now. A couple things happen when you get to this time in the match. Legs are tired, right? Once you get to this point in the match, legs are tired. The game opens up a little bit, right? Formations aren't being held as tight, so you see a lot more runs, and that's why goals are able to be scored in this time. And then also people understand that you're up against the clock, so you might take a couple more chances than you would normally would in these situations. So again, you might want to tune in for a little bit of this one, as I'll be watching as well. And this is where you can make some money too. Brandon, you like to make bets at halftime. Imagine in the 80th minute when you want to, pick a winner, because there's a bet in soccer where you can pick either Iran or New Zealand to win, and then if it's a draw, you lose, right? So you can bet that one of them will score a goal. You don't necessarily have to choose which one in that moment. And then, but that's going to be happening today. Again, France, Senegal going to be kicking things off tomorrow in World Cup action. And then things are going to continue to heat up. These are some games you're going to watch, man. Like I mentioned, the passion in which these teams play with, it really is unmatched. And so if you're a casual fan, I want to encourage you to go ahead and do it. And then if you're a gambling fan, you should love it even more, because pick a team. More often than not, they're going to be plus money to win. And who doesn't love some plus money? All right. Granted, you have to factor in the draws in certain situations, but certainly loving some plus money on these bets right here. Over in baseball world, do I have to talk about the Cubs and what's going on? Just like scoop past that, or should I? I don't want you guys like being disappointed in this one. Rockies up on the Cubs 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Cubs got men on first and second, 2 outs in this one. Tigers up against the Astros 8-3. Angels and Diamondbacks knotted up at 5 in this one. Here's something that I like to do, fellas. I like to take games that are, like you mentioned, going at halftime, Brandon. And I do like theory when talking about gambling. You like to talk about making bets at halftime and trying to see which. I love games that are knotted up in the 5th and 6th inning. Those are my favorite ones to bet, because I like to then see, all right, what has the bullpen been like, right? Because you can do nuanced things like that. All right, who did they use yesterday they're not going to be able to use today? And then you really can have an educated guess and find out, where the advantage lies in some of these matches. The Rays and Dodgers knotted up at 3, are knotted up in the 3rd on this one. So a couple more games that you can still choose from. But what are your takes? Oh, Michael Bush. What happened? Oh, you can't, guys. I got a bunch of Chicagoans in the chat right now. You cannot praise Michael Bush through the whole game, and then because he didn't come up with runners in scoring position, all of a sudden he's a bum. Come on, guys.
You haven't met Grant yet. And Grant is, so today Michael Bush is a bum, and the Cubs and then tomorrow they'll be up 3-0. And he's like, I'm back in. Like that's
not true.
That's
Me and
Grant's
Gabe,
Cubs fandom.
Me and Gabe do Bears overnights at the Score, man. What are you talking about?
Sure.
Me and Gabe, we grind in the overnights. So we've done plenty of shows together.
Well, there you go. But that's how Grant's Cubs fandom goes. I know you do Bears overnights, but if you haven't seen Grant during Cubs season, it's kind of how this rolls. It's
he's just,
hot and cold, man.
I get
it's
it.
A very love-hate
you're emotionally
attached with them.
Yeah, you're emotionally attached to the team, and it kind of has to happen that way. But fortunately, there's a ton more games to go, and there's still another inning for the Cubs to go ahead and get it together. All right, what a show! Wow, you guys do this every day. This is a doozy right here, guys. But obviously, I like it because you're in the middle of all the action. So I do want to thank everyone that helped get this whole thing along. Brandon Combs for producing Grant Leader as well. And then, of course, Monty on the 1s and 2s, taking care of us, making sure we look good on the video stream. I want to thank Brad Evans for really holding it down the first couple hours of the show. That is a professional, ladies and gentlemen. And I can't wait for both he and I to get back after it tomorrow. Make sure you're here for it. 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central, where we try to put some money in your pockets. Brad will be talking about fantasy and NFL. We'll both be talking baseball. And then I will try to give you some winners, unlike tonight. Well, I can't say unlike tonight. The game's not over yet. If you did plus money on Iran, you still got about 5 minutes and some extra time. But we are about to get up out of here. What a show it has been, guys. I look forward to winning some more money with you. But again, I am Gabe Ramirez. And I like to go like this. I like to say mi gente because that means my people. I am Gabe Ramirez. And hasta la próxima. That means until next time. This has been BetMGM Tonight on Westwood Sports.
I can't help but feel terrible for Dante DiVincenzo, who's one of your former players, right, at Villanova, who was on this Knicks team. And look, like, as a Knicks, like, you can't criticize the trade because Karl Anthony Towns helps them win a championship. Knicks fans, including me, coach, I know you know this, right? Loved Dante. Like, he was a great Knick. He blows out as a kid. It's brutal, and he watches his team win the championship. So I know this is way worse for you than it is for a Knicks fan. You coached him. You're way closer to him than we are. Just have you talked to Dante? How do you feel for Dante in this moment with the Knicks having won and him on Minnesota?
No, you're exactly right, and Dante was the beginning of Leon Rose's brilliance to not just bring in Villanova guys, but bring in guys that fit as a team and that played for each other and didn't care about individual accolades. OG is perfect that way. He is an amazing teammate, and it's why Leon Rose went out and got Karl Anthony Towns, but it's why Leon got Dante DiVincenzo before that. And Alex Rodriguez is a friend of mine. When Dante was leaving, when he was a free agent with Golden State, Alex Rodriguez tried to get him at that time with Minnesota. He wanted him that year. But Dante came to the Knicks to be a part of what Leon was building. And Leon knew Dante's the same kind of guy as Cat, as OG, as Mikhail. Like, he'll do anything to win. And Alex Rodriguez knew that. So when they made the deal for Karl Anthony Towns, they weren't going to make that deal unless they got Dante. And it was brutal, I know, on Leon Rose. It was brutal on Josh and Jalen. It killed them. And I know all of us, Jalen, Josh, Mikhail included, all of us feel for him. Now, the good thing is he does have a ring. He's got a ring from Milwaukee. So we do love him like a brother, and we all feel for him. And I texted him immediately after the game that you set the foundation, as Tibbs did too, for what this team is today.
What do you say now to the haters? Brunson said, I haven't responded to them yet. I'm certainly not going to respond to them now. Coach, if I asked you to be honest and asked you to respond to all the Jalen Brunson haters, what would you say to them today? You know what? Honestly, it's one of the things we all talked about, and I know Jalen's parents raised him the same way. He never held any grudge against any of those people.
and you can see it. I mean, some of those people are on air TV personalities, and he still is respectful of them and enjoys a friendship with them. But what he does, which is really a high level of emotional intelligence, is he uses that to his advantage, and he knows that inspires him, and he knows it actually helps him against his opponent. Like he understands that one of his advantages is that his opponents somehow in a small way underestimate him. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. He's going to have a new challenge to take on, but he really does not hold a grudge. Like they say he's too small, he's too slow, he's not athletic enough. It's not wrong, but what's wrong is that isn't going to prevent him from being the champion. It's actually